Welcome to day number 2 of the Rush of Clans Golden Edition, where we find out who is getting the second golden ticket. I'm Carbon, joined here with Judo Salt and Itsu for an incredible day number 2. Judo, how are you doing?
How could I be doing anything but amazing, Carbon? The action yesterday was fantastic. So many roller coaster matches, and I'm sure today is going to be even better with the golden ticket and the $18,000 on the line. Itsu, I'm sure you're pumped about this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, seeing different self-bases, different approaches with strategies, and different pet combination and so on, it's going to be amazing today to see what those players came up with. But as you already teased, we should take a look at the prize pool, what those players are fighting for, what those teams are fighting for. And there's a lot of prize pool on the line for them. But in addition to all of the money, which you can see with the first seed getting $18,000, there's the golden ticket as well. And this golden ticket means just so much to those teams. The first seed is going to get that. And this golden ticket is going to get you into the main event of the World Championship. And this World Championship is $1 million prize pool, which is a lot of money on the line with just getting this golden ticket. And, well, let's just take a look at the bracket overall, because those teams, they have to fight some tough matches to get there, Carbon.
Absolutely. We started with 8 teams yesterday, and we've narrowed down to 6. 2 teams went home, which was X-Team Early Bird and Strut. But we have some incredible matches. You can see at the upper bracket semifinals, we have Tribe Gaming and NAVI. The winner of that goes to the grand finals. This is a double elimination, which means that if you lose from the upper bracket, you go down to the lower one and you have that extra life. You have that second chance. But Judo, if you make it to the grand finals, there is a bracket reset. How does that work?
Yes, well, the bracket reset, acts relatively similar, because if you enter the final from the upper bracket, you haven't lost a match yet. So you still get a second life, if you will. Whoever makes it to the final from the lower bracket would have to win 2 matches. So the team on top, they win 1 match, they are good. They reached from the upper bracket, but if they lose, they get another chance. And if they won that second match, then they still win outright because they entered without losing a match. So it just means you have an extra lifeline, and clearly out of those teams, Tribe Gaming and NAVI, that is a huge advantage, Itsu.
Yeah, it is for sure. And at the same time, this is kind of the rematch of the final of last year of the World Championship, which is just crazy considering that we have all the top 3 teams from the last World Championship still in this qualifier, which just shows that those teams are not only good at Town of 14, but as well were able to transition that over to Town of 15 and show those skills in this qualifier and made it really far. And it would be kind of crazy to just imagine, okay, the top 3 is going to be the same top 3 as in the World Championship, maybe in a different order, who knows, but overall just showing this consistency. And consistency, I feel like that's going to be the key for those teams today to actually make it as far as possible, Carbon.
Absolutely. They got to be consistent and continue their push through. One small mistake could cost you everything. Granted, it is double elimination, so you still have that second chance, that second life, but you are trying your very best to be trying to get that first place here and getting the golden ticket. But you may be questioning, you saw NAVI on that bracket, right? NAVI already has a golden ticket. So if they were to win, then that golden ticket would go to the second place. So that is what happens if NAVI wins that ticket for first place. They are playing for the prize money at the end of the day, since they are already in the World Championship. But we can take a look at the preview of this very first match that we're going to be seeing here, Judo.
Yes, let's take a look at the teams and the stats. So we have Esports. They put up great performances yesterday, just falling short on that last war, but they proved they are on top of this Town Hall 15 meta. And even in the example of Synth, he was saying in the interview he wasn't sure if he was going to be able to use the Hog Riders, but he sure enough did. And I like the variety that they brought. So stats aside, I think that's something that can always surprise your enemy, Itsu.
Yeah, it's just so hard to prepare for that. base building wise, like defense wise. At the same time now we have their opponents UG Esports, and we can see they are really relying on their MVP. Shikari King is having an incredible run in this tournament with 8 out of 12. That is an impressive hit rate right there, Carbon.
Yeah, impressive indeed. But remember, this is the lower bracket. You lose this match, you are eliminated. So every single attack is even more pressure. And that's just the crazy thing we saw yesterday. Tons and tons of Hog Riders. Just like Cynthia talked about wanting to use Hog Riders, and that's one of his favorite troops. But it is very difficult to do at Town Hall 15. Curious, are we going to be seeing more attacks with Hog Riders? Are we going to see some different things? Who knows? I'm excited to take a look at those attacks that are going to be coming in. And that's the question is, do they save anything for the second day? Do they go all out now? Well, obviously they have to, and they can't hold anything back, Judo.
They certainly cannot. And just on the Hog Rider situation, I would like to say I really like the different approaches. Sometimes we've seen more of a mass Hog Rider attack in that of Sinthe, and other times we've seen almost a kill squad of Hog Riders, if you will, just 20 of them taken in order to just flush out that area with the Rage Tower under the Warden ability. So I'm actually going to just observe this first war, see if I can gain any tips and let you guys take the action, and I'm sure you'll have a blast in commentating this one.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
all
amazing.
Right. Yes, indeed.
So it will be amazing for sure, especially like, as you mentioned, Judo, with the match yesterday, like Klaus' idea, sending in a push of Hog Riders with just the vulnerability early on. That was quite enjoyable to watch. So let's see what those two teams will bring today. Cynthia with his incredible Skelly Donut mass Hog Rider attacks as well. Like, they are really good with the Skelly Donut in general. That's a strategy which we have seen yesterday quite a bit, I would say, especially from the top teams. So this would be something I would expect to see today again.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see tons of hogs. We haven't seen them all too much other than yesterday. That's when they all came in. But I'm sure we're going to see a mix of many different attacks as well. But in terms of a team that are you looking at, we talked about these teams. A lot of these teams here have been the top three from Town Hall 14 to Town Hall 15 here. Do you think out of these players that are now in it, right, it's the lower bracket, which one needs to triple? Which one do you think is the one that, if they triple, that could set the tone? Is there any player in this match that you think that could be the case for Itzu?
Ooh, that's a tough call. I feel like EC Export is well-rounded. For UG Esports, it might be Shikari King to really get this first 3-star going, to have or give them the good chance, because he is the MVP. I feel like if he can deliver, if he can get this first 3-star in for his team, this might be massive. And take a look at that. He's starting things off with the Super Archer Blimp. We have seen that yesterday so much, and we have seen quite a few 1-stars, so I am a little bit afraid here, Carbon.
Here we go. Yes, it could be a very risky attack. Looks like that blimp was definitely not going to have a chance of getting that town hall. So his plan was to take out the whole core so his heroes, King and Queen, can make their way to that town hall. Oh, that scatter shot did not get that shot off. The super archers are continuing through. Only one more invis. Can they take out the other multi? It's going down in the Expo 2. Wow, look at the value here.
If he's now really quick thinking, he can just snipe the Archer Tower with a couple of loons, and this Warden just keep going. It will take down the Ground Expo as well. Like, this is just crazy, but no, he's not taking down the Archer Tower. He could really protect that Warden a bit better. It would be only a few loons, but at the same time, he only has a couple of them in his army, so maybe he just wants to save them. The King and the Queen are now about to push into this bottom side, and my prediction would be that he wants those heroes to get all the way to the town hall and take it out, because this is the important thing about this one, with no spells and no warden left in this attack.
Look at this. 10 balloons now for your LaLo. This is crazy. Taking out the scatter shot, making his way around to this town hall. He still has that royal champion to utilize, but got to get all the way to the town hall and do a very mini LaLo, right? It's with the Ice Hound. And the brilliant thing about the Ice Hound is it acts like a free spell because it freezes up the defenses. That's why you want to take an Ice Hound here in that case, where if you're going to invest all your spells in with that blimp, then the Hound can freeze up any of the defenses as you then move around with your LaLo.
Yeah, but time. We have seen that yesterday so many times that the clock is not stopping for your attack. And this is now 35 seconds. And remember, this LaLo is not having any spells whatsoever. And in 30 seconds, I'm not sure if he can do that. He started with the LaLo just so late, and that was for no reason, because he started the LaLo from a different side than his heroes. So
yeah,
he was not waiting for anything pretty much. And now the Royal Champion has to carry this, has to get this done. But the skeleton traps are popping up, Carbon. I feel like time is going to be such an important factor.
Oh, combined RC ability skips through, takes out the Tesla. More ground skeletons are popping. The ground Expo is stolen him up as well. He will have to go for that. And unfortunately, it is a time fail. If he had all the balloons maybe coming in, that he had about 10 of them from that right section, like you mentioned, where he had his heroes going to the left and they had no influence over the right side of the space. So time, and hopefully that does not come back to be the deciding mark in this match, because just a few buildings, just a little bit more time, it would have been a 3-star. But such a beautiful, so much value he got with that Super Archer blimp, and he had the plan of not taking out the Town Hall so that his heroes can grab the Town Hall and get the other value, versus if his plan was to remove the Town Hall and it doesn't go down, then that's when we see a ton of 1-stars coming in.
Yeah, and just like rewatching, like, we have already watched the attack, which means we can now like speculate what could have been better. And just based on that, I feel like Rocket Loons might have been a really solid choice, because the air defense was too far away to tank the scatter shot. And with that, that was a big problem. But Carbon, take a look at that. After yesterday, we have started the day with a couple of diamond bases and then back to all box bases, right? But this time around, we have again the star of the day, happening with some of those diamond bases. So let's see how good Kingsman can actually take down this base.
Yeah, with this base looking to be symmetrical on both sides here, we have that Warden starting with his walk near this Town Hall, and that Owl actually chaining to activate the Town Hall. So if this Warden gets close enough, he will start to get hit, but he doesn't worry, because that Flame Flinger is going to go for the Town Hall. Doesn't even need to Earthquake it, because the Owl got some chains. There's the Lightning to take out the defensive rage and that Monolith right in the core with a couple Builder Huts.
Yeah, that was quite nice. With tanking the ground Expo, the Warden is easily going to take that out with that Flinger together. And just this combination, the Warden Walk in combination with this Siege Machine, is just incredible. It has so much power, it has so much you can do with this. And that Town Hall is going to go down without the Clan Castle even getting out of that Siege Machine. And now we have a freeze onto the defending Queen, because that Queen has one goal, and that goal is the Warden.
Yeah, and that Queen needs to continue to push in with this Warden and the Electro Titans. As the King is on the outside, out comes the triple Ice Golem CC. It will be stalling him up as he pushes towards this Eagle Artillery with a defensive rage going off. Just raging up those defenses on the backside as the Ward ability is looking to protect these Electro Titans and moving through the backside of this base.
Yeah, everything opened with that jump shot, which is awesome. But this Rage Tower again, this Rage Tower with the Multi-Inferno Tower and stuff is really giving a hard time. And take a look at that, the Tesla form, they expected a Warden Walk on the opposite side. And this now is going to be a rough follow-up. I mean, the Royal Champion is sent in, and the Royal Champ with her ability, she can one-shot those Tesla. But first, she has to get through all of those cannons. And there's just so much base left. I see a Ground Expo on the left. I see a defending Royal Champion, Multi-Inferno Tower. Carbon, I am not sure if Kingsman can push all the way through on this one.
Yeah, with that multi that's still up, the RC ability being forced, out comes a Super Dragon, which we've been seeing quite a bit in some of these Flame Flingers. That Super Dragon pulling double Seeking Air Mines as it's in the core. There's the Tornado Trap. But no Queen ability, only about 20 seconds left. He's getting percentage, but it doesn't look like it's going to be as high of a percentage from the very first attack of UG Esports.
Yeah, this is a small lead, but then again, if you think about the stats, right? Like if we approach this just based on the stats, ET Esports is like all of their players have really solid hit rates. On the UG Esports side though, I mean, we have one star player and the other players are like trying to like cater to him, like trying to support him to in some way, but all of them are having not as high hit rates as then on the other side with ET Exports. So I feel like they are more well-rounded, if that makes sense. While on the other side, their MVP already got only the 2-star. So I am not sure if they are happy with the current situation, with being somewhat even after the first attacks.
Well, these teams have had just under 24 hours to be planning some of the bases and more or less determining which base that they're prepared to run, and then maybe change up some traps and some attacks that they think they're going to see. Because if you build a base, you have to wait 24 hours, so they can't necessarily build a base for an opponent here. They had to do all the prep work just for this a while in advance, as we're seeing a few of the archers being lured out of this clan castle. And the Warden's going to go down with these Electro Titans. We're seeing a lot more of these Electro Titans coming in already to start today off, as he's pushing the Flame Fling in towards the Eagle. And then the Electro Titans could potentially take a jump leading in towards that Town Hall.
Yeah, and I feel like the reason is just based on the overall layouts of those defenses, which means, well, box bases, they are just really hard to get through with those Titans, because if they're stuck in the core, they're not going to get out. But on those diamond-shaped bases, you can see they have really big compartments where the Titans can freely walk around and get their damage output. And this is exactly what is happening right now with the push into the tunnel compartment. There's the King ability. Warden ability follows shortly, and a great Warden ability timing, because he is covering all of those Barbarian which got spawned. And now it's back to the Queen. Hopefully she can follow up, because those Ice Golems really messed her up.
Wow, that Warden ability protect that Queen through a ton of the Monolith shots. So there's another range pushing his way through. That jump spell is actually giving him access to the backside multi, so he can continue the push with the King coming back alive with that Phoenix, moving his way through. That Flame Flinger is still up, and the Royal Champion is running through, taking out a scatter. Is looking good as he's making his way to the backside of this base.
This is looking really good for him. The Queen can even reach that spell tower, which is massive, considering that you do not want to face one of those raged up defenses. The defensive rage now is slowly ticking off, and we see the relief on his face in the face cam, because this is going to be the first 3-star in this match, and it's coming from UG Esports. And at this point, ET Exports, they can 3-star as well, but they're not going to have the lead after 2 attacks each, because the UG Esports team has the percentage on their side.
Yeah, well done right there, putting the pressure now on ET Exports. Well, they're going to have to answer with a 3-star, just to tie it on stars, and like you just said, they will be down on a percentage, so they have to keep pace. This is a lower bracket match. You lose, you are eliminated. The pressure is on, as this is trying to go for the golden ticket today. Yes, today we'll wrap up who is getting the second golden ticket this year. And what is a golden ticket? Well, you get a golden ticket, and it allows you to then be invited to play in the World Championship at the end of this year. And that is what these teams are fighting for each year for the Clash of Clans Esports. It's incredible. And ET Exports, teams like Tribe Gaming, NAVI, they have plenty of experience in the World Championship stage from previous years. But UG Esports, they're looking to put a name for themselves, and they want to get their very first ticket.
Yeah, and I feel like one big thing those teams have to do is, well, just stop using the Super Archer blimp. I mean, we have overall in those, like in this event so far, the Swiss stage and the day yesterday, round about like a little bit below the 40% hit rate mark. And out of all of the most used strategies, because the Super Archer blimp is one of the most used strategy, it has the by far lowest hit rate, below 29% or something like that, which is below, like it has 10% below the average hit rate of the event. So don't use it. Maybe Supercell can... Okay, now I will freak out the chat, but maybe Supercell should buff the Super Arch. Okay, I'm kidding. But overall, it has not a good hit rate on those bases so far. So I hope that those teams are opting away as well. The fail earlier was with the Super Archer Blimp. But it seems... Oh no, this should be a Skelly Donut because there is no poison on this one, right?
Yeah, no poison. Quite a bit of Dragon Riders. And you don't necessarily need too much spell assistance when you do Dragon Riders. They are very strong by themselves. They go defense to move their way through quickly in the base. But since they only go from defense to defense, you have to worry about the defending Queen and Royal Champion, since they won't target them until all the defenses are cleared. And here goes the Skelly Donut. We got a Tesla farm popping up right next to the Monolith in the core behind this Town Hall. Can that CC go down? Can the Monolith go down? It's just hanging on, and yes, he clears both those buildings.
Yeah, beautiful Skelly Donut to start things off. And I mean, that Flame Flinger is just incredible. Take a look at that. Take a look at the value. Considering that you're attacking with Dragon Riders, he can take down like a single Inferno Tower, a Warden, a defensive one. Like all of those defenses are dealing so much damage as a single target defense overall, which is great to take down. And this plan so far looks amazing. But wait a second, that Queen ability was a big surprise. Maybe he did deploy that by accident, yeah?
Yeah, that had to have been an accident. But like as he was scrolling, tapping that Queen ability. Now he's gonna maybe have to make her invisible. Yes, he has to invest a spell here, which he definitely did not want to do. Has to invest a second one, because this would have been the perfect time to use a Queen ability to grab a Town Hall, or even use some invis and then a Queen ability later. But he does find a Tornado Trap right off the bat.
Yeah, the Tornado Trap is gone, which is always nice for the attacker. But on this one, we have the air defense at the top side getting picked off. We have already cleaned up minions on the far right side, but we have the raged up multi-inferno towers in the middle. But Carbon, there is no troops around that, which means the rage effect is already long gone with the Dragon Riders arriving.
Wow, look at that. The Dragon Riders are moving right through this top side. This was absolutely perfect at breaking it down, looking fantastic. So many Dragon Riders still up, moving their way through. That Flame Flinger got so much value to the top side. The Skelly Donut removing the Clan Castle, removing the Monolith, allowed him to push his way through and made that look easy. Wow, look at the attack. Perfect plan for this base.
Yeah, and I just like the idea of really taking a look at what he can take down, and depending on that, choosing the follow-up. Because what he did, he took down a single Inferno Tower, he took down the Monolith as well with the Skelly Donut before the attack even like really started with deploying troops. He took down the Town Hall with his heroes, and after that, there were like multi-Inferno Towers in the core, which could be possibly raged up. And, well, LaLo typically is always the answer to most of those bases, but he just decided, well, Dragon Riders, they work way better versus those raged up multi-Inferno Towers. And based on that, he just completely smashed that base, because scatter shots, well, if you come from different angle, those Dragon Riders are quite a nice answer to those defenses as well. So really nice base identification from Tryhard right there, getting the next 3-star in this match. And both teams seems like they're warmed up and they're ready to get some bases on 3 stars.
Indeed, it is all tied up 5-5. Both teams with the 3-star, but UG Esports have the advantage, the percentage lead. That is the important bit here. So if UG Esports keeps tripling out, they'll take it. But it's all about, can they do it? It's a lot of pressure. Everything is on the line here in the lower bracket, as we've got a Queen charge LaLo with an Ice Hound here to act as a freeze spell to protect his LaLo. But we got 1, 2, 3 multi-target Infernos right in the core with a double raid, as that Blimp is going for that Town Hall.
Yeah, we have that Blimp. Oh no, the Blimp is not getting as much value as he would have liked to, I guess, because the Scatter is going to stay alive. We have the defensive Roy Champion as well staying alive. I do think he wanted to take those out, but the Blimp, with trying to pick a different angle of the Blimp overall, he tried to avoid that possible Black Mines, but this has really cost him, because that scatter is staying alive, and that scatter is out of reach of that queen.
The queen's gonna make her way... Yeah, she's gonna make her way left. Gonna be able to grab this multi-target Inferno. And then we have the double rages as this queen is continuing to charge her way through. No recall, so the queen is going this way, and she's gonna continue to push this way here. As the wall break is gonna go to the left and then break this wall so the queen can continue and get out of the section towards this Eagle Artillery.
Let's take a look now at the damage of that scatter shot. The raged up scatter shot is... Oh. Ouch. I mean, that Monolith raged up, the scatter raged up, that was a really painful moment for that queen. But wait for it. He has to freeze that scatter now because this queen is really in danger, and the healers are now really close to that scatter. Are they going to get targeted? No, the queen is quick enough. But now, we have the Eagle of the healers to Carbon. Oh no.
The Eagle says, I want to take out your healers. Is it enough? No, they are literally one tick of health away from going down, and down they go as that king ability is running through here. But that queen is gone, and there's still a lot left as he can send the RC potential for that scatter shot. They need to at least secure that second star over the town hall as he pushes his way through.
Yeah, again, seeing the town compartment, I'm quite surprised that we do not see those surgical E-Dragons. There is no damage whatsoever around that town hall when it comes down to air targeting defense. We have the ground explosives everywhere, and those surgical E-Dragons are incredible versus those type of bases. And the LaLo is struggling to push through this back end of the base with the rage up multi-Inferno towers. There's 2 multi-Inferno towers at this stage still left, and those loons, they are getting popped really quickly.
Yeah, those loons going down. We still have the multis, the monolith, and the spell towers with the scatter alive. And that is way too much. Those are the important buildings that you need to focus on to take down. And if they stay up, your attack is going to struggle. As you saw, another wall break to the left over there near that multi. He wanted to continue the queen to charge her way into this bottom section, out of the bottom section, back into the core to grab all that value. But unfortunately, the queen was not able to do just that, and down she went. And that is a 2-star, which now ET Esports with a 3 will take a commanding lead. Well, it'll just be a 1-star lead, but any 1-star lead is a huge lead, especially in the lower bracket.
Yeah, in the end, it's all about getting those 3 stars in so you can get those small advantages and putting pressure on the other team. But I feel like this last attack just really fall apart from the beginning with this blimp. He shows really this really off angle for the blimp entry, and by that he did not get the scatter, and from that point on it was really hard to save that. But one thing I'm really surprised about is just it seems like both teams just handshaked onto only using diamond bases, and Cynthia's like, well, I am totally fine with that because I have a nice Skelly donut on this base, and I'm starting things off with the Flame Flinger.
42 hogs, I believe he had there. He used one initially, and wow, that is just insane. 42.
I mean, possibly 52, right? Depending on what there is in the siege.
True. Possibly. That is absolutely true. As the Flame Flinger is going for that Town Hall. And now we're going to have to focus on the Skelly. Yeah, there it is. There's the Skelly Donut to take out the Scatter, the Monolith, and this Clan Castle here at Zoo.
And the Scatter as well, on the bottom side. That is just some incredible Skelly Donut value. Monolith is going to drop as well. He got everything on that one. I mean, this is just... It every single time impresses me how much value you can get with those spells if you can really deploy those invisibility spells perfectly. Now the question is, where is he going to send in his heroes? Where is he going to enter with them? And especially as well, is it going to be 42 or 52 Outriders with what there is in this siege machine? And he's still waiting. He is not deployed his heroes just yet, so maybe there's some tanking in that Flame Flinger, like Ice Golems or maybe a Titan or maybe a Yeti or something to support his hero push, and that's why he's waiting. I'm not sure, but Carbon time is ticking. It's only 1 minute and 30 seconds left.
He's like, no, I'm not going to send my King Queen just yet. Hogs are going to go first. Pops an early warning ability, pulls some small bombs defensive rage goes off as he wants his heroes, the king and queen, to eventually walk their way around and help with that final cleanup in these attacks.
Yeah, and they're pushing now in at the same time. This is like all about the sharing the damage, right? The defenses can only target the one target they are going for, and they cannot really go for Hog Riders and heroes at the same time most of the time. So that is exactly the idea behind this spread of troops. But Carbon, those Hog Riders, those giant bombs, they were just disappearing so quickly.
Yeah, those giant bombs did so much damage to the Hogs as the king and queen are still moving around. So the king's up top, getting hit by the ground expo. He's going away. But that queen and warden are now moving together here. And 26 seconds, he waited forever to obviously to deploy those Hog Riders to move around. Sends that miner on the back end to go for the Archer Queen platform. 14 seconds, continuing his push around. But those Hogs with spring traps and giant bombs, they just disappeared there.
Yeah, this is where this group is just so trap dependent. If you are running into those spring traps, if the base builder has the spring traps placed really well in the base, it's so hard to get through all of that with those Hog Riders. Even though he brought 42 Hog Riders in total, those spring traps still got them out of the way so quickly. And with using the warden ability so early, he had no option whatsoever to protect his Hog Riders versus the bomb towers, versus the giant bombs, and the raged up multi-front towers in the core, and they were just going down so quick.
Yeah, they went down really quickly. You find all the springs and they just get launched one after another, and it's so difficult to make your push to the backside of the base. There was especially with the double rage towers that just rages up multis, scatter shots, and all those defenses when they're kind of clumped together. That's where the benefit of the rage comes in. But Cynthia, great effort there. But now UG Esports, it's all tied up 7-7 here. The pressure is mounted as we've got a queen charge. LaLo again. Can they do it? Lucky was unlucky, was not able to get it done. So now Joachim is trying to get it with a couple wall breaks to open up these walls in towards this Eagle artillery to help get the Eagle, grab double expos and potentially a clan castle pull with a couple multis as well. That's a lot of value for this queen here if she goes into that section.
Yeah, but I'm a little bit scared for that queen. Take a look at her HP. Those healers are already raged. I mean, the healers are already raged, and she's still losing hit points just so quick. Nice rocket loons to take down the air defense. Really nicely done right there. But he has to keep freezing and raging at the same time versus those raged up expos, because they are just dealing so much damage. It's incredible. Nice king now for the bottom compartment to take down Scatter and the defending queen.
Oh,
but there is as well so much damage on his queen with the warden, with the rocket loons, he said. But he's keeping her alive for now.
Yeah, he's keeping her alive with that poison and help clear these pups. But if he can keep that queen going, that's a ton of value through this section. As we have 18 balloons to utilize. That king's going for the defensive queen. Very nice before those skellies. Makes his queen invisible. Pulls a sinking air mine. Every healer you lose, it's gonna hurt this queen charge, as that warden just might force her ability.
Oh, I mean, we have the warden now picking off those healers. One, is that even? They're not even in range. Take a look at the shadow of the healers and the range of the warden. How is what? How is that in range? But we have the warden ability getting forced super early now on the town hall, and this means those loons are going down there. They're at least grabbing the second star, but this queen without her healers are like, she's not going to get anywhere. And this LaLo just disappeared in seconds. I mean, take a look at that. They have gotten literally no buildings whatsoever out of this base, while the heroes took down the majority of base overall.
Wow. Yeah, those balloons went down really quickly as the headhunters are trying to take out the Royal Champion. She finishes them off. He's got his Royal Champion in, pops the ability, but the balloons, like you mentioned, they just didn't get really much value. Unfortunate warden timing. They all clumped up on the town hall after the warden ability was utilized. which meant that those balloons had no chance of surviving, and they went down. Another 2-star coming in here for UG Esports, which puts them to 9, but this is getting some nice percentage here. Remember, if you fail your attacks and you don't get those 3 stars, which if you don't get a 3-star, they are considering it a fail because they need to get 3 stars, but it has to be in the 90s, and that one just approached 90 because the tiebreaker is the percentage is what matters there. So you need to get as high of percentage as possible because many of these wars are super close. If it's not just a 1-star, it's a tied up match, and then it's those who get as many buildings as possible is the ones that walk away victorious.
Yeah, that's right. This match so far is indeed really close, depending on whatever ET Exports is going to bring to the table in their next attack.
Yeah.
But so far, it seems like both teams are really struggling versus those diamond bases, and this is what we see today, kind of in the entire match. Because yesterday we have seen like a couple of diamond bases here and there, but otherwise mainly the box base. But today, every single base so far has been a diamond base, and this is really the cool thing. Seeing the meta change within one tournament from weekend to weekend, from day to day. And, well, there is the next diamond base. Let's see if Amilin has the answer on how to take it out. And it's going to be another Hog Rider attack, Carbon.
Hogs, that's the answer. That's what they believe is going to take it down. Not a Skelly Donut Hogs, but it's going to be a Queen Charge Hogs. He's going to walk this Queen all the way towards the Eagle Artillery, which is exposed on the outside of the base, which you can walk into relatively easily, as the Sneaky Goblins was able to not only secure the Town Hall, but also lure and pull out that Clan Castle. And it looks like he's actually not sending the Queen towards the Eagle, as he just wall broke her in to go for that scatter shot.
Yeah, the Eagle might be then getting picked off by the King. That might be for sure a possibility. But Carbon, again, we have just seen how much damage a Raged Up or even 2 Raged Up Expos can do. And take a look at what is behind those defenses. A Rage Tower to cover the Scatter, the Expo, and Inferno Towers. There's going to be a lot of damage on this Queen. And he has to make sure that she's staying alive. And she's keep going because there's the next Wall Breaker going in to make sure the first Inferno Tower is in range. With the King now taking down, hopefully, that Eagle.
Yeah, looking to take out not only the Eagle, but also the defensive King there. That Queen, keep your eye on her. She's pushing her way through. Under the Rage Spell, she's going to be able to get the enemy World Champion. The multis, the Monolith is on her. Oh, she's going down quick. Pop her ability. No!
What?
Wallen, you lost the Queen. There's so much damage there as he pops that warded ability to protect these Hogs.
The Queen Charge just looked so good, but he concentrated on the Hog Riders, so he did not pay attention to his Queen getting attacked by the Monolith and the defending Royal Champion, and that was just a little bit too much damage for this Queen to handle. The Hog Riders are still trying to push through, but I am not sure if this is going to be enough power, especially with the 2 ground expos on the back end.
Those ground expos are going to be just too much. Pops that RC ability. The Hogs are gone. And that Queen needed to secure that bottom side of that base. And now with 4 attacks used on each side, this one is not going to be as high percentage, which means that it's tied up. And UG Esports are going to have the lead on percentage. And if they 3-star their final attack, they will knock out ET Exports just like that and advance in the lower bracket, as they have a just about a 4% lead at the moment.
That is crazy. I mean, for me, ET Exports was the super clear favorite in this one, but UG Esports are getting that done with incredible defenses right there. It seems like those diamond bases are just non-stop defending. And I feel like this one we have to really give credit as well to the base builders of Chessmac Gaming from last weekend, because they used diamond bases non-stop and really showed their true potential. They were one of the top 3 teams, if I remember correctly, on the defensive side, like defensive stats wise in the Swiss stage. They have defended amazing with that, and people are really, base builders are really getting then some ideas on how to build bases and what maybe to do, except every time running the box base. So it's really refreshing to see those different bases in this one.
Yeah, and that's the thing. From the very first qualifier to the World Championship, the meta always changes. So you have to be able to adapt. You have to be able to change with the times and update your strategies, not only in the offensive side, but also on the defensive side. The base buildings always take a little bit more time to catch up. It's always the offensive side that is leading the charge, and then the base building comes in, and then the offensive attacks start to struggle as they try to then counter. It's just a balance game back and forth. But this is it. This is a 3-star. They will be victorious. If not, then they leave the door open for ET Esports here.
And he needs to get as much value as possible with this Blizzard. Investing another invisibility spell to take down that defending queen as well. The wizards are not going to get that wizard tower, but there's just so much pressure on him. The plan so far looks really solid, I would say, because he is going to try now to push with his heroes all the way to the town to take it out. The only thing we need to mention right now is pay attention to the time. Please do start with, I guess the LaLo's going to start the top side, which means as soon as he's figuring out that this town is going to go down, just send everything from the top side as quickly as you can, because Time has already destroyed one of their blimp attacks earlier in this match, and let's hope there's not going to repeat it again.
Yeah, with that queen from the right making her way towards this town hall, you got to keep your eye on that time down below. As the ice comes down, King as well into the defensive King to help set that funnel and push this queen towards that town hall. And then eventually you're going to have to start the LaLo. Like, you're going to have to go. Otherwise, time is going to be the issue. Remember, a 3-star, you win and you advance in this lower bracket.
And this would be so crazy for them, getting the win and increasing the prize money already as well. Remember, with every single match, the prize money is going to increase for those teams. The queens keep charging in. It's now 1 minute left. He's trying to pick off the defending eagle at the top side, and he's starting the LaLo from the left side. That's surprising, because I would have expected that he's really trying to take down the eagle. Maybe the Royal Champ. No, the Royal Champ is already in there. So eagle for the backhand. I am not sure if I like that, Carbon.
Yeah, that eagle on the backside is going to be a huge problem as he hastes his way right through the core. The defensive rage goes off. He wasn't able to freeze it in time, as that eagle artillery is going to be a huge pain, as that multi is going to be doing so much damage as he makes his way around. The balloons are disappearing. He uses the freeze on the eagle. Balloons go towards that Monolith. He's continuing his push his way through. More freezes coming around, but he's only got 25 seconds. The warden's going to eventually get locked on by this Monolith, and the door just may be open for ET Esports to clutch the victory if this doesn't triple. And
wait,
look at these balloons. Look at these balloons. Oh, wait, no time
way.
Anyways is not on his side. And wow,
I mean, I said it. I said it. Please start early. And yet again, it seems like another time fail. You can't make this up. It's, I don't know. You really need to, like with those blimp attacks, but you have to wait for your blimp, like get your super wizards or your super archers, get the value. You're waiting for that. Then you're waiting for your heroes to take down the clan castle, which in its own already most times like taking 30 seconds. Then you wait for the heroes to get, I was really not really understanding why he did not go for the eagle side. Maybe the pathing wasn't the best, I'm not really sure, but that could have really solved the time issue. And an eagle on the back end, we have seen how much damage that can deal to those loons. So overall, unfortunate, but this makes this more exciting for us, because now ET Esports can turn this around, and they need a 3-star. A high percentage 2-star is not going to be enough. A 3-star to win this match, everything below that, and they are out of this golden ticket qualifier.
Wow. The team ET Esports, their lifeline is now. They have no room for error. It must be a 3, or you are sent home here in the Rush of Clans Golden Edition, as we've got Arium coming in with that blimp, flying all the way across it. He's going all out. He knows he's got to get it done with the double clone super archers.
Oh no, let's see if Arium can push the hit rate of this strategy just a little bit. So maybe it's maybe it's even close to the other strategies hit rate wise, but it's right now really not the best strategy. But this blimp, it landed in the spot where he wanted to go, and this looks...
Uh-oh.
Wait a second, the tunnel's not going down. Wait a second, Corbin.
Oh, no. Oh, again, the town hall not going down. What do they do here, Itsu? How does he recover? He's got a 3-star, because if he doesn't, it's over for them. It's over if he doesn't 3.
And I feel like now with the Tessa farm, he has to invest quite a bit to get that town hall. Yes, he has to invest the king, and now he has to face then LaLo with at least probably 2 Muj Inferno Towers staying up. I guess from one of the Muj Inferno Towers you can send the Royal Champion, that's no problem. But, I mean, playing the LaLo without spells, without the Warden, versus 2 Muj Inferno Towers, depending on where the red mines are, this can be really problematic. But he's getting the town hall for now. The king is tanking. It's not really tanking for the queen because the Expos are retargeting on the queen. She has her ability, but I don't think that she's going to get anywhere close to that Muj Inferno Tower. The Royal Champion, though, take a look at that. The Royal Champion running all the way. But she is getting taken care of that king. And now this LaLo has to somehow do it. But Carbon, 2 Muj Inferno Towers.
Yes, the multis are going to be a huge pain, but they're coming around. We do have the Ice Hound, the defending queen. Those balloons should be able to take it down with the death damage. The multi, come on. No! He sends it back in. Balloons is trying to sneak in. He's trying to make his way, but the Ice Hound can freeze it. He's got one more balloon to try to sneak in. That queen is full health. He needs to end on the queen so the balloons can kill her.
But the queen, oh no, all the balloons died, and now it's a 1 versus 1. The hound versus that Inferno Tower. There's reinforcement balloons coming.
Okay.
Wait a second, the red mines.
Come on, Ice Puffs will slow her down. No way. Wait, what? Does Arium clutch it up? You don't need to take the queen down. Go for
No,
they're
the
not
minions
going for the storage. No way, the archer. The diggy tries. 1 building away. 1 building for ET Exports, Itsu.
No way. I mean, 99 on... You can't make this up. I mean, he just went with the cursed strategy. What can we say? It's like the super archer blimp. It's just cursed. It's I don't know, not getting the town hall with like, I don't know, 20% hit point. It's staying up, and then the Tessa farm in front of the town hall. So he has to invest the Titan, the King, the Queen, all of that to get the town hall, and then having to play the LaLo versus so many Inferno Towers without spells whatsoever. I don't know. Like again, for us after the attack, it's easy to talk about that, but I feel like I don't know. Maybe Dragon Riders could have been better against all the Inferno Towers. I feel like their defense were kind of exposed, so maybe that could have worked. I don't know, but this certainly was not the answer for this base. And this means, to a big surprise, ET Exports is out of this golden ticket for the World Championship. And UG Esports is making it into the next round of the lower bracket.
UG Esports, congrats. They keep their hopes alive, advancing in the lower bracket. They are continuing that path, and we are giving away the golden ticket here today. At the end, we have several more matches. MVP right here, get it done with the Zap Titans. Very nice job, and wow, what a match. What a start to today, and you guys do not want to miss the rest of this. Wow, it is the tournament lives for these teams are on the line. 1 building is all that it took. Arium, what a great effort. And here is the updated playoffs bracket here, which means UG Esports has advanced to the next round in the lower bracket. So they will be waiting for the winner of Clash Champs and Chazmac EA. But Itsu, I'm just blown away here.
Yeah, and that next match is going to be incredible as well. But, I mean, Judo, you're back. How did you experience this match? That was an incredible one.
Oh, it certainly was. I feel so bad for Arium because, I mean, he nearly got it, right? And it's it's always easier looking at the attack when you're not actually attacking, but I feel even the headhunters, if he could have sent those in a bit quicker, I think the Royal Champion would have got that multi because they were just, you know, way too slow. But in the midst of everything, trying to focus on the LaLo, oh my gosh. Anyways, they just have to pick themselves up from there. There's plenty of other qualifier events where they can get a golden ticket. And UG Esports, they put up, you know, some fantastic attacks. They had a couple of time fails, so arguably, you know, they deserve the victory as well. I'm just looking forward to the rest of the matches today and seeing them come up later on as well, Carbon.
Yeah, absolutely. Just an incredible performance here in the match. And they were, hey, you know, all you have to do is just get more stars than your opponent. Gonna outperform them there. Whereas a few replays, and there it is, the 99%. And he had 18 seconds left. So if he had, it's super low as well. Too bad the minions just weren't a little bit closer to where the king was, and they went to that storage, but it's gotta be a heartbreak right there. So close, but yet so far, which means now that they have to go through a whole nother set of qualifiers to try to get not get another golden ticket, just try to get a golden ticket for this year here, Judo.
Absolutely. Well, I know you can just enjoy the next war, Carbon, which is sure to be an exciting one. I just want to say as well, let's just say, like, Ariam did a great job at fixing that attack as well. You know, he missed the town hall after all. He wasn't supposed to 3-star that, and he came within touching distance. But as we said, we move forward to the next matchup, and Itsu, it's going to be you and I. I'm sure you're looking forward to this one as well, because down in the lower bracket, I don't know how you feel, but there's almost that added excitement as well, just because it really is last chance. They have to win to survive.
Yeah, like if you lose in the upper bracket, you still have this like second chance, as you just said it, but the lower bracket, it's now really, get it done or you're out of the tournament. And I mean, with two teams being around for now years in the competition, the players as well, with now Clash Champs EA, Chessmech Gaming EA versus Clash Champs, that one is going to be a really, really great match. And it kind of depends on which form Clash Champs is going to show, because they have now shown 15 stars and 10 stars. What is it going to be, what they're going to show us today? Because their overall stats are looking incredible.
They certainly are, and I will say it's a pleasure to be able to cast this one, because I mean, Carbon's going to enjoy putting his feet up and watching as well. We will be seeing him later, but what I was going to say is that I think this is an interesting matchup in the sense that Clash Champs started with the perfect war yesterday, but then they really struggled in their second war, getting only the 10 stars, actually finishing with the 1-star. Whereas on the flip side, you have Chazmak that didn't start very well, and then they put up a fantastic performance against Strut, getting the 13 stars. So, you know, we have two teams that had one good match and one not so good match yesterday. So like you said, it really does just depend what happens on the day, and we're already into it with... I feel now it is the famous Skelly Donut. I am so surprised how many of these we have seen, and it always excites me just because of the risk they're taking at the start of an attack.
Yeah, and just getting the value, because the Clan Castle is such an important tool to somehow stop the heroes, right? The heroes are just such a strong offensive power you have in your army that you somehow need to stop them. And a defensive Lava Hound, a defensive Ice Golem, and all those things are great to really delay those heroes. But with taking that out early on, that's really great value. And now we have the King pushing into the scatter compartment, taking down the scatter compartment, and take a look at that Carbon. We're seeing something which we see not that often. It's a super giant running into that base on the right side.
Yeah, really interesting tactic. I would, much like I know you were mentioning yesterday, I'd love to hear the theory from a lot of the players, and maybe I can compile a list and just tag them all on Twitter afterwards, see what they say. But that would be really interesting. However, he's managed to carve the Archer Queen a nice path in towards that town hall. Ability is used, and it will soon go down. I know you were mentioning before, start the attack earlier with the blimp. 1 minute 40 for the LaLo, so in terms of time, this attack is looking right where he needs to be.
Yeah, that's right. The time is looking way better, especially since he has a lot of spells left for this army. The only bad thing for him now is there is double sweeper. There is a raged up area, which is looking really problematic for him. He has to freeze. He has to freeze again the back end. But right now, he's not doing it. And his troops are struggling quite a bit. But this sweeper might be able to defend this. But wait a second. The rage is running out.
I thought he might have sent the balloons from the opposite side of the base, right? Like, he could have actually targeted the sweeper. I don't know whether that would have been a good idea or not, but as they're getting towards the multi, he could have had a couple of balloons on top of that sweeper right now, had he have timed it correctly. Nonetheless, though, Itsu, look at all of these balloons. They just need to get one strike on the multi. Come on, down it goes. 40 seconds, more than enough time. We mentioned how were these two teams going to come out? What kind of form would they be in? Chazmak EA opening with a 3-star. They're on top form. What are Clash Champs going to do to respond?
For me, it's always like watching this finish. It's almost like always the question like, what would happen if the Rage Tower would affect the sweeper? Because then like Electro Dragon attacks or this LaLo, like they would get pushed back so much, or it would shoot quicker. I don't know. Like that would be just that would be a little bit evil. Okay, I would like to have this happen if I attack. Okay, but seeing the pros, I would like to have the rage effect on the sweeper to really see those loons struggle. But overall, really great attack, really good start into this match. And as I said, now the question is, Clash Champs, can they turn this around after their last match versus Tribe, where they have not really showcased their true potential? Because I feel like they are just such a good team. So the question is now, can they show this now in this elimination match?
Absolutely. I feel with how mature the esports scene is getting, we are at the stage where any team can beat any team. But I feel like what you mentioned earlier on today, in that of consistency, really is what is necessary. And Clash Champs, as good as they are just a little bit up and down at the moment. So let's see if Leo can settle their nerves with a Queen Charge Lava Loon attack. 8 sneaky goblins on this one as well. So interested to see where he will be using those. But setting up the funnel for his Barbarian King to dive in towards the Eagle Artillery.
Yeah, and this base has having a ton of openings, and it kind of looks similar to some bases we have seen yesterday. Overall, it's an anti-3-star setup, which we do not see that often anymore. But I really like that on Tunnel 15 right now. It feels like people have identified some of the weaknesses of box bases, and people are trying out different options, like the diamond bases, like those anti-3-star bases right now. And I'm looking forward to see if he can make this work with the Queen Charge LaLo, with probably trying to Queen Charge all the way to the Town Hall, depending on, I don't know, maybe the LaLo is going to be through the Town Hall. We will see in just a couple of seconds. But so far, the Queen is doing a nice job of exactly following the pathing. And the King took down everything he was supposed to get.
Yeah, beautiful start here, luring the clan castle as well. And I have to say, I really like the use of those sneaky goblins, actually, where he's creating the pathing for the Archer Queen, even with the storages, so she will not be drawn up to that area. She would move in towards the Town Hall, which is a really nice approach there. We don't always see the sneaky goblins just moving into the base for that funneling effect as well. But dealing with the clan castle troops, as you mentioned in the last attack, a lot of that is slowing down the troops. There's different types of clan castle troops, right? And one of the methods is not necessarily to deal damage, but just to try and make you time fail. So he's got to be careful on that. 1 minute 20, and the battle drill in towards the multi-inferno now. Interesting approach.
Yeah, now the question is he planning that this battle drill is opening the compartment for him? No, the drill is not going to open for him. So the Queen is kind of stuck here. And the Town Hall is on the back end, with even having to LaLo burst the sweeper. The Queen now getting forced into that wall, but there's only one rage left, and he has to invest it right away. This Town Hall can deal a lot of damage while the LaLo is going into that scattered compartment.
Yeah, he's going to have to pop that Queen ability pretty early, because he wants that Town Hall down before the balloons get there and start taking damage. They're already taking damage, so there is the Queen ability trying to get it down, but I feel the balloons are pretty much gone already. Itsu misses the multi. I really like the approach with the battle drill to stun the Monolith and then have the Yetis, but there's not a lot he can do on the back end here. It's just whether he can get through the single, which actually, that free spell down it goes. Can he get this 18 seconds?
18 seconds, and time is ticking so fast with the queen. I mean, all of those walls are open, and there's no storages left, but this wizard tower is just having so many hit points, so I feel like it's going to be a high percentage, and it's not going to be the worst, but it's not going to be this 3-star. 95% though is not a bad start on Town 15. We have seen how many times percentage can actually pressure the other team. So if they now get the next attack with a 3-star in, and maybe we see, I don't know, like a 2-star from Chasmac EA, this might change really quickly who's leading this one. So getting the high percentage, not too bad on this one. And Chasmac EA, it's not up to them. Like, do they get a big lead with putting up another 3-star? Or is it that they are giving Clash Champs the chance of getting back into this?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds really easy, right? But Clash Champs just have to try and understand that that attack was actually really good, and it's higher than the average that we're seeing. So like you said, it can easily flip-flop if they were to get a 3-star in the next one and a defense here, because most of the 2-stars are below 95%. Yesterday we were talking about how 90% is kind of the benchmark. He was well above that. But it's still a mental part that they're going to have to break down, that they are a star behind, despite it being a good attack. But nevertheless, we're into the next Chasmac attack with the Battle Blimp moving through. Will it work? Will it not? Let's find out, Itsu.
Oh no, I mean, let's just see. Wait.
Ooh, very nice.
Okay, it kind of looked to me like for a second that he cloned the Rocket Loons because they came out of the clan cars at this exact same moment. Oh no, the super archers are moving out of the invisibility for just a second, and this could now really cost him. The town at least is going down, that is good news. But the question is that enough value? Because, oh, the scatter is not going down either. I am not sure. The scatter with literally 0 hit points. Maybe he can add like 1 loon while the Titan is tanking. Maybe something like that works, because the heroes are now going to the other side, and I feel like that queen was misdropped a little bit because she's now walking around the outside, which means this Expo is staying alive for quite some time. There's the Dragon. Is this going to work? Can he take down that Expo? Well, we have the loons trying to finally take down the scatter shot.
Yeah, he for sure wanted that Archer Queen to get the 2 Expos and the Eagles, so a little bit unfortunate there. Does have to send in the Royal Champion, but like you said, the scatter shot there as well. He's going to have to try and sneak something towards that, and the Royal Champion and Diggy struggling on the Skelly spells, wanting them to catch up and merge together with the other heroes. 1 minute and 20, still plenty of time, so he's got to just try and keep calm here and make sure he can utilize the hero abilities as necessary, popping the queen ability to get through the scatter and then the enemy queen. The grounded Expo though does lock on towards the Royal Champion, and that's why he's now trying to get the LaLo in to get that down as quick as possible.
Yeah, that ground Expo has to go down. Diggy is trying to help as well with the stun effect, but that multi-inferno tower is going to be quite annoying. There is now more LaLo coming in. Remember, there is no phrases, no haste whatsoever. The defending king now is protecting his multi-inferno tower. With the Hound popping, there is no tanking left, and there's the scatter on the back end, but he has delayed 6 loons, which he has not deployed just yet, and maybe those are going to be the difference maker, but again, it's only 35 seconds left.
Yeah, he's going to have to spread a couple of them, I think, at different angles towards that back-end scatter shot. I would assume he would be doing that kind of now, because the Expo is tanked. He's actually just going to push them all in. Go for it in terms of getting the Archer Tower and the cannon, try and direct everything else down. An interesting approach. I thought he would have sent at least 1 balloon to that scatter shot, because, oh my, that's going to be the difference maker.
No way.
Can a minion get in?
Where? Oh no!
Oh my goodness!
Oh no! Yet another 99 from the Super Archer Blimp. That is... Oh god, this strategy, just stop playing it. It's cursed. You don't want to play it. It's just cursed. Okay, another 99, which means even if now on the other side Clash Champs is going to 3-star, the percentage, we have just talked about the high percentage. It's not a bad percent, okay? It's only, like, it's the highest possible 2-star percentage attack you could get. So we should always take a look at the positive things. And this is the positive thing then for him out of this attack.
I guess so. I'm sure he doesn't quite feel like that, but you are absolutely right. I am still curious though, like, and it brings me back to my point yesterday. Maybe we could have some challenges of like fixing things. What would have happened if he put 3 balloons to the Archer Tower, 2 to the cannon, and then angled the last one into the scatter? I really think that would have worked. I don't know what people in chat think about that, but to me, that could have been the difference maker. But they will still be in the lead narrowly, even if Clash Champs 3-star here, but we have the minions going in towards the Town Hall. No clone used here, just trying to pick off a couple of buildings and then target them directly onto the Town Hall by keeping the bomb tower and the gold storage invisible, as he's done. Also trying to get that Archer Tower as well. Quite good for pathing, I would say, getting those last couple of buildings after the Town Hall.
Yeah, but I feel like overall the plan was for sure to get the single Inferno Tower just based on how he angled that balloon, but the Super Minion's going the wrong direction, which means he's going to have to handle this single Inferno Tower on the back end, which especially for like the heroes, which is typically the power you have for the back end of the base, which they might struggle then against. There's now the skeleton spells coming in to tank those raged up scatter shots, because they are really deadly to those Inferno Dragons.
Sure, really unlucky not to catch all of the Inferno Dragons inside the Warden ability, having to invest a freeze so that he can get that Monolith, but not. That's honestly quite a good exchange, obviously, to be able to take that down, and just trying to continue this loop through the base with the Inferno Dragons, holding the Royal Champion to try and send her in towards the back end, but that looks pretty dangerous. It's a Rage Tower, all of the Tesla popping. Let's see whether he can get the timing of these right. He's still got a Skeleton Spell as well.
Yeah, the Skeleton Spell on the back end for this super stack compartment might be a good idea. I mean, just take a look at that. We have a Rage Tower next to a Tesla farm, to an Expo and everything. As soon as this Rage Tower just pops, his troops are just going to disappear, I guess. Take a look at the damage overall, which is getting put out by this. The King is trying to tank, especially with the Phoenix Egg, but the Royal Champion is getting targeted, and the Royal Champion does not like this because he's just getting like two-shotted by that scatter shot.
Wow, you could
sorry,
see
Raged Out Warden is one-shotting the Inferno Dragons? If I saw that... Oh, my. I mean, sorry, but that was just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, good observation. I was looking at the Archer Queen, so that is definitely one thing to know if you are approaching bases with the Inferno Dragons, but you could see how the Rage Towers are used in competitive play, right? Like, you can see why. He had all of his heroes moving to that compartment, and they just got melted. He didn't even get close to taking it down. So a really nice job on the base building front here to make sure that the damage output was just too great at the back end. And it means that we still do have the advantage lead in that of the start to Chazmac EA.
Yeah, they have and keep that lead on Chazmac EA, that's right. And just overall, the Rage Towers are just so crazy. Seeing the Royal Champion pretty much goes down within like 2 to 3 shots of like a scatter shot, or Inferno Dragons going by one shot from a Raged Out Warden. The Raged Out Warden is such an estimated defense with the Rage Tower together, because normally you always look like at Inferno Towers, at I don't know, maybe scatter shots itself or the Eagle. But if you're talking about single target defense, there is not as much as being a deadly Raged Out Warden, because I feel like at half hit points or something like that, you need to use the Queen ability, otherwise she's just getting one shot through her ability. It's so crazy, the damage output of that defense, and we were showcased by that in just this attack. And now it's back to Clash Champ EA, and they can really now put up quite a big lead, because it looks like that Clash Champs really struggle against the bases so far of Chazmac EA.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that I mentioned yesterday, which is absolutely the case again today. When you know your opponents for that first match, you can definitely prepare a little bit more. Plus, you had the attacks from yesterday to use and study. Using this one, though, the minions, they have been rotated with the Tornado Trap right to where the Town Hall is. So he will get that Town Hall, but they are going to take a lot of damage. They do survive through it. Not going to get much else into.
Yeah, they have gotten the Town Hall. They have not gotten... I mean, actually, they have gotten the Expo, the Spell Tower, so they've gotten overall great value. I mean, way more value than I would have expected, considering that there is the Tornado Trap. And now it's all about, again, the Inferno Dragon. We have the Invisibility Tower in the middle, which might be a difference maker, but this time there is no Rage Tower on the back end, which is, I think he's happy about that one.
Yeah, I almost wonder whether the Skeleton Spell could have actually popped the Invis Tower if he did play it that little bit further across, but I guess we'll never know. Interesting, though, that the Inferno Dragons are keeping their track through the middle due to the heroes on the right-hand side, so hopefully he can keep that Warden ability for the perfect moment, get the multi and the Eagle down, because that's where he's hoping to use that. But it's always that risk versus reward, almost, in a way. The longer you leave the Warden ability, the less value you get. He's got 2 Inferno Dragons inside there now, Itsu. So it's really... I don't know. I don't think that's obviously the best value. Yes, you want to wait for the best moment, but you need to protect the most troops possible.
Yeah, and those Inferno Dragons did not get that much. So overall, this is not looking like the attack ChazMagia was looking for when they were thinking about their next attack into this match. And he's now all about like getting more percentage. I mean, at this point, getting more percentage, making sure that they're at least still having the lead on the percentage game, even if Clash Champs is going to a 3-star, but they're picking up more and more buildings on this one, and the Queen ability is still there.
Yeah, like he has a chance, I guess. Well, I think when the Royal Charm was moving through with the invisibility, I was kind of thinking maybe he can get it. But I think there's just too much damage output there, right, with the Tesla and the Queen. Mind, she is going to the top. The Unicorn is healing her up. Diggy has managed to stun the first Inferno Tesla, so she hasn't took much damage. Down it goes. The cannon's going to fall. Itsu. No way. He's actually... Can he get the Queen platform? That's the only thing, right? 15 seconds. I think he's got it. No way. He has actually turned it around. This is... Wow. What can be said? Incredible.
Unicorn. That's, ladies and gentlemen, why you put that unicorn on your Queen. She is just going to survive non-stop and somehow turns this around with, well, the biggest value we so far had when it comes down to the ward ability, protecting 2 Inferno Dragons, which after that have not taken down a single defense. So, I don't know how he is doing it, but running into a bait with the Tornado Trap with the Super Minion Blimp in the beginning, then Warden ability, let's call it a surprising use, and still making it all the way really impressive. And well, ChazMagia just getting another 3-star on the board and pulling ahead quite a bit for Clash Champs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Clash Champs have to get the 3-star in this one. Otherwise, with 2 attacks left, they are 2 stars behind. That's really at that point where it can become too far out of reach and you're waiting for a 1-star. But I don't think we've seen an attack quite as close as that in terms of calling whether it was or wasn't going to happen. I wasn't even sure what to say towards the end there. But does get it through. Loop Zero knows the pressure on this attack because remember, we are in the lower bracket here. So the winner advances and the loser is knocked out. Beginning with the Warden Walk. Obviously, the Expo is tanked. The Expo can reach the Flame Flinger, so that is why we see the Grand Warden tanking. And I always like this combination. I know you're a fan of it too, but just using something to enable the Flame Flinger to get some really good value.
Yeah, this Siege Machine just on its own is just so incredibly strong if you can set it up. I mean, this is like the big difference between this Siege and most of the others. Most of the others is like a supportive tool for your main army, like a Lock Launcher, for example, or the War Wrecker. But the Flame Flinger is just like an army in itself where you need to do the support for the Siege Machine. And if you do that, this Siege Machine can really be a big difference maker. The attack so far looks incredible, especially because take a look at all of those openings around the base. Those Titans will just super easily walk from compartment to compartment without having any problems whatsoever.
Yeah, and he's obviously got a couple of wall breakers there as well to nicely get him through into the center of the base. Still has the Royal Champion to deploy and reinforce as well. And we do have the healers on the Titans. Notice the Rage Spell utilizing that. I know you were talking about that yesterday, which I think is something people who do like to use the Zap Titans need to really pay attention to is all about keeping the healers raged to keep the Titans alive, because you don't get extra pulsing damage from the rage spell on the Electro Titans.
Yeah, 100%. Like, the healers and them being raged up is the key thing, but at this point, wait a second, this Town Hall has to go down, and we have seen this now plenty of times that the Town Hall is ticking and taking more and more damage with the fire pups, but there's Bitter Huts close by. The Bitter Huts might be a big problem, except if the Royal Champion can take them out, but that Town Hall still has to go down, and the Royal Champion is going down before that. There's now the Clan Castle troops, there's Black Mines, Rocket Dudes are going in. Can this Town Hall go down?
Oh!
Wait, okay, now we're back again to just watching the fire spirits to actually get that Town Hall.
I think he did enough damage with Rocket Blues. Yeah, I think he did enough damage that he would get it. And again, we see the Unicorn helping the Archer Queen. Queen ability goes off. We were in a deja vu moment there, weren't we? Another 99% 1-star, but not this time. Loop Sierra getting the 3-star when it is needed, pulling Clash Champs back towards this, giving them their lifeline. The war is still in the hands of Chazmac EA. They are still A-star in the lead. But now with 2 attacks to go, Clash Champs know they have a much better chance. And obviously, that is their first 3-star of the war. So who knows, maybe they can pick up from here and just run with it.
Yeah, and I mean, overall, it just surprises me how many times we have seen this exact same scenario where the Flame Flinger is not getting the Town Hall. So he's relying on the troops out of the Flame Flinger to actually get the Town Hall. And I mean, so far it has been a couple of close calls we had over this tournament with this setup, but he's getting it done on this one. No Bitter Huts surviving versus the Royal Champion and everything, which means then it's going to be enough with those fire spirits taking it out. And now it's back to Chazmac EA. They have the 1-star lead, but something which is important as well, especially with such a close match, they have the percentage lead as well, and not only the 1-star more than their opponent.
Yeah, really good point, especially because, you know, if they get 1 more 3-star, then the percentage, in the end, some people could argue it's obviously comparable to a star, if you will, in terms of the advantage. But nevertheless, we do have the Titans in this attack as well. No lightning spells to support this, which is interesting. We've seen this a little bit more recently, just using the Titans and the Blimp versus a lot of Zap Titans. But I'm interested to see where he uses this Blimp. Maybe just on one of the scatters, do you think, Itsu, to try and help with pathing?
I mean, that might be for sure an option. Other option would be just blimping the Town Hall, because the Queen is not going to go there. Otherwise, something which I have seen in the Creative Master series of Carbon Fin is, at this point, what you could do, because he still has 1 super troop open, right? He is only using the Sneaky Goblin, so you could use that Queen. Okay, ability used, but you could use an Inferno Dragon onto the Town Hall, just snipe it. That is something which I have seen plenty of times pros are doing, which would be a really cool idea on this one. But right now, he's not doing it. He's still keeping that Blimp. So there goes the Blimp flying across. But that's a heavy investment for just this one building.
Yeah, absolutely. Not to mention the siege and the, you know, the troops inside it. I wonder if he could have actually just used the Stone Slammer towards that. But let's see what else he has in mind. The Archer Queen here peeling off from the main pack to get the Monolith. Can she? Oh, no. Just about. Oh, the Phoenix. She gets it. And the Eagle. He invests the Rage. Oh, my word. That's amazing. Phoenix OP.
Wow. I would have not... Okay, that is quite cool, because normally you always see the combination with that Unicorn on that Queen, but instead he is opting for the Phoenix on the Queen. We have seen why this was a good call on this one. Even triggering the back-end Rage Tower. I mean, Rage Tower is reloading quite quick, but maybe he's just having not as much damage output as otherwise there might be the case.
Yeah, I guess the thing I'm worried about, Itsu, is 40 seconds. The Titans do tend to be quite slow, and he's got a large amount of buildings spread out. There's a lot of distance they have to travel to get there as well. He's holding on to the spells, but he's got to start using them pretty quick. As you can see, Royal Champion trying to help. Rage Tower, oh, he got it! just as it reactivated to help with the expo damage. So he's going to have to freeze that as well, getting close to the 90s. But it is just going to be a time fail, I think. He's got more than enough troops that he would have been able to get through this.
Yeah, the queen going down early is such a painful thing to happen because she's just such an important damage output source. Like, her staying alive over the entire attack is just so much damage which is getting put out there, and if she's going down early on, this is just a lot of damage which then results into time, which is missing on the attack overall, because the Titans, they are a solid, I mean, let's say hybrid between tank and dealing some damage, but they're not that great at like non-stop one-shotting buildings like super bowlers, for example. Like, super bowlers are great at dealing damage, but Titans, they're more like this consistent, slow troop, and if the queen is then missing or going down early, this is exactly what then can happen with the queen not being able to deal the damage which she's supposed to.
Yeah, definitely an interesting point. I do wonder, though, with the Phoenix on the queen, was that part of his plan to have her peel off, get that middle section, and go down? Because that's always the interesting thing, right? You want to put the Phoenix on a hero that is going to go down so you can utilize it. Obviously, there's other use cases, as we see with it on the Grand Warden and stuff on air mode, but in general, you want to use it on a hero that's going down. But I completely, agree with your point. He did need the damage behind the Titans as well. However, this one from Clash Champs, they know they're behind by the star. They are behind by the percentage as well. So arguably this, again, has to be a 3-star from Selenho.
Yeah, and he's trying to funnel his queen towards the top side, right into the eagle. And he's going to be a LaLo attack as a follow-up. Yes, right now the Flame Flinger selected, but most of the time you try to set this Flame Flinger up as soon as possible, because it will take its time. Like, it's not the fastest siege machine or something, so it takes its time. And now he's sending it on the far right side, tanking the Archer Tower early on with the Giant. Nicely done right there. But now, how much can he take down? Especially with this Tesla farm around the mortar. This could be a lot of value for him.
Yeah, it certainly could be. And I wonder if he has timed that well enough that the troops inside are going to then, come and support his LaLo later on, because that's one thing you always have to consider. Can you merge those troops and get value with those troops that are inside the Flame Flinger? But just concentrating back across to the Queen, just about to get that multi down. Perfect time to start taking out the Clan Castle troops, but he didn't get a full pull there, so it's just a couple of the Goblins going down first. He's keeping his eye on that, because presumably we've got Rocket Loons and well, I was going to say Rocket Loons and a Lava Hound in there, but no, it is just Goblins and the Lava Hound. Going to take his queen a bit of time to get through all of that, though, which again is purely just trying to waste time, because we're almost down to the last minute and he's not even 50% through the base yet, Itsu.
Yeah, and he had to reinvest one freeze on the right side because he missed the timing with the barge, like with Barbarians and Archers to tank for his Flame Flinger. So he took more damage than he was intended to do. But now with the Queen in that core, taking down defense left and right, and the LaLo starting, it is not looking too bad. He's missing the Town Hall though with the freeze. I'm not sure if he's completely fine with that, but this Royal Champ right now is doing an incredible job of taking down the core. And that Flame Flinger Judo, like that took down the entire right side, scatter, Tesla farm, everything. And this attack is just beautiful.
And he's got 30 seconds left. I was literally just saying how he's got 1 minute and over 50% of the base, and then down it goes. He had the rage spells, all of those balloons to perfectly place. What a beautiful attack. Levels things off here, coming down to the final round of attacks. Chazmak EA still in that slight advantage with percentage, but the way that Clash Champs have performed the last couple of attacks, anybody's game here. It's so excited for this next round of attacks.
Yeah, I feel like especially the setup of the Flame Flinger on this one was just incredible. I mean, it was really, I don't know if it was planned that the Tesla farm was expected in that location, because typically you see the Tesla farms around scatter shots or like heroes in general, and maybe he expected the Tesla farm being there. He invested a lot of troops to like trigger traps or like see and scout if there's possible traps, and with that, this Flamefinger took down like 5 Tesla and air defense. The scatter shot itself before the clan cards, like this is before the clan cards troops are even coming out. No other siege machine could do that. A slammer, no chance. The battle drill, no chance that it's taking down like an entire Tesla farm. And then in addition to that, even with scatter and an air defense, there is no shot at that. And this siege is just so strong if you can set it up. And that was just perfectly done. And now we're back to the next attack with another blimp. This blimp is only supposed to take down the Inferno Tower and funnel just a tiny bit.
Yeah, I really like this approach that I'm seeing a lot of them do, using the blimp with a couple of loons and the Dragon Rider to take out the multi, but moreover pop the Rage Tower as well, because it does take a little time for it to expire, but obviously once that is done, his Queen charge in towards those 2 grounded Expos is going to be, you know, supported significantly by having that removed.
Yeah, that's for sure. The triggering the Rage Tower early is a really good move, and now we can wall break into that core with having 2 wall breaks in this army composition. The question though is, can the king get that scatter? That would be massive, and yes, indeed, the scatter is going down, which is really important for him. But take a look at that tornado trap. That was probably to bait like a far side blimp, but on this one, it is catching the queen, and it's rotating her in even more damage.
Certainly is, and with the Lava Hound as well, the Rage Tower actually reactivated, popped, so the Queen has to deal with it anyway, but thankfully she had the first Expo down, meaning it's a lot more manageable at that stage. And this is a really cool charge, Itsu, breaking into one side of the base, then wall breaking through to essentially the compartment on the opposite side where he can get the Archer Queen as well. I really like this approach, and yeah, we'll just have to see whether he can LaLo through that town hall. But if previous attacks give us any indication of that, we've seen players do that no problem.
Yeah, but I feel like the wall breaks were not happening as intended. I think he wanted to have the wall break towards the clan castle because this would have meant that he would have raged the Monolith and the Sweeper pointing towards the LaLo part. With this now being up, this might be a big problem. Maybe he can get the Royal Champion Shield into that Sweeper. That would be great for him. But right now, it looks like that this is not happening. And now with the Sweeper, this is a really painful LaLo. The Queen is now in, like, that was the Royal Champ already, right? So there's no point in the Queen being there. So I think the wall break did not happen as planned. And this Sweeper is messing things up big time for him. But maybe the reinforcement loons from the outside can somehow help him to push all the way through. And the Queen now trying to support everything. And it looks like he's just having too many loons left.
Yeah, that is your answer, Itsu. The support loons from the right-hand side will be able to help him. Down those defenses go. And wow, what a performance from Chazmac EA. Despite Clash Champs really putting up a good performance themselves, they will not be able to catch up in this match. Chazmac securing that final 3-star, 13 stars. But let's see what Clash Champs can do to go out on this one, whether they can show us even more impressive attacks. But a fantastic job with the pressure on the line there, knowing the 3-star gave them the victory. But if he didn't, it left the door open because percentage is very close still.
Yeah, I mean, overall, like from Chazmac EA, the percentage is incredible. 98.4% average destruction is really impressive on Town 15, with then 13 stars as well. Overall, really strong showing by them, and I feel like this is around about the same performance they did against Strut, and it was enough back then, and it's going to be enough as well versus Clash Champs. They're up next. They can still like get the one attack in. Let's see what they're going to do, but overall, Chazmac EA, that match really looked strong, and then later on they have to, I think, match versus UG Esports. I think that should be then the next opponent for them. So I think if they can be, again, as consistent with those 13 stars, they are looking really good.
Absolutely. Yep, they will be going up against UG Esports that we seen earlier, and then it will be whoever wins out of Trive, or whoever loses out of Trive and Navi. But P. Castro starting with the Skelly Donut, I said, going out in style, and that is what they are aiming to do. But the Archer Queen here, distracting the Skellies, and he's not going to get the Monolith. Gets the Archer Queen, though.
He gets the Archer Queen. I mean, that is quite nice, getting one of those heroes out early. but the Monolith would have been nice as well in this setup. We have a really open base. Overall, I like it that different teams now have like different ideas and understandings of the base meta. While we have seen the first two teams running the diamond bases, we have seen that Clash Champs are running the box bases, and Chasmac EA are opting for those anti-3-star bases, which so far, you have to say it, are working incredible well. I mean, holding back Clash Champs to 10 stars after 4 attacks is really strong. Because, I mean, Clash Champs, they have already gotten the 15 stars in this tournament, but it seems like those bases were giving them a hard time. With this queen charging into the core and there's just this unicorn on her, it is looking strong as well.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we can maybe expect the Tesla to be stacked into one of these scattershot compartments. That's what they did earlier. It's what they did in the previous attack there, where they then outsmarted it, arguably, Clash Champs, with the Flame Flinger, and that seems to be the case. So a little bit of Chasmac Gaming's, Chasmac EA's style there with the raged compartments and the Tesla farm. RC is going to get through that with Diggy, should be able to get the Scatter and Archer Tower, but just secures that with the invisibility spell, and then he has clear pathing of the LaLo in towards the Town Hall. Let's see whether they can do this. He's still got lots of spells and the Warden ability to support this through.
The Hound nicely flying across that Town Hall, triggering the Tornado Trap, which is amazing for him. But the Warden ability is really early, even though he invested the freeze and still used the Warden ability, which surprises me because those loons are now caught within that poison of the Town Hall. And he has still 11 loons left, so maybe he thought, okay, I'm totally fine with losing those loons from the beginning. The Slammer is staying on the back end, I still have the freeze, I will reinforce my loons from the left side. And this attack is looking really solid with having a skeleton spell still to deploy.
Yeah, fantastic job. And I have to say, this is one thing that I'm really enjoying the pros are doing, is actually splitting the LaLo into 2 sections. That's exactly what you've seen. Using one side to get the Town Hall area, and then just letting those balloons go down. He had the haste to power them out of the Town Hall, but wanted to use that on the second phase of the Lava Loon. Really just shows the class that they have. And Clash Champs, although they're going home, 13 stars, 96.2%, a fantastic performance, but it is Chasmac EA getting the victory on this one. As you said, Itsu, 98.4. That is super high in this meta.
Yeah, really impressive showing from both teams overall. You have to say Clash Gems did an amazing job. Some of the attack, like the first attack for Patolino, just ended up a little bit too low on the percentage game, which is, I mean, 86%. For some of the other matches, this would have been completely fine. But then you take a look on the Chasmac EA side, 99 and 93%. That's just crazy overall. So really impressive showing from both teams. But congratulations to Chasmac EA making it into the next round of the lower bracket.
Yeah, indeed, because, I mean, both of those attacks could have easily converted as well. So we do see our MVP of that matchup, and I have to say, I am pumped to see Chasmac EA later on today as well, because they have started on a roll, and I guess that's one advantage of being in the lower bracket, is you can, you know, get your confidence together and kind of get in the groove, if you will, before you then have to come up against those higher teams in the match, if you will, because we're looking at the bracket here. We do have UG Esports and Chasmac in that next round of the lower bracket. They will be facing off against whoever loses of Tribe Gaming and NAVI, sitting up there still in the upper bracket. So plenty of exciting matches yet to come. And yeah, I mean, what do you think about all of that so far, Itsu? I think we've had 2 incredible wars to kick this today off.
Yeah, and especially something which I always enjoy is that those matches were close, right? Like, it was really coming down to the last couple of attacks with ET Exports and UG Esports being 11-11 and the last match 13-13. So this is always the matches I enjoy the most, when the matches are close. It's not always, it does not always need to be like the crazy scores or something, but as soon as the match is over, really intense and really the last attacks matter. That's always the one thing which is really enjoyable. But what is enjoyable as well is like this next matchup. I mean, Tribe Gaming versus NAVI, a rematch of the finals of last year of the World Championship. that is going to be a crazy one, especially with like the dynamic of this qualifier overall. NAVI getting already the first golden ticket for the World Championship for this year means if they get the first seed, they will hand it down to the second seed overall. So Tribe, it would be in theory enough for the golden ticket to finish second, but overall that match is going to be crazy. And Carbon, with that last match on the way, what was your impression of the Clash Champs vs Chasmic EA game?
Well, my impression was that Archer Queen platform. Remember that 90, almost 99, but he turned it into a 3-star? That was the difference maker, right? That allowed now for Chasmic EA to get the victory. And you don't really think about or remember the attacks that were before until it comes down to the end. Like, oh, wait a second. He actually got that just barely 3-star, which helped them win. So congrats to Chasmic EA advancing. But yeah, like you mentioned, the next match that is coming is a rematch of last year's Grand Finals, which is Tribe Gaming taking on NAVI here, Judo.
Yes, I am certainly excited to be diving into this. And like Itsu said, just the storyline involved with this one as well. The rematch and what it could mean to Tribe Gaming if they win this, getting into the final. It could even be enough for the golden ticket, as he mentioned, depending on what then happens in the lower brackets. So it's going to be myself and you, Carbon. Itsu has the pleasure of just watching this one and returning later. Having a quick look at the stats, we can see these are updated following yesterday's matches. Tribe Gaming, solid hit rate, but also just looking at the average percentage, really high up there into the 90s for pretty much every one of the players. Stats don't tell the whole story, but for Tribe Gaming, they are following through with those very well.
Yeah, Tribe Gaming is doing fantastic. Same with NAVI as well. Look at this. Gaku at 11 out of 12. Just wild. Mind-blowing, but a surprising stat there. Klaus is 6 out of 12. So he's coming with attacks at the end of the matches, but he hasn't converted on a handful of them. So we'll have to keep our eye on what Klaus does in this one. But yes, this is a rematch of the grand finals of last year's World Championship. This is a huge match for both teams, but there's definitely more pressure on Tribe Gaming, because if Tribe Gaming win, they advance to the grand finals and could be just almost this match away from getting a golden ticket, because if NAVI lose and they go to the lower bracket, and then NAVI win the lower bracket to come back to match Tribe, Tribe's already done. They've already guaranteed their golden ticket because they would be finishing in second place just like that. But if NAVI lose here and then lose again, then the grand finals would determine the golden ticket winner. So anything can happen. Tons of different possibilities. The bracket reset is real in here, since it is a double elimination bracket, as you will make your way from the lower bracket. Coming back, you have to win and then win again. So you have to win 2 times if you're coming from that lower bracket. It's a lot easier from the upper bracket. But yeah, Tribe and NAVI, this is going to be a match you do not want to miss.
Yeah, you certainly do not. And I guess due to all of the theory crafting you just had on predictions, that you don't really want to miss the end of the stream as it is to find out what will actually happen. But we are starting out with Gaku. Super impressive stats. But one thing I would mention as well is just remembering that it is a team game. We seen Exco assist yesterday and just securing that 2-star win for them at the end. You know, taking the hit on his stats, if you will. So it's always about just assuring you're doing the best for the team. But Gaku, 11 for 12 so far. You could say the odds are in his favor for this attack. But yeah, tricky start here for the Queen charge, Carbon.
Yeah, with that Queen making her way in towards this defensive Raw champion. We got a Poison next to the Eagle and a Rage near that Town Hall. The King looks like he'll go to the outside. We got Archer. No, we got Goblin. Superman's Rocket Launch going to this Queen. Superman's get a few shots off, raging this Queen up. You have to be careful. There's a jump for his Queen to no wall breaking. So he wants to be sure exactly to push this Queen in to grab the Eagle and eventually that Town Hall.
Yeah, I think the jump spell is a really good move here because the deeper you get into the base, the harder it is for the wall breaks, right? And the jump spell can just help assure you guarantee where your troops are going. But there goes the Rage Tower popped, instantly uses that freeze spell, quick reactions from Gaku. That helps the Queen get down an Expo, popping the ability for the Town Hall, and then he can start the LaLo, shift his focus a little bit once the Queen is a little bit safer. Poison Tower, though, really doing work against those balloons. Has to use the Warden ability over there.
Oh, he does use the Warden ability, decides to freeze up that defensive Queen and the multi-target Inferno. Look at this Queen. She is staying up through this charge. That Warden ability went off. The World Champion's moving, and he's got 11 more balloons. So that back-end multi-target Inferno is going to be the biggest threat as he's pushing his way around. But he's got so many balloons he can take out the Archer Tower down there, the Wizard Tower, the Great Warden, and he's got a baby dragon as well. The Queen's still alive. Gaku, what a way to start this one off against Tribe.
He only just used the Royal Champion as well. As you were pumping that up, I just heard "Hoo-ha!" in the background as the Royal Champion.
Wow.
Only just coming in for cleanup. Look at all of those balloons. Oh my goodness. What can you say? I am really speechless. Gaku really is on another level to charge into the base in that manner.
Yeah.
Tribe Gaming trying to trip him up with that Poison Tower, quickly adapting, and that's one thing I noticed is just how fast he was with the spells, the reactions, and that's how it was so overpowering in the end. A beautiful attack to start off this war. We expected nothing less, though.
Yeah, indeed. That's the way we were expecting this one to start off with. And that Gaku goes now 12 for 13. It's just only one attack has fallen short. It's wild. How can you have such amazing hit rate at Town Hall 15? So many players struggle, but Gaku is just dominating at Town Hall 15 and so good and comes in with different attacks, right? It's not always the same attack versus the same exact base style. Like, okay, you know what? I'm going to pick this attack because I can do no, he can do it all. He's dissecting each base apart and bringing the right attack for it and dominating, and that is a brilliant start for NAVI here against Tribe.
Yeah, and with the shortest amount of time to plan as well, right? It's the first attack of the war, so he's had very limited time to tailor the attack to the base. I know it was more of a traditional Queen Charge LaLo, if you will, but he still had to tailor different elements, choosing to take the jump spell like we were talking about. But we have 37 Hog Riders from Kronos, starting with the Skelly Donut. We were impressed with the Hog Riders yesterday. Let's see what he's got for us here. Monolith shortly going down with the bats, and the Clan Castle does follow. Beautiful start.
Yeah, Kronos grabs both of the important things, the Clan Castle and the Monolith there with the Rage for that blimp over the multi-target Inferno. Now looking to grab this Town Hall as he... Oh no.
We didn't get the multi.
He did not. No, yeah, the defensive Rage goes off, but the multi stayed up there, Judo.
Yeah, I guess the defending king, obviously just a little bit too distracting for the troops there. And this is going to add significant damage onto those support troops. But you can also see the skeletons that are meant for distraction for the Archer Queen just instantly vaporized. And now she's taking extra damage. So he's got to commit the invisibility spell to try and help support. Will that be, costly towards the end of the attack? Even a freeze spell now as well to help that Archer Queen.
Yeah, that Queen, she's going to make her way to the left, rages her up, and she continues her push, but her ability, unfortunately, was forced as he pops that King ability. But can he make her... No, he can't make her invisible or anything, so she's not going to be able to grab this Town Hall.
He's going to have to commit Hog Riders to the Town Hall. I was going to say he's either going to have to sacrifice some Hog Riders and just give them up, or he's going to have to use the Warden ability. Opts to use the Warden ability alongside those Headhunters, but that is obviously huge. We know how much damage the Hog Riders can do when they are under the Grand Warden's Tome. So this is massive. Using that heal spell, I think he wanted to use that heal for the Well, maybe he actually wanted the Warden ability for the back end with the Rage Tower, actually, because that is so deadly. There is no way he is going to get through that. An unfortunate start, but it leaves Tribe Gaming trailing early on in this matchup.
Yeah, that's going to be a lower percentage here in the 60s as the RC ability does go off, but that's all it takes. That blip not grabbing the multi, Queen not able to grab the Town Hall. Just like a compounding effect where he wanted to send the Hogs in towards that Eagle, but we're seeing so many Hog attacks coming in through the playoff stage here for the Rush of Clans Golden Edition. As the Wizards trying to get a little bit more cleanup, trying to push his way into the 80s, but with a 3-star to start for Navi that Gaku came in with, you have to be answering with 3 stars against a team like that.
You certainly do, but let's just look on, the positive sides for Kronos in that he didn't necessarily panic too much. He had to secure the Town Hall, right? I mean, at that point, he knows 3 stars are out of the question. I've got to get that 2-star. So he made sure to do what he needed to do to keep his team, in the best possible chance given what had happened. Some things will not go your way and you have to be able to adapt. So I think given the start, not being able to, it was not getting the multi down that caused what happened with the Archer Queen, but following that to get up to 80%, I think that's a really fantastic job he did to turn things around. But that's not going to win wars at the end of the day. He's done a great job on that one, but they do trail by a significant amount already.
Yeah, indeed. And if Tribe does go down in this match, that means whoever wins in the lower bracket gets to the grand finals, gets that golden ticket, right? But you still want to win this one. So there's plenty more attacks to come in here as we now have stars to come in with 30 balloons. It's the Blizzard. Oh, he makes this air defense invisible to reroute this Hound, to pull for traps, and have that blimp trap. Oh, he finds a tornado trap, and he's going with a super minion blimp to help try to grab that Town Hall.
Yeah, popping them out just away from that Town Hall. Now, notice how he's trying to get all the buildings around it. And I talked about that a little bit yesterday, just rotating the invisibility spell slightly. So it's picking the perfect spot to be able to pop your battle blimp so you can then rotate around the buildings, and he got everything he wanted there. A really nice job of redirecting that Hound in order to just double check there weren't any other seeking air mines over there. But after the Town Hall falls, he knows he can be obviously secured of that, and he's got a few moments to catch his breath now as well with the Archer Queen. I always think that's quite nice in the midst of attacks. Once you've done one phase, if you then get a couple of seconds to just reset, it can be massively helpful rather than just one thing escalating to another.
Absolutely. This Queen making her way to the left towards the defensive Queen. The King can pop his ability, go through this whole section. There's a giant spring trap right out here. No, okay. So that's why he's now dropping the Ice Golem. But the Queen is getting hit, so he's forced to use his freeze because that Queen was taking so much damage as now his King ability is getting activated.
Rocket Loons coming out of that clan castle. Can the King get the scatter shot before they take him down, though? Archer Queen is quickly going to follow to get that. But like you mentioned, the Giant was a nice touch to test for the Spring Trap, and the Ice Golem actually does get good value here. Freezes the Expo and the multi, which is going to support his lava moving in, but the Air Sweeper trying to push those balloons back. Is he going to be able to get those with the Archer Queen ability? That's the question.
Yeah, those air sweepers were a big problem, pushing those balloons back. Now it's going to rely on his Queen popping the ability to take out the other multis as she's making her way around. But there's still a lot to come back around towards that Monolith. The defensive multi needs to go down for him, but it's stay up here. The Queen, will she go down? There's more balloons to try to path into it. Red air bomb comes up, and no, the Warden's going down. These balloons are going down. And Axos' base is gonna hold against stars here. Wow, this is a huge defense for Tribe Gaming.
Absolutely massive. That skeleton trap was perfect to stop the Archer Queen from getting that multi-inferno, and it was just beaming those balloons down the whole time. Now, he does have a good number of buildings on the right-hand side of the base here. You can see that are open. The minions are going to be able to take those out, so he is ramping up the percentage, but this is massive. Like we said, if Tribe Gaming are able to come in with the 3-star next, that's where Kronos holding it together, getting the 80% 2-star means they are not too far behind if they 3-star in this next one. And that's just proves the importance of being able to hold it together when something goes wrong.
And it shows why you got to continue to get every single building in your attack. If something goes wrong and you know it's not going to be a 3-star, then you have to completely change your plan to go for as much percentage as possible, because that can play a big role at the end of a match, especially one with all of everything on the line. This is an upper bracket match, so if you lose this match, you're not eliminated. You will then move to the lower bracket, and you'll wait the winner of the next match, which is going to be UG Esports taking on Chazmac EA. But here we go. And Exorcist is in, and he is looking to bring the hybrid, and he needs the 3-star to tie this one up here.
He certainly does, and I always find the player rotations a little bit interesting, because we've seen Exorcist go last yesterday, moving into the 2nd place spot here today. Maybe that's just planning and having the strategy ready to go, but the Queen Charge up top is aiming to charge in towards that Town Hall. I think we've seen a similar layout yesterday, actually, where the hybrid worked quite nice. Moving through the bottom section of the base. So let's see whether Exorcist can get this one to work. The Raged Up Expos obviously provide a lot of damage, but when that's the only thing firing at his Archer Queen, he's obviously able to control that quite well with the spells.
Yeah, absolutely. He also finds the Tornado Trap with the Queen, which is going to be huge. And it's going to be very nice so that Queen can loop her way around towards this Town Hall. Now, you don't have to worry about that hybrid pulling the Tornado Trap. And you'll notice on that Warden, we've got that Poison Lizard, which is very useful, and especially in an attack like a hybrid. It could be even more useful for an attack like your Hog Riders, because it goes forward to the defensive heroes and takes out that CC. So it can help assist, take it out. Oh, wait, is this an Air Warden? Oh, no! No, 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 no! He's got an Air Warden! Uh-oh.
That is definitely not what was planned. I mean, sometimes we do see early Warden abilities, but it does tend to be with the Mass Hog Riders coming into this area with the Rage Tower, the Multi-Infernos. This is where he wanted the Warden ability for sure. And he doesn't have the heal here. He used the early heal to try and just help as much as possible. Yeah, she missed the Monolith as well. Oh, everything's going to go down pretty rapidly now.
Yeah, he's losing. This is where he wanted to pop that Warden ability right through this whole core here. Unfortunately, with that Air Warden, could have completely changed his mind, his thought process of what happened there, as the King is making his way to the bottom side, and you can see by his reaction there, the Air Warden causing him then to have to change a little bit, and unfortunately not able to get that one done. And oh man, how unfortunate there. That hurts.
Yeah, he knows, and unfortunately, I think it has caused him to lose his focus a little bit, because I know it's minimal, but those headhunters could have came in a little bit quicker, right, to try and protect his King. But I guess that's part of just the passion, isn't it? When you have everything planned out and something so little like that can make such a big difference. You called it right away, but with that Warden ability going off, so much damage in the center, they had no chance. There was no way of adapting that. And again, I guess it comes back down to the situation that I would have loved to have seen what would have happened if he had the Warden ability, because he had a lot of troops merged into that area. He had the pathing, he had everything there. That Warden ability would have allowed them to crush it, but I guess it is what it is. They just have to try and move on, hope that their bases hold again, because Tribe are clearly ready. And I mean, they did beat NAVI in the Swiss stage. They have to remember that. NAVI aren't unbeatable. So, Tribe is definitely one of those teams that can replicate that again and again.
Yeah, that small mistake is going to come back. He's going to be thinking about that. You always got to do that final double check, making sure that everything is set. You got your spells, you got your troops, and of course you got that right air or ground warden. And now at Tunnel 15, you got to be also checking your pets, because your pets you have to also change before the attack starts. Warden you can change during the attack, right? Obviously before you deploy him. But now it's time for NAVI, and he's looking to bring a 30 hog riders. A 3-star will be huge, giving them another a star lead, as they've got one already because of the triple from Gaku. As that blimp,
the blimp
does
didn't
secure
land
that.
in there, but he does get it.
Yeah, he gets that queen. And there you go. That queen going down is huge. Especially now for his queen charge, which is making her way towards the town hall potentially. But it looks like there's a little bit of a Tesla farm, or maybe just Teslas near that Grand Warden. It could be Teslas on the other side by the other scatter too.
Queen ability's gone off. Yeah, I feel like this was definitely, there was 2 seeking air mines in that area, potentially looking to feed the battle blimp in. Had it have gone into that area, they could have got that down. Rocket Loons always power across, and this is where, I mean, we don't see the super minions as much because they got nerfed on defense, but look at the damage. He just gets the invisibility in.
Wow, was that close? But she can't survive this. She's going to go down. The poison spell, the expo's on her. Now the lava hounds are going to pull her attention away. She's going down. What is he going to do? He doesn't have any more rages. He's got to free something, but is it worth the investment to keep this queen alive? She's trying to hang on, and no! Down she goes, and the town hall is not activated, so he can potentially maybe drop the king on the store, so loop his way back and grab this town hall. But that poison spell next to the town hall is slowly coming back.
Yeah, that was huge, wasn't it? And I guess it just again comes back to the situation of he knew at that point the queen was going to go down. I'm going to need the free spells, but look at this. Now we've got skeleton traps for the Barbarian King, getting him distracted. More Tesla. He's got to support this king with the freeze to get the town hall. He's waiting for the moment. King is under a lot of damage. Oh, but he gets it. Beautiful job. Hog Riders now from that right-hand side. But what type of percentage can he get? An early warden ability. Not going to even worry about that rage farm area. He just needs to clear as many of these buildings to then clean up behind.
Yeah, it's all about, remember, getting as much percentage as possible as he keeps... Oh, the defensive rage goes off, but he misses that eagle on the freeze. So all these buildings are going to be raged up, crushing through his hogs right in the core of the space. Now using a next freeze onto the mouth, onto the eagle for the royal champion, trying to get as much percentage as possible as some headhunters from the top side are running around with some wizards. And his hogs went down. He wanted that charge, that queen into the core potentially, but... not able to do just that, losing that queen ability, and was not able to keep her alive.
Really highlighting the base building here, though, isn't it? I mean, I feel like this was set up perfectly for that battle blimp to instantly go down. Then, you know, expecting the queen charge into that area, too much damage. Fantastic job on defense there. It doesn't matter what kind of level you are on. If the base is set up and you fall into one of those traps, it is incredibly difficult to then get that 3-star. So a fantastic defense for Tribe Gaming. We clearly know that is what they need. They 3-star the next one. I know we said this, again, deja vu. We said this 2 attacks ago, but if they 3-star now, it just shows having the defenses, holding it together as best as possible. They could be pulling this one back because... I mean, what would they be? 3 buildings behind at that point if they 3-star? It's neck and neck moving into the end of the war.
It's going to be so close if Tribe 3-stars in their next attack. We had the failed attacks, unfortunate, come in from Tribe to kick this one off, but they need to turn it around here. And is Rikira's the man to do it with the skeleton donut LaLo, it looks like, with the Skelly spells to remove... what do we have? The double
Expo and Clan Castle.
And that Clan Castle Judo. Yes, he's going for it. Can he grab it?
I mean, we can see Rakirez is still attacking, and it does not look like he had any sort of reaction. So I'm assuming that that has all gone to plan, just holding us, the viewers, in suspense. But, you know, assuming it has gone down, 2 expos and the Clan Castle, that's fantastic value to start off, particularly because of the Rage Tower there. Manages to pop it as well. That's fantastic to start. Beautiful job.
Yeah. Very nice value. You can take a a deep breath after you successfully get that Skelly donut. So much pressure on dropping pinpoint accurate spells there, and with all the pressure on the line, and now with the log launcher coming in, King's ability to help go grab the Eagle Artillery nice and early, as the defensive rage was already forced, so he doesn't have to worry about it hitting him right now at the moment. As a wall break for this queen to the right, as this log launcher can remove a multi, and this queen can continue to grab the enemy queen and scatter shot.
I love seeing Rakirez utilizing the log launcher, because I remember it became his signature move when he used to play for Badzinger, and he used to use the hero dive on one area, bat spells for the other. So it just brings back memories seeing that. Getting that rage tower down. Hopefully the Yetis can help to get this multi-inferno as well.
Oh.
Are they going to get it? I mean, they're in towards the Monolith. Even if they get that, it's huge value, but they missed them both, unfortunately, having to now turn the Royal Champion invisible to help clean that area up.
Yeah, but we do have that multi-stall. The defensive rate just goes, so that's going to be huge. Look at the Warden. He's going to burn the Warden ability, protect the Lava Hound over the tunnel. Yes, he clips the Hound so that it can pull 1, 2, and 3 sinking air mines as he's making his way back to the backside of this base, but we have a scatter shot. He needs to use these 2 balloons perfectly. He's clapping. Can he distract the scatter shot with the balloon? He's got a min left, and he still has Queen ability, but it will be forced next to that defensive King.
Fantastic job with the Lava Hound, delaying that until he was about to use that Warden ability, showing you why that is important, getting all 3 of those seeking air mines. He knows how big of an attack that was. And remember, due to the little network problem we had at the start, we are significantly behind Rakirez. We can see on the scoreboard, 3 stars already in. You said, Carbon, is Rakirez the man to do this? He certainly is. 2 attacks remain in this war for each team, and it is 7 stars apiece. Now just 3 buildings being the advantage to NAVI.
Yeah, what an attack to answer there with the pressure on the line. Ties it up. Now it's going back and forth, but you can see the percentage. It is so close. Just a few buildings difference. Rakira's getting it done, but yes, he can celebrate the attack, but now you have to focus. Now you have to start to help your teammates, help potentially with some plans, and even spotting for those smallest things in terms of cleanups, or, you know what we haven't seen? Anything in a very, very long time is any of those troll Teslas, you know? Eventually, one of the times we'll see a troll Tesla off in the corner, and then your time fail because of it. Oh, man. Remember seeing those quite a bit, but now those Teslas are in little Tesla farms, which play a bigger role to help remove, let's say, kings and queen chargers, or even really anything nowadays, and they do a lot of work on defensive sides of bases. But here we go, Judo, with the next attack is in. Kazuma is looking to bring more Hog Riders.
The Queen charge as well. We've just seen in the last attack from NAVI how easily the Queen can be shut down if you don't quite get the damage to be able to support her. But obviously on this one, not using a blimp, that could, you know, result in the same outcome. So far, so good. Queen already taking a lot of damage from the Expo, but it always amazes me how the pros can time the spell. I would have used that rage spell long ago, but he knows she's safe at the moment, does not need to use that quite yet, and now he can use it as the clan castle is starting to engage. I mean, it is definitely holding on to the last moment, but so far, Expo goes down, Rocket Loons go down, looking good.
You got to keep that Queen alive. Keep her ability intact, because you need to push this Queen into the town hall, and that ability needs to keep you moving through that backside, as we have the defensive invis also freezes it. Yes, okay. Freezes it so we can secure this town hall.
Fantastic job. Just already knowing ahead of time he needed the rage, the invis, that combo of spells, and then the freeze behind the town hall. But look at this. The Queen really has stepped into damage as she is attracted to the Barbarian King. He popped the ability, but the healers were taking massive damage there, so he had to freeze the multi.
Yeah, his healers are going down. He wanted to keep this Queen, her charge moving through, but she's going down. That multi's still going to be up, and then invisibility spell is there waiting to be activating now. So if he gets anywhere close to this multi, everything's going to ignore it.
That is massive, particularly with Hog Riders as well. You can see he's used that warning ability to try and get through, but there's just so much base left over. He really has to count on... I don't know where he's using this log launcher. There it is from 12 o'clock. Now using it to support the Hog Riders. Invis goes off, like you said, Carbon. This is a crucial part of the attack. Royal Champion in the thick of the danger. Can she get it?
Her ability does go off, taking out that multi-target Inferno, does still have the King, and whatever's inside the log launcher to be huge. That ability to run through here, and we got Yetis and an Electro Titan, 40 seconds. So it's no Hogs there, so he won't be able to push through quickly. King's ability is going to have to be used early enough because, oh, the minion unfortunately pulls a red air bomb. That clan castle can be the problem. When is he going to pop this King ability? Time is not on your side.
Time is not on his side. He has a free spell. It's amazing to me how focused he is and saved. Clean up Headhunter onto the clan castle in the middle. Wait a second. No way. I think he had a definite reaction there, and I think he has just fell short, unfortunately. But I am amazed he has managed to get this attack so close, Carbon. It looked like such a huge fail. 95% is massive for Navi, but it does mean Tribe Gaming can take the lead should they 3-star in the next attack.
It comes down to Nebrex and Yo-Yo. What will they do? If they both triple, they can win this match right now. But if one of them fails and the other one triples, then it comes down to what Klaus can do for Navi. Coming down to the final set of attacks. This is the upper bracket. So if you lose, you go to the lower bracket. You are not eliminated. So you still have that chance to come back to the grand finals. Because remember, first place, when you win it all, it takes home $18,000. So even though Navi can't take home a golden ticket, as they've already won one, that's still a lot of money that they can win here. As Nebrex is in, which means Yo-Yo is going to be the final attacker for Tribe. And there's the lightning to kick it off right there to take out that multi-target Inferno. And I believe there was an Expo that was right next to it as well. As the King is down, and he wants to get his value with his heroes into the Eagle. And then he can use the LaLo for that Town Hall.
Absolutely, and we're seeing this quite a lot, actually, using those lightning spells to just mitigate how much damage output can be done in those areas with the Rage Towers. You see the Clan Castle troops engaging here as well, though, but the Log Launcher doing a brilliant job to support, trying to take out the Expo and the multi. Archer Queen helping with the Clan Castle. There's so much going on here, it's hard to see exactly what is happening, but the King has the Phoenix as well, so he can continue tanking for the Archer Queen. Down goes this entire area at the bottom. The Archer Queen does go to the right. It was a little bit touch and go there, I felt, as to which direction she was going to move.
As she makes her way in, she will get close to this Monolith, but won't be able to reach it. Gonna burn her ability now as she can reach over the wall, grab the sweeper, potentially air defense, sends the Royal Champion into the defensive Queen. Oh, and she also grabs the scatter as well. Okay, value was there. Fantastic start so far. Now it's going to come down to the LaLo into the Town Hall, which is protected by a defensive rage spell there, Judo.
Absolutely. He needs the Royal Champion to hurry up in this area, though. He definitely doesn't like that skeleton trap holding his RC back because it's causing his balloons to not move into that area. Now we can see that is the case. Tornado trap catches all of those balloons. There's one red air bomb, but thankfully the other one only hit a couple of balloons. They're going down in health, though. He's really trying to hold that Warden ability. Now they get to the Town Hall, but he doesn't have a lot left here, Carbon.
Yeah. No, and that Monolith is still up, and the defensive RC is on the backside of this base. Unfortunately, that tornado trap was a huge pain, pushing his balloons through, and trying to get through that Town Hall poison is just not enough there. So it will come down to what Klaus can do, because this will be a 2-star. Tying this match up 9-9, and if Klaus triples, they move on to the grand finals. But if he doesn't, Tribe can win with a 3-star, so it's all down to the final set of attacks in this match.
Like I said before, it is a team game. We see some players, you know, getting the 3 stars one day, not quite getting it the next, but it really just comes down to that overall performance. So despite Tribe being now quite a bit behind on percentage, as you said, it really comes down to this next attack as to whether Navi can secure it, or if they don't 3-star, even if it's a 99%, Tribe can still get that victory. They've had a couple of shaky attacks there, but they can still get this. They're not out of it yet. And I always love when coming down to the last round of attacks, we still don't know the winner. It obviously is a little bit more exciting in the wars.
Yeah.
And this one, I mean, we've said it. We can say it again. It is to get to the grand final. That is huge, not just because of, what it represents for Tribe potentially even getting the golden ticket, but the fact that there is a bracket reset. If you get to the final, you only have to win 1 match in the final. Whereas if you enter the final from the lower bracket, you have to win twice. And that is the advantage. That is how much is on the line in this match.
Yeah, there's so much pressure. And Klaus coming in. He's only 6 for 12, right? He's hitting at a 50% hit rate right now here in the Rush of Clans Golden Edition. So can Klaus get it done with 10 lightning spells is the play with quite a bit of loons. 34 loons here with an invis next to the Town Hall. He can remove both Inferno Towers, or he could go for an Eagle. What is he going to go here? Oh, he's going to do that early Warden ability for the Blimp. Sneaky Goblins for that Town Hall. Headhunters to try to go across as well, but they go for the King as he takes out the Invis and a multi as well with at least 5 of the Lightning.
Yeah, I see what he's doing there. That is really cool. I was going to say, why has he not used the other 5 lightning on the multi-inferno? Because with 1 earthquake, it looked like he was using that to rotate, but saving onto the lightning spells meant he could get down some of those clan castle troops as well. So a really nice job. Blimp taking out the town hall, making sure the lightning gets everything else. But it does mean for the LaLo, he's got 1 skeleton spell to distract Carbon, so he really has to play this well.
Indeed, but look at that Warden. It's still alive. He's going to get picked off by the air defense here. Needs to push his heroes in towards the Eagle Artillery. That defensive rage went off, so it won't be hitting. It won't be powering up these defenses as he continues to push his way. That King needs to go for the multi-target Inferno. These Skellies are a big problem, but he's still hanging on to this Royal Champion for the backside. Remember, the Skeleton Spell can provide that distraction to keep this RC alive as she moves around and not get targeted.
Oh, you can just see, even with the Phoenix on the King, it's so cool to take that into consideration. He managed to knock out the entire multi-inferno by itself, but the Archer Queen going down there means that his Royal Champion was a little bit vulnerable, quickly reinforces with some rocket balloons, still has 22 regular balloons, and he's really just waiting of that scatter to go down. You can see now the LaLo moving in from the bottom. He's still got to get through a couple of wizard towers, but no more rage spell towers. It's really just splitting the balloons to hopefully not take damage, but there's still a lot of traps going off here, Carbon.
There's a lot of traps. These air skellies are going to be a big problem as they're going to be picking these balloons off one by one as he's trying to approach the wizard tower. There's more red air bombs. These balloons are going down. The Monolith is trying to take them down. More red air bombs. Even more red air bombs, which means Kronos' base is going to be holding, and Klaus will not get the 3-star, and the pressure comes down onto Yo-Yo. If he 3-stars, they move on to the finals. If he doesn't, they get pushed to the lower bracket.
Wow, this is so intense. It's really just looking at the bases. You can sometimes think he's got this, but you can't see those traps. And the defenders, that is really what they use to their advantage. You can see all of those red air bombs in that area in between where the 2 wizard towers were. That is exactly their purpose, to crush down those balloons, and it opens the gates, like you said, for Tribe Gaming. Yo-Yo having the best hit rate of their team so far. Can he do it when it matters the most? The next attack will determine who wins this war.
Wow, all comes down to this. Tribe Gaming taking on NAVI, a rematch of last year's World Championship, and it comes down to the final attack. Yo-Yo was not on Tribe Gaming last year, and he's now playing with them, and he, like you said, has the best hit rate through here. So he's the man to try to clutch it up for them. Yo-Yo's in, and he's going with E-Dragons. Double clone with some E-Dragons against Gaku's base.
Is he going to use just a couple of them to snipe off that eagle? Or he's got the blimp as well. Let's just see. Let's just see what he does rather than trying to get too far ahead of ourselves. You can notice, oh, yeah, uses one E-Drag just to funnel a little bit, but then the rest of them moving in towards that eagle. Hopefully I was going to say, hopefully they can get down that headhunter before it locks onto the warden and they instantly zap through it. One of them did manage to get, you know, in between there, but he's going to be using the warden ability soon anyway for that battle blimp. Can it get to where he needs it to be? We've seen some risky blimps. 2 clone spells he has here, using them already. Here we go, Carbon.
Oh,
it's the super minions.
The super minions to take out the town hall. They took out the monolith. They're continuing to push their way through, taking out the expos. He needs these E-Dragons to take out the queen, take out the world champion. The queen goes down. The E-Dragon did its job there, still has his king, his queen, and the world champion. The clan castle has been removed, so he doesn't have to worry about it. It's a race against the clock now as his heroes need to move their way around this base slowly together as there's a Tesla farm that just popped up at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, the super minions are still going. It would have been fantastic if they could have got that other ground expo, arguably, as well. But they did a fantastic job here. He's got every hero ability, obviously, other than the Warden, an invisibility spell. But like you said, this is huge damage down the bottom. You can notice the E-Drag chain continuing to help out, but that will soon fall. Is he going to use the King ability here to try and push through? But obviously, we have the defending Rage spell tower. That's going to be very dangerous. Archer Queen gets that down, though. There's the invisibility. It's too close to call, Carbon.
He had the warden with the phoenix, so that warden came back alive a little bit to provide a little bit of an extra buff to help his heroes as they're making their way through. The royal champion has their ability. He's got the queen ability. He's going to come down to the scatter shot. 49 seconds. He's celebrating. He's liking the ability. Yo is coming around. He's cheering. It is looking good for Tribe Gaming to advance to the grand finals in the Rush of Clans Golden Edition. What a clutch attack. What a way to send your team to the finals. Wow.
What a finish to the war as well. We've had ups and downs. It really has been the most epic matchup. But Tribe Gaming beating NAVI for the second time in the last 2 weeks. That is huge for them. Moving to the grand finals, like you said, they are in touching distance of that golden ticket and the $18,000 prize pool on the line here today for first place. Look at them celebrate. A true team effort, as we mentioned, really picking each other up. The bases, though, as well for Tribe, holding NAVI back to 11 stars. That is, in itself, amazing.
That just seems impossible. Holding them to 11 stars. And of course, Yo-Yo has to be the MVP with that clutch final attack. The E-Dragons with the super minion double clone coming out of that battle blimp. And what an attack with all the pressure on the line, getting it done. And now Tribe Gaming can sit back, watch who's going to make it to the grand finals. Because if NAVI wins their next match, Tribe Gaming get a golden ticket if NAVI comes back for a rematch in the grand finals. But if NAVI loses the match, that will determine either UG Esports versus Chasmec EA is going to be the next match up. If NAVI goes down, then the golden ticket will be determined whoever wins the grand finals. So Tribe Gaming, that was a huge win for them. A lot of pressure is off them, and now they will wait to see who their opponent will be. But oh my, what a performance. NAVI still can make their way back to win first place, which is $18,000. course, let's welcome back Itsu. Itsu, what was your thoughts on seeing it come down to that final attack there from Yo-Yo?
I mean, that was really intense, but I love to see that pros are now using finally E-Dragons versus those diamond bases, because this is like one of the biggest hard counters, if you want to call it like that. You can do it in different ways, like you just did with the Super Minion Blimp. Was a really, really nice showing, but you can do it as well, like strategically, surgically as well. There's some different openings, but you can see this meant a lot to them. Getting that 3-star and celebrating, that was a really intense finish.
Yeah, I can't stop laughing as he's just banging the desk there and the camera's all shaking around. It just truly shows how much it meant. I had an absolute blast, but I tell you what, Carbon, I need a rest after that one. That was absolutely incredible. So I'm going to let you guys take the pleasure of the next war. And yeah, if the next one is anything like that, I know we're in for a ride.
Absolutely. We will see you very soon. So Judo will be watching on the sidelines. He's going to be seeing some of the most intense moments. Can't wait to get your thoughts on the next match, which is UG Esports taking on Chasmac EA. And these teams knocking out powerhouses, knocking out Clash Champs, knocking out ET Exports. So these teams have earned their spot where they're currently at. And oh my, this is going to be a next match, because the winner of this is going to be taking on NAVI, right? The defending world champions, the team that just got pushed down. And you know that they are going to be looking for some revenge on the next team that they're going to be taking on. So UG Esports, well, they are up next, taking on Chasmac EA. The pressure is now on them. And wow, Itsu, we've got so many amazing matches here today, this weekend. And we got handful of matches to go.
Yeah, and it's getting more and more intense for those teams, because I mean, the next couple of matches are all going to be elimination matches, which means if you lose those, you're out of the tournament, because you already had, like, this is already the second chance for those teams. And if you take a look at the stats, kind of like similar to the last match UG Esports had, is they are for sure the underdog if you just take a look at the stats. But somehow they were able to hold back ET Exports so much with only getting 11 stars against them, that they were able to clutch it up then with their own 11 stars. But I feel like Chasmac EA, if they want to win against them, they would need to step it up on offense. And I'm not sure if they can rely that much on their defense this time. It's going to be a really hard one, I feel like, Carbon.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard. These defenses are gonna have to step up, and Chasmac in the last match was running a lot of the anti 3-star designs. And that was against Clash Champs, right? Against a team that they were I believe they were. Yeah, I believe they were the anti 3s. I remember seeing that, because a lot of times we were seeing box spaces, tons of box spaces and more box spaces. Then some dimes were coming in, and now a little bit more anti 3s. But the one we haven't, of course, seen is those ring bases. But hey, you never know. It's just those Super Archer Blooms against rings are devastating. And I wonder if we will see any more Super Archer Blimps. Is there any final thoughts maybe on this one, Judo, that you may have?
Yeah, I guess you don't get rid of me that easy, Carbon. Just honestly, just excited to watch the matchup and get ready for the next ones coming. Because remember, we still have 3, potentially 4 matches to go today due to that bracket reset. So yeah, just have a blast. I know the first attack is about to come in, and yeah, I'll let you take it from here, Carbon.
Awesome. Yeah, I cannot wait for this next match. It is an elimination match. It's coming down to this. You lose, you're going home. You win, you take on NAVI in the lower bracket semis to try to advance to the grand finals. And here we go, getting ready for the very first attack in this match, with a couple more matches here today, so you do not want to miss anything. Itsu, is there any attacks that you want to see that we haven't seen yet in the rush of clans here?
I mean, all I can say is I do not want to see the Super Archer Blimp, because this 99% curse is going on like crazy today. But let's just take a look at this attack, because we see a Zap LaLo with a lock launcher, which is always amazing to watch if you can execute those. And this was earlier one of the reasons why those diamond bases kind of disappeared, because those pros just got so much value with this siege machine and the heroes. So let's see if Aurora can actually replicate that here and get all the value he needs.
Yeah, with that queen now moving in behind that wall break, the log launcher opens, and the Yetis are coming out and joining in with the king as he's making his way up toward the top side. This queen can burn ability, take out the royal champ, take out the multi-target inferno, and he does now lure out this clan castle.
Yeah, the clan castle is going towards that royal champ, and the queen is keep charging in, but she cannot reach that scatter from there, which is, I mean, at least she can reach that rage tower, which is nice, but that scatter, I think that was for sure on the plan to take that out. But this royal champion struggling versus those lava pups, and without the poison spell at this point left, he needs to have some plan to take those out. Otherwise, those LaLo troops are going to have not the best time of their life versus those defensive troops.
Yeah, with that wooden ability protecting the loons over this town hall. Now he's going to send some other loons towards the scatter, but the lava hound and the pups, they're going to go for the balloons and pick them off. And where'd the rest of his loons near this warden go? He's sending balloons all around the space from the top side, but they're going to get pushed back by that sweeper as the warden and the owl are trying to take out the monolith, but he's going to be going down.
Yeah, really surprising angle for the lock launcher, because it did not really get that much value. Then the king went into the wrong direction as well. It felt like it was, I don't know, the king could have otherwise more supported maybe the queen. So overall, I'm not really sure if the lock launcher was giving him the greatest value overall, but this means that the first defense for UG Esports is in, and this is exactly how they were doing just so good in this last match, holding back EG Esports to 11 stars, which is quite impressive. I mean, EG Esports is a powerhouse when it comes down to their offense and everything, so holding them back is not an easy thing. And this match, at least for the beginning, looks like it starts the same.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough match here. You're going to have to be pulling in the 3 stars. We saw for the previous match with Tribe and Navi, it was a lower scoring match. And this one, it could be as well here. We were seeing some higher scores, 13-13s. But, you know, you just got to edge out your opponent just enough to advance. And this is the playoff stage. This is the lower brackets. The winner of today, the overall winner of today, will be getting the golden ticket. Not of this match, because you still have to win this. You have to defeat Navi. And then, if you want a golden ticket, you have to defeat Tribe Gaming twice. So, if you're in this match right now, you have to win 4 matches. 4 matches is the magic number for these 2 teams here to get a golden ticket. That is going to be a very, very difficult path to push through. But, it's possible, Itsu.
Yeah, and especially I feel like the lower bracket, yes, you have the second chance, but going through the lower bracket means that you have to play just so many more matches. And in Clash of Clans, in the esports scene, it's really playing a lot of matches on offense is one thing, that you're showing your hands, you're showing your strategies which you like to play, but it's more about like showing the defenses. It's really time consuming to build those bases, and then having to use new bases or adjusted bases on every single match. That is really hard to do. So those teams are going to have quite some problems, I feel like, with how they're going to handle all of those bases and maybe change them on the fly with like a couple of traps, but that might be for sure a factor for those teams.
What is going to be a factor here is going to be if he can keep that queen alive through this charge with that expo locking onto her, which is really nice that the expo is on the queen, so that flame flinger could keep sneaking right on by. Just got to make sure that expo does not get off this queen, or as long as this queen can eventually take that expo out, as don't make her invisible, because that expo will lock onto something else. Wait, what? The rocket loot like went off the queen, went back to her, so it did lock onto her directly. So that was kind of lucky there, or lucky.
Yeah, but so far, overall, the plan looks really strong. Charging into their core, you can reach a lot of buildings right there. And the execution looks really good with like using the Hog Rider to lure out the clan castle, as well the Headhunter to take down the defending Royal Champion. So overall, this approach looks really solid so far. And the next wall break is already happening. So he can reach that town hall. If this queen is going all the way, this queen is going to take down the entire base, the entire core of the base, which is crazy.
That is some insane value here. But the, wait a second. Flame Flinger opened up the top side. No! The Flame Flinger opened the top side up. She's not going to go to the Monolith. The one time the Flame Flinger is backfiring here. That's a problem. Oh, no. And he freezes his own queen. He meant to use like an invis. Oh, no. What's happening?
Oh, no. He has one more freeze, and he needs to use that for the town and the sweeper. He needs a second star. The sweeper is pushing again. There's the tornado trap, and this would be a massive defense. And you can see he's not looking happy with how things are going. The loons just disappeared. This king now with the Phoenix, they need to take down the town hall. The warden is trying to help. The Phoenix is getting pushed back, but this town looks really healthy right now. Can the king do it? Can the Phoenix do it? The Phoenix is trying its best, but there's the sweeper, and no, it's retargeting. And the Royal Champion securing the second star, but the percentage is not that high on this one.
Wow, that Flame Flinger opening the walls to the left of that queen changed everything. He needed that queen to go to the Monolith, secure the town hall. Then he could have LaLo from the opposite side, but he had to LaLo into the town hall the moment the queen went the wrong way. And Lucky, unfortunately, was not able to pull through in this one. So that's still gonna, it's not terrible at the end of the day because it's still a 2-star, right? The war is gonna be tied, so that's gonna keep you in this, but they're gonna be lower on percentage. So we still have plenty more attacks there, but all the difference if the queen went the right way, just like pretty much any attack, right? If your heroes go the right way, it could be completely different. And unfortunately, he was able to save the 2-star, but wasn't able to get and pull in the 3.
Yeah, the plan overall looked so good, but those are then the little things like the Flame Flinger opening the wall, thinking about those, which is not easy at all. Otherwise, the plan looked so clean. I mean, just distracting the ground expo, letting the Flame Flinger take down all of the defenses then on the left side, and force our queen pretty much into that town compartment. The plan looked so good, but then the Flame Flinger having a different idea how things should go. And now it's back to another attack of ChazMagiA. And we have Yatta playing his famous strategy, the super boulders. He is one of the players who really like and run to use this strategy. So let's see let's see if he can show the true potential of this troop.
Yeah, we're seeing that warden. No healers just on this warden yet. Just doing the warden, finally deploying these healers. That poison lizard helping very quickly to take out these outside buildings as we got the ice combs. More ice combs, super bowlers, Electro Titans. He's not waiting and he's moving through. You don't want to go into and risk those time fails. So he pushes in. I'm seeing a lot of rocket looms and lava hounds coming out of the defending CCs. Why do you think that is? What do you think the combination of rocket looms and a lava hound together makes it so powerful?
I feel like you have to poison the rocket loons because otherwise they just deal so much damage. But a lava hound, you want to delay the poison to get the lava pups, right? So that's why the combination is quite nice overall, and why people like to combine those troops in the clan castle. But this push so far is looking pretty strong. We have the boulders just throwing their rocks everywhere, and the eagle is just down within seconds. But something else which is down within seconds are the super boulders. They just disappear from that map.
What? Where did they go? I feel like they just opened up a trap door and disappeared. Right? They just left. I don't like that. Raged up defensive buildings did so much damage, but he has. Wait a second. There's not too much of a threat in terms of the buildings left. He's got a freeze. He's got a rage. He's got a skeleton spell. He can still pull this through here.
Yeah, there's not much defenses left. He has all of those spell tools, as you just said. He even wall breaks his queen out of the compartment. But it's only about time, I feel like. But with the Royal ability, he might be looking good. The Headhunter, though, is not the best cleanup troop. So we really need to make sure that this Headhunter is quick enough. But overall, with the skeleton spell, he should have this.
with that rage. Look at the healers. They went to go heal up the RC. They transferred to the RC. Queen's moving around, and wow. Look at that. He's got to make his way to the bottom side. Time obviously can be an issue, so he's saving under the rage. Maybe use the rage on the wizard headhunter on top. No, it's just the single building. They got that pretty quick. And look at that. From those super bowlers disappearing, swagging the last 2 spells, but he wants to just rage that up so he can speed his heroes up and taking the buildings down as quick as possible. But well done, and look at that with the bowler pin there, getting it done. Beautiful. The super bowlers, it wasn't looking like it was gonna be a 3, but you took down the critical defenses, and then the heroes cleaned it up. Very nice job.
Yeah, I just feel like those boulder bounces onto the eagle were super crucial. Getting that defense out of the way as quickly as possible, especially for like a longer taking follow-up attack with like the queen taking her time, the royal champ taking her time, was really crucial to take down that defense. And with that, overall, he was able to come back and is showing us his favorite troop right there into the camera. And what a great attack, and really important for this match overall as well, because Chasmaki A starting things off with the first 3-star in this one, which is setting the tone and putting the pressure now onto UG Esports.
Yeah, well done, Super Bowlers getting the 3 stars. We just don't see Super Bowlers being used all that much anymore. I think maybe we saw Super Bowlers a lot more when the ring bases were meta, right? Ring bases, because the Super Bowlers can get just those bounces on when all those defenses were kind of all combined together. But now this is a very important attack, because if Shakari King can 3-star this, he sets the tone. He is the strongest attacker in terms of hit rate wise, and he is looking the 3. He's doing a similar attack that we saw like what Klaus was doing, but he's not bringing lightning spells, as he's going to do an early warden ability, protects that blimp, so he can sneak in and blizzard maybe the town hall, or does he? Okay, yeah, he's going all the way to this town hall here.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Like, sometimes those attacks, they feel, okay, I would just play this blimp. If it's going to work, I will hopefully 3-star. If there's a tornado trap, let's just don't think about it, okay? We don't just talk about it, we just hope for the best. And this is one of those blimps where the blimp is making it all the way. There's a ton of spring traps against the super archer blimp, but the super wizards already have done their job. And this looks like a solid opening, and he's even able to keep using that warden and using a couple of loons to protect that warden to keep it alive. And let's see if that's worth it.
That warden's gonna go down now after he invested a handful of those loons. He's like, all right, I'm not gonna invest anymore. I can't keep that warden alive. So he does go down here, but this king is gonna join in with the queen and ice golem. Look at the giant. Oh, beautiful. It's those small details. That giant in front of the ice golem to test for a spring trap, so that ice golem can get deeper into the space and freeze farther. That scattered, that queen, the cannon. Look at that brilliant ice golem freeze value.
Yeah, and amazing wall break as well to get the queen further into the base, to get that Inferno Tower next on the menu, because Inferno Towers, scatter shots out of those are important defenses to take those out, especially if you have this follow-up being a LaLo attack. But to me, it's all about this backhand, or like now as well the first power, because the Royal Champ is getting sent right into that, which is the Rage Tower, Multi-Inferno Tower, and Scatter setup. If you can get through that, this attack looks really good for him.
Yeah, with those headhunters moving in, the ice golem actually on the far right side, freezing up that. Royal Champion's doing work, but remember, you don't have that warden to protect your LaLo, and he's only got a handful of balloons, about 15, and there's the minions. Time is ticking. You gotta start moving through, but we have a back end multi and a whole Tesla farm waiting for him.
Yeah, that Tesla farm surrounding the Multi-Inferno Tower, making sure that the defenses are not getting targeted right away is a big deal. But he's just keep freezing those defenses. Red mines though, Carbon, but the Inferno Tower is already down.
Yeah, that multi does go down. There's the final haste, but the balloons have just faded away. Down they went. As now we've got the queen, or the Raw champion, trying to get a little bit more, but no, that king finishes her off, and it is just going to be a 2-star here. So Chasmac EA will have the lead by a star.
The lead is for Chasmac EA, and that's exactly what we talked about. UG Esports seem to not like get those high scores out there, but the defense so far was always able to hold back the other teams quite a bit. But it seems like with Chasmac EA already having the first 3-star on the board, it's now all about how they can perform the next couple of attacks. I feel like as soon as they're getting their second 3-star on the board, Chasmac EA are looking really good in this match. And remember, so far in the lower bracket, Chasmac EA had 13 stars with really solid percentage every single time. So let's see if they can keep that streak, because I feel like that's as well the score they would need if they would win this match and possibly face against NAVI in the next round.
Well, NAVI is looking to come in with a Skelly Bat Donut. And when you do a Skelly Bat Donut, typically you need about 3 invis to use, at least, a minimum. So he's taking 4. He's taking extras. And he's got the bats, he's got the skellies. There's the 3rd one. You don't technically need this 4th one. Is he going to use it? And yes, he does. So in this case, he needed it because the builder has repaired it, and that 4th was critical. It was able to help secure that clan castle. Well done there. As now that the CC is gone, whoa, okay, he's going Lava Hound, Balloons, Dragon Rider to move in towards and grab that Eagle Artillery, because there's nothing that's going to target it once the air defense goes down, and then just a few Teslas. Yeah,
really cool idea. And to trigger the right shower early on as well. Overall, nice setup. But the Eagle has to go down. Otherwise, this investment is not worth it. And those raged up Tesla are ripping those loons. Eagle still going down. But I feel like the value overall from this, I'm not sure if that was worth it. Either way, we have now the King pushing in. The Queen has not been deployed just yet. But there is a lot of damage on this bottom side as well, where he can then send in his LaLo. Oh, wait a second. Is it going to be the Queen up down there? Ice Golem were... Oh, no. Just the Ice Golem, then a couple of loons to take down this air defense early on.
Oh, and he wants that blimp to go for the multi-target Inferno. Dragon Rider comes out, wants to grab the defensive Rage Tower, the Grand Warden Altar. He's going for the Rage Tower now, and there's the Warden, and he's... What? Look at this attack. This attack is like totally against the norms of when you're supposed to drop your troops. Saving your queen for the end? Now this is wild here. Will it work?
That is a crazy approach where people are using regular looking armies but completely switching things on the head when it comes down to how they deploy them. The multi-Inferno Tower though in the core has to go down. It is keep staying up. It's out of reach for that queen. But he has the Royal Champion. The Royal Champion could be sent from the top right side. As soon as the Rage is running out for those ground expos, the Queen ability getting forced early. And now it's all about this back end and the Royal Champion getting sent in from the bottom side to support those loons.
Yeah, but the problem is that Rage, it's coming back to rage up those expos. Hang on, there's a freeze, which he slows it down. So the Royal Champion can continue her push. Tries to keep this Queen alive. Does have that Unicorn healing it back up. RC ability's intact, but he's only got 25 seconds. There's the Rage. There it is. He needs to take it down. He can't afford that Rage to go back off. No, 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 Rage. It's back. The Rage goes off, and the defending Expo is firing even stronger there. But he's only got 10 seconds. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Time is ticking, but Dingus keeps stunning. 2 seconds.
Wow.
No way. 98 attack, but the plan, the idea overall of that attack was amazing. Really nicely done, like completely flipping things on its head, starting with the Skelly Donut, then into the LaLo, then into the King, then back LaLo, then again the Queen egg. That was a crazy back and forth. And remember, a really solid percentage overall. Yes, not a 3-star, but if you take a look at the percentage game overall, they are looking really good in the setup. And with that being said, UG Esports now need to put up their first 3-star to stay, first of all, close to the other side to make sure that this match is not getting out of hand really quickly.
Absolutely. They gotta come in and they have to answer. And the time is now. What is he gonna do with a Electro Titan attack? He's got the jump. No lightnings in the mix and starts off with that Grand Warden here. Drops a couple more healers. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't force easy. Oh, don't force that Warden ability. Rage is a must to keep this Warden ability intact, because if you don't have that Warden ability, the odds of 3-starring go severely down if you can't protect your troop in the core.
Yeah, there's just so much damage, especially with those 2 Rage Towers covering those Scatter. That is going to be a lot of damage overall. And since he's not using the Lightnings, he can just invest the Rages early on into the Warden. That is no problem whatsoever. He could even invest another Rage if he wants to, because time is always a deciding factor, and if he wants to speed things up. But right now he's completely fine with the Warden taking a bit of time. At around like the 2-minute mark, he then should start with the LaLo, with the Titans, and then he has the Blimp to fly all the way across to catch that Town Hall, probably with Sneaky Goblins filled.
That's a long way to travel. Let's see if he can do it. With the Electro Titans down, Balloons coming in to test for Seeking Your Minds and protect this Blimp. King with some witches to the top side, and he's moving in. Is the jump going to come straight over the scatter shot? I would assume so. Maybe leading into that Monolith. There's Rocket Loons, there's Ice Combs. There is the Blimp. He's got to time this. Can you pop that ability? Yes, he pops it now, and let's focus and make sure this Blimp secures that Town Hall.
No Tornado Trap so far, and the Blimp is connecting, so even Tornado Trap at this point would not be any difference. But wait a second, where are those Titans? Come back, Titans, hello! You're supposed to be in the core, where are you going? Those Titans completely ignoring the core because that jump spell is not connecting, or it is actually, but the Queen just is maybe smarter than the Titans?
Well, the Queen stayed. And she's reaching over the wall, getting that ground expo, freezing up the enemy Queen because he needs to take that down, but the expo is still up. No, 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 no! The Queen does not take out the enemy Queen right there. The Phoenix would have been like perfect for that Queen to get a little bit more value, but the Phoenix is on that King for him to come back alive. And that Raw Champion is making her way through the top side into that top multi. We still have the defensive King on the backside, which is going to be an absolute nightmare for his Raw Champion.
Yeah, we have quite a few pets now though on the field with the Phoenix and Jiggy. Maybe those pets in combination with the hero can collect a couple more percentage points, because time is ticking yet again for the attacker. The Warden walk, we have talked about it. If it takes some time for the Warden to get towards the key defenses, this could be having a really big impact then on the later stages of the attack. The freeze is great, but 8 seconds? Carbon, there are too many buildings.
Yeah, just unfortunate. Not able to push his way through the back end here, and it's a 90% too, which means that it's 2 stars, 2 stars, and 2 stars that are coming in for UG Esports. They must pull in the 3 or hope that a 1-star comes in to bring Chasmec EA back down. But we're taking a look at the percentage as well. It's about a 5%, just a little bit less than that UG Esports are down by. So they need to start to pull it in with the 3 stars to make this comeback, even though it is only a 1-star difference. But not too many attacks left in this match here.
Yeah, because of the percentage, it feels like more like 2-star difference, because a tie on stars would mean that the percentage would need to shift quite a bit to make sure that UG Esports has the upper hand. So it feels more like, even though the star difference on paper is 1, it does feel more like a 2-star difference overall, where Chasmec EA is in the lead. And they are up next, where they are attacking yet again another diamond base, and those bases have just done such an incredible job so far for the UG Esports team. And we're having some we're having a lightning. I think he's going to enter the base from the far side, and this might be a super risky approach.
This is a signature style to Takana. I'm not saying the attack is. I'm just saying go all out and end on a town hall. You know, Takana loves to do just this, where he just makes our hearts beat that much faster. And it's always questioning, like, are you really going to be taking this risk? You're going all out, ending on that town hall? Yes, he is doing it. He is going all for it because he knows that the risk can pay off, but it can backfire as well. They do have that 1-star lead, as that Warden can kind of 1-2 shot that Warden. Okay, Wizard Tower goes down. Queen is down. Electro Titan And here we go, all the way across. He's got a blimp. Does he decide to send it with those Warden or send a short side blimp near that Town Hall to try to remove that?
I feel like he's going to delay the blimp until the point where the town was secured guaranteed. But the good thing about this is he can open up the entire base with this one jump. So I can totally see why he's doing it. It just feels like so risky. And because we have already seen quite a few attacks this weekend, which were risky. Oh, wait a sec. The queen died in her ability because he did not want to use the warden ability. No way.
Wow. Oh, he did send the blimp from the top side of the base. But the problem is, sneaky goblins, they're going for the storages. They're not going to go for the town hall. They're going for the storage. You got to freeze the town hall. Freeze the town hall. Freeze it. No!
You said it. UG Esports having to hope for a 1-star. And ChazMackey are trying their best to make this match close. The queen dying early. He had freezes. He had everything. And now there is the Royal Champ to save the 2nd star. But all the percentage we have talked about
feels
okay feels like non-existent anymore because this attack turned everything around.
Well, that jump did give him access, but the tornado trap was there, slowed him down. That queen getting locked onto the monolith, unfortunate, which now is bringing the percent down to allow UG Esports with a 3-star. They'll take the lead. Not only they will tie it up, but they'll take the lead on percentage. Because if you're looking at the score down there, you can see a 52.8. If you want to know where they will end up with their next attack, they just add 20 to it. So it would go from 52.8 to a 72.8. So that's how you could tell. If it's a 3-star, you get kind of 20 points, 20 percentage points added to the score. So that's how you can know. Every attack is 20 percentage points is what they each represent. So that's a quick and easy way to know where they will get and how far away. So if a team is more than 20 away, then the other team can't make a comeback if it's the final attack. So you're looking at the score there, which means UG Esports has that chance to make a comeback and take the lead over ChazMackey. You win this match, you're taking on NAVI in the lower bracket semifinals to try to make it to the grand finals versus Tribe Gaming.
And what would be this underdog story of UG Esports making it all the way because of their incredible base building? I mean, their defenses so far were stunning. I mean, that was really well done, especially them using the diamond bases, like a different set of, different style of bases, which the other teams are running. Yeah. But ChazMackey so far did a great job of defending as well, and they keep running those box bases. It seems like we have the next attack alive. It's going to be another Warden Blimp, so let's prepare for some risky attacks.
Here we go. With the Invis. Handful of freeze. He lands next to a bomb tower, but it's on the other side of that wall, so he won't be dying to the bomb tower. He takes out the town hall. He can turn around, grab the wizard tower, and if he goes for the wait, do they go for the multi? Come on, if they grab the multi, come on, take the multi, take the multi, take the multi, take them. No, but he does pull that tornado trap.
Yeah, but you should. When you're playing blimps like that, the first thing you really have to learn is how you deploy the rage. Your wizards, they can't fly. I mean, that might be a big surprise. Maybe not, who knows. But overall, if you land right on top of the expo, they can't get over the wall to the left of it. So you can rage the entire tunnel compartment pretty much in between the expo and the Inferno Tower. And if he would have done that, he might have gotten that Inferno Tower out of the way with the raged up wizards. But he completely misdropped the rage, unfortunately, and this means now that the Inferno Tower is left staying, and as for a LaLo on the back end, this might hurt quite a bit, but the heroes are on their way, and they need to get a lot of value as well.
Yeah, with that hound popping and getting distracted on these lava pups is going to be a big problem with that monolith waiting for him, and the problem is, where's that warden? He's not going to have the warden to push his way through because it was used as he's trying to move his way around in towards the right side, into that multi. There is the freeze, but that monolith is just doing a lot of damage to his balloons. That multi as well is shredding his troops one by one. Pops that queen ability. finally, the multi-target Inferno goes down, and the Queen got taken out by the Scatter as well. With the final phrase, Baby Dragon and Phoenix trying to do some work, but the Expo and Wizard Tower is going to be too much.
Yeah, the backhand too strong. He lost too many loons to this multi-Inferno Tower, and we have talked about it earlier. This could have went down with a better deployment of the Rage spell, but overall it's going to be yet again another high percentage, but they need to get the first 3 stars in. I think they might be even ahead over on the percentage game now after this attack, but well, stars are more important than percentage, and this is what it's all about on this one. 92% overall for this attack, and just those little things which can make all the difference.
That's all it takes. Those tiny, tiny things. And unfortunate, it's not going to get this one. But percentage-wise, it's going to bring them higher up. Closing in on it. But the problem is the star count. They're going to be down by a star. And look at that. They even have the average destruction. 71.2 to a 70. So they've got the lead on destruction percentage. If Chasmac EA fail to get the triple, then UG Esports have a chance. We saw in the last match, Tribe Gaming and NAVI coming down to the final attack, and that's what's happening here. The final 2 attacks of this match are going to determine who advances to take on NAVI.
Yeah, the only way and how Chasmac EA can now really just say, nope, we just want to win this. Then they have to 3-star, which is always easier said than done. So let's take a look at if they can do this. We have a Queen Charge LaLo. We have the Lock Launcher into the base. And I love those Queen Charge Lock Launcher attacks. Back on turn of 14, it kind of felt like you could Queen Charge 80% of the base. It's not that possible anymore. But those Tesla, they might mess up the Lock Launcher right there, but it's quick enough.
Yeah, he was able to take it down, but the Skellies are a big problem. And can Morio clutch it up like he did for Chasmac EA into this match like he did in the previous match to send them to this match here? As out comes the Yeti, but unfortunately, he didn't get the multi. One Yeti is coming back, going for it now. Pulls, the Spring Trap launches it, but the multi-target Inferno just goes down.
That was really important. Multi-Inferno Tower down. We just have seen how much difference it can make if an Inferno Tower is left standing or not versus your LaLo attack. And there's the wall break happening. The wall break is running, the wall break is trying, and the wall break is connecting to get him access into that power. But oh my, that Rage Queen did a lot of damage on defense.
Yeah, that defensive Queen did work there, but that Queen under a Rage. Royal Champion to the far right to try to get this Queen to go for the multi-target Inferno. Will she go? Uh-oh, she's not going. She's going to go for the Wizard Tower. The army camp up top. Drops a few minions. That Warden's now coming in for the LaLo tunnels activated. The Queen needs a loop back around, but the CC, Goblins, Headhunters, Lava Hound is out with the free spells. The Warden ability is also utilized.
Oh, the Warden ability, but the Tornado Trap keeping everything within that Town of Poison. And this is deadly because we have a back-end raged up multi-Inferno Tower. Wait a second. Those dudes can't even get towards that, and this would mean that this is a defense and only a 2-star attack. And UG Esports have everything in their own hands to turn this around. They can decide if they can make it all the way to face NAVI in the next round, which would be crazy.
Coming down to the final attack for UG Esports. Unfortunately, Morio not able to get this one done. He was able to in the last match, but not here, which means the final attack yet again will determine the life of UG Esports. Triple, you advance. Yeah, 2-star 99%, and you are going home. Wow, everything on the line now. Good luck to UG Esports with their final attack.
I mean, that's just crazy. I mean, it's one fact that UG Esports now was able to hold back ETX Sports, they're one of the best teams right now in Town of 15, and they were able to hold them back to 11 stars. Chessmaking A as well, like, they are incredible. They have done really, really well over the last couple of weeks and months on Town of 15, and yet they were able to hold them back to 11 stars. The base building of UG Esports is incredible, but they now need to show this on offense, that they can show that they deserve this match versus NAVI in the next round. And for that, well, all they have to do is 3-starring, which is, well, for us, easy to say, but those players are going to have a lot going into this next attack.
A lot of pressure indeed. Your tournament life comes down to this attack to move on and take on NAVI in the next match, which is going to be a very difficult task as well. But they're focused on this one. UG Esports, you triple, you advance, and here we go with the next attack as the final attack of this match, as the plan is with the super minion, no clone, just a super minion to secure the town hall with that blimp. Okay, another invis is forced. Town hall's going down, pulls a red air bomb. Town hall's been secured. But is this the value that he wants here? He did get some nice value here. Did pull out a little bit of CC. Nothing more than a few archers.
Yeah, a few archers are out, but the value overall looks really solid. I mean, getting the multi-front tower, which was located in front of the town hall, getting the spell tower, the town hall itself, and even an air expo, that I would say it's a really solid success for this opening. And now it's all about what he can do with those heroes. We have seen this from many other players. The blimp is one important step into the right direction, but it's all about what you can do with your heroes, how you can enable them to take down a huge part of the base. And right now, those skeletons are messing a little bit with him, because this king, no way, he's going the wrong way.
King, you're supposed to go up top to protect this queen. He could drop a headhunter or a few onto the defensive king. And wait, did he just drop a little archer so that that king got distracted onto his king? I think he might have just done that, which would have been very smart. Oh, he finds a tornado trap. If he set the blimp on the other side, that blimp could have been stalled. Wow, the luck deciding which way to send the blimp, you just don't know. Oh, that could have been a complete difference maker, but the CC is coming out, and this is going to be a problem as the Ward needs to bomb his ability to protect these balloons without coming a triple ice golem. So luckily that won't do any damage to his balloons as he's flying his way around, but that sweeper is a huge pain.
Yeah, one sweeper is down by now, but the second sweeper is still being super annoying for him. The backhand scatter shot is still there, but the hound is getting really a lot of fire on him, which means it's nicely tanking that scatter shot. The Roy Gem with her ability.
Wait a sec.
Maybe clutch this. The loons are coming in from every single angle. He might have just gotten UG Esports into the next round of this tournament. There is just so many loons left, and the Roy Champion taking on the ice golems. And there are so many minions. This should be it, Carbon. This should be it.
Wow, what a final attack with the clutch super minions taking out that town hall and then lolling his way around. It was a triple ice golem CC. If it was a different CC, it could have been a completely different story. The luck was on the side of UG Esports. If the blimp was on the other side of the town hall. Oh,
okay. Well, I was afraid because of the ice golems.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
He's got enough. He's got enough. And there we go. It is a 3-star. Yes. There we go. We see the 100%. But if he sent the blimp on the other side of the town hall, would have found the tornado trap. If it was a different CC, maybe it would have been a big pain for that LaLo around. Who knows? But hey, UG Esports gets it done at the end of the day, and they are victorious, and they will be advancing to take on NAVI in the lower bracket semifinals. Wow.
That is crazy, and I would have liked to see if anyone is still right with their predictions about like the bracket overall. What a surprise, what an underdog story for UG Esports. What a great way of showcasing yourself in this competition and making it all the way now to face NAVI in the lower bracket final. It's not going to get any easier at this point, but I mean, they have made it already really far in this tournament, so that is impressive.
Very impressive indeed. And another score. Hey, you know, it's not a high scoring war. 13-13, 14-14. It's 11-11. But it comes down to that final attack. What a pressure attack. So much on the line and getting it done with that super minion. Blizzard, super minion, Invis, LaLo. Well done there with everything on the line. The 1 3-star that they needed is the final attack, and it helped them advance to the lower bracket semis.
Yeah, and take a look at that. Overall, that's the bracket so far. There is 2, possibly 3 more matches to go, depending on how the finals turns out, because it's a bracket reset. But as well, if NAVI is going to win this next match, this would mean that Tribe Gaming, without even playing the final already, guaranteed would get the golden ticket. If UG Esports wins, then we would have Tribe Gaming versus UG Esports who are fighting for the golden ticket. I mean, NAVI and Tribe would still like battle for the prize money, but the golden ticket at least would be already then given away as soon as NAVI is joining the final match.
Indeed, because NAVI already has a golden ticket, so they can't win another golden ticket. We'll see them in the championship. But you know who we'll see next is Judo. Judo is back, and what was your take on that final attack that, again, like we saw in the Tribe vs NAVI match, just clutch players coming in to deliver for their teams? Oh, Judo, you might be muted if you're there. The hell?
Oh, I don't believe
there
I should
you
be
are.
muted.
Now we can hear you. There we go.
Oh, very strange. Okay, well, we're in. What I was saying is it's always exciting to, you know, see the last attackers getting it done under pressure. And I really thought, you know, in the opening attacks, Chasmac Gaming looked like they were going to take that one, but it's just keep grinding away. UG Esports, put yourself in the position where you can then get that closing 3-star attack, and they did what they needed to do. So it's going to be exciting to see whether they can carry that through to face NAVI. What do you think following it though, to coming up to this next attack?
I mean, that last attack was super clutch. As Carbon Fin perfectly highlighted, it was like it felt like a 50-50 with where the blimp is coming in from, and they have baited one side with the tornado trap. You can't bait both sides, so it was like for them, okay, if they go there, we got them baited. If they come from the other side, it is what it is. And they exactly picked the right side where the super minions got all the value they need. I mean, the multi-inferno tower, rage tower, I think it was the town itself, the air expo, so much value already. And I mean, then a clutch finish overall with even having a nice client custody. Does not need to worry about too much to get the 3-star in the end. So really, really crazy finish, and seeing Chasmac EA going out, really unfortunate, but this next match should be really cool, and I want to see if NAVI can get more than 11 stars versus UG Esports, because so far the bases held like crazy, Carbon.
Yeah, the bases have been a big turning point for UG Esports. Been very impressive, and the teams that they've been taking out also insane. We could probably maybe bring up the bracket again so we can go through the route that UG Esports has gone, right? It's just very impressive of where they've gotten. And so here we go. Take a look at this. So UG Esports took on Clash Champs. They lost. A perfect war against them, right? You would think that's going to make you just so devastated. You just got perfected. Now we're in the lower bracket. No. They then defeated X Team Early Bird. Then they defeated the 3rd place team from last year, ET Exports. Then they defeated Chasmac EA. Now they're going against NAVI. What a run this is here, Judo.
Oh, it certainly is, especially, like you said, I think the most impressive thing is that they had that knock early on, right? And they have been able to just sweep that aside, move on mentally, and, you know, just go from there. I think it was really... It's just really exciting to see when a team is able to handle the pressure in the lower bracket. So I'm excited to see whether they can carry that across with NAVI. But I think what we should do right now is actually get an interview from both of those teams, NAVI and UG Esports.
Welcome in, everybody. Today I have a very special guest here with me answering some Clash of Clans questions. I am joined by none other than the NAVI captain, Gaku. Great to have you here, Gaku.
こんにちは、ナビのガクです。本日はよろしくお願いいたします。
What has been your most memorable moment or achievement in your Clash of Clans career thus far?
直近のケソカップのファイナルももちろん印象に残ってるんですけども、やっぱり一番は去年の世界大会の決勝です。2019年の世界大会始まってからずっと目標にしてきてたので、とても達成感がありました。
How has it been the captain of NAVI, and what are the biggest challenges that you have come across as the captain?
メンバーとは昔から長く一緒にやっているので、それほどチームマネジメントに関してはそんなに苦労はしなかったんですけども、やっぱりチームの不調が続くと少し責任を感じることも増えましたし、ただチームが勝った時はより達成感も増えました。
How important do you believe communication and teamwork are in achieving success in Clash of Clans, and how do you work to improve on these aspects within your team?
5人で行うゲームなので、チームワークだったりコミュニケーションはとても大切だと思います。試合中にボイスチャットをするのはもちろんなんですけども、プライベートの雑談だったり他のゲームも一緒にやることでより仲が良くなったと思います。
What are the challenges of being the first hitter in Wars?
正直言うとタウンホール14の頃よりもかなりハードになったと思ってます。先行の場合8分のプランニング時間で攻撃しなきゃいけないので、その中で正解を見つけるのはとても難しいですし、見えないことも正直よくあるので、最悪レジェンドリーグの編成で突っ込んであとはお祈りします。
Which team do you want to face in the Clash of Clans World Championship Finals in November?
トライブゲーミングともう一回世界大会で戦いたいです。彼らはタウンホール15でもとても強力ですし、また必ず世界大会ファイナルに来ると思っています。個人的にはチャスマック GS とチャスマック EA も同じ日本チームでとても強いので、世界大会で戦いたいなと思ってます。
Congratulations on your signing this season. How does it feel to be a part of such a big esports organization?
ナビからのさまざまなスポーツのおかげで僕たちはウォームアップトーナメントとケソカップを勝てたと思っているので、とても感謝しています。彼らは他のゲームタイトルにも強いチームは持っているので、彼らの名に恥じぬように今後も勝ち続けていきたいなと思ってます。
Many consider you to be one of the all-time greats of competitive Clash of Clans. How do you stay motivated to continue that legacy?
私たちのことを応援してくれているファンのサポートのおかげで僕たちはモチベーションを保てているので、それは非常に感謝してます。あと僕たちのことを強敵だと思ってくれているのはとても嬉しいことなので、今の順位をキープしていきたいなと思ってます。
What do you think about the current Town Hall 15 meta, and which strategy is currently your favorite to use?
多くのプロは現在のメタにとても満足していると思いますし、僕もとても満足しています。難しいことでよりモチベーションにつながってます。僕の好きな戦術はクイヒで、クイヒはタウンホール9からずっと強いですし、今後も多分ずっと強いと思っているので、練習するべき編成かなと思ってます。
Is there anything that you'd like to say to the teams playing in the upcoming Rush Golden Ticket tournament?
実際僕たちも何度もトーナメントで下克上されているので、どのチームが勝つかを予想するのは本当に難しいと思ってます。逆に全てのチームにゴールデンチケットを取る可能性があると思っているので、とりあえず参加してみてクラクラの競技シーンを楽しんでほしいなと思ってます。ありがとうございました。
Welcome in, Shikari. How does it feel to see your name amongst those top world players like Gaku, Stars, and Yo-Yo for top 5 best hit rates for the entire Rush Golden Ticket tournament?
I am myself Shikari from Esports, and I'm feeling good, and it's helping my team, and we're looking to improve.
Throughout the Swiss stage, your team took down other qualifying teams like X-Team Earlybird and Chasmic Gaming EA. Do you think that gives your team an edge going into the final stage of the tournament?
We approach every opponent differently with our bases, and we study them well and try to do good against them. As we had the best defensive rate in the Swiss bracket, I think we are seen as an underdog because of this new team, but we will keep surprising those top teams with our performance.
Do you approach your matches differently to other teams, considering at this stage of the tournament you will often be seen as the underdogs?
Yes, we have a big chance to reach the finals, where teamwork and trust everything is possible.
Is there anyone in particular you'd like to shout out or thank?
First of all, I would like to thank my friend Sikandar, who brought me in the Esports team, and my teammates and the management, and especially the base builders. By their efforts and hard work, we have came this far.
As well as the teams are preparing, but that's pretty much all they can do at this stage. We are momentarily going to be getting into the first attack of this war, and for UG Esports, Carbon was talking about how they have had an incredible run in that lower bracket, but this now really does turn things up to another level, Itsu.
Yeah, we have seen in the graphic that they were super consistent. I feel like one of the most consistent teams out of the teams so far, but the consistency was that they pretty much always get 11 stars. I think they got once 10 and once 12 stars. Otherwise, always 11 stars on offense, but their defense was always just so incredible that they were holding incredible teams back to 11 or even below stars to make it that far in the tournament, which is really impressive. In the end, you saw the shout out to the base builders. I think that is for sure something which, I mean, those base builders need an incredible credit to the success of the team so far. They have done amazing with the diamond bases, a different style of bases than most of the other teams are running, and I feel like it's really showing with how good those bases are have defended against other top teams.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that, you know, there's a lot of hours go in behind the scenes that you don't necessarily appreciate when you're just jumping on to watch the live stream here. But you made an interesting point there because, you know, even in that last match when they faced Chazmak, they were on a 13-star streak of wars, you know, and they broke that UG Esports and held them back with their bases. So they clearly do have the strength. It's really whether they have been prepared for NAVI. And I guess this is one thing that, you know, NAVI have got a lot of the variety. We know how, you know, strong they are, but it also puts a bit of a target on them, if you will. Everyone will be looking to defend and make sure, you know, they can get their name out by beating them, essentially. But we can take a look at a couple of the stats of both of the teams, Itsu.
Yeah, I mean, the stats of Navi are just incredible. And one thing which I found really interesting from what Gaku said in the interview is that when they do not have a plan for a certain base, they were just going with the legend army. And this is something which I can recommend to everyone who want to improve in the game and just play Legend League. It is so incredibly important as well to those top players to get this practice and routine in, and that if you do not find a plan within this short amount of time which they have for planning, then you can just force a certain strategy, which you're playing in Legends anyway, because in Legend League, you can't really change your army. So if you pick this army specifically, even in a match like this, you have to force whatever base is against you, and this is really giving them a big advantage, being that active as a team in Legend League. And then we have UG Esports, who so far were really incredible on defense, holding back the top teams easily, and on offense that were really consistent, not getting the crazy high scores, but getting their 1 to 2 to 3 stars every single match, and this have brought them to the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, absolutely, because it sounds so straightforward, but it really is both offense and defense that determine the outcome. And even though they don't have the highest of hit rates, you can see they still do have a really high percentage as well. So when they are holding the teams back, they're also able to put up that high percentage so that if it is a draw, they've got a good chance of winning on the percentage as well. And I love what you were talking about with the Legend League armies as well. I feel like that's one thing, having the troops to be able to adapt. You have to take troops in Legends League that you can adapt if something goes wrong and have multi-purpose troops, shall we say. But I believe we will be getting right into the first attack. Here we go, Itsu. It is UG Esports to kick us off. and a good mixture of balloons, but rocket balloons as well.
Oh no. Oh no, I see something in the spell. With the spells. It is going to be another super archer blimp. Let's see if he can break the curse on this strategy. It is going to be a lot of rocket loons because, well, you do not have the spells left after that blimp. It's all about this blimp. If the blimp is connecting, it's amazing. It's incredible. It looks OP. It looks strong.
Oh, the warden, the warden!
No way. But if things go wrong, they are going really quickly wrong. That's what I wanted to say.
And a prime
Oh, no.
example there.
Oh, no.
Defending headhunters just ran straight across. Obviously, the warden is the only hero. Can this blimp still make it to where he wants to be? That's pretty close. And remember, with a clone, you can clone the troops forward as well, which is what he's doing. The super archer's getting cloned into the compartment with the town hall, having the foresight to be able to do that. Can he still get this? He's got 3 invisibility spells to do so. So only utilizing 1 clone, but the scatter shot fires. He missed the timing.
Yeah, he missed the timing and he was not getting the right wall open because the base builder intentionally built the base that from this compartment you could not reach the town hall as the super archer. The range is too long. As soon as there is in between the wall and the town hall, like if there's 5 tiles in between, you cannot reach the town hall. That's exactly what is the case on this base. So yeah, losing the vulnerability early, we have said it, it can be really, really problematic. And now it's all about securing the 2nd star on this attack because there's a rage tower, there's a multi-inferno tower, and that could really hurt. And he's trying right now to trigger that rage tower to make sure there's less damage, but now it's going off, and now he needs to wait a little bit.
Indeed, and notice there are 2 grounded expos protecting that town hall as well. Depending on which angle he enters towards the town hall, we also have the defending king, which will start distracting his heroes as well. This is going to be super tough. He's got the ice golem in order to try and, utilize that freeze, but I also feel like that rage tower is going to be reactivated pretty much bang on time as his heroes are getting there, Itsu. Let's find out what indeed happens as the Royal Champion moves through. Diggy does stun the Expo. Use the invisibility. He didn't. I thought he might have just committed the 2 invis for the Royal Champion. But is he just waiting for the Queen? I guess that's the plan.
Yeah, I feel like at this point it's all about the Queen. The Queen is out of range of any defense at the moment. I mean, obviously she's picking the max wall out of the possible options there, but this just means it takes a bit longer for her to take to the town hall. It's 15 seconds. If there's not any skeleton trap whatsoever, this might delay things. He's actually turning the king invisible to maybe get some more percentage off, but 70% 2-star to start things off in this match is really good for NAVI. And yeah, it's the super archer blimp. I don't know what to say. Every single time we use it, it has the by far lowest hit rate of all of the most used strategies, like in the top 6 or something of the most used strategy of the tournament. But it's like, I think after today, it's like 15% of the hit rate below the average. Like not below the highest hit rate strategy, it's below the average. This is one of the strategies which really pushes down the hit rate of this tournament quite a lot. And I don't know, we have not really seen any 3-stars today just yet with the super archer blimp.
Yeah, and even hit rates aside, I think that the chances of 1-stars in itself because of it is massive. I have to say, I think he could have probably done a bit of a better job in terms of percentage, just adapting to the base. So let's see whether that is going to be crucial or whether, like you said, their bases can hold. This is similar to what we've seen with Tribe when they faced Navi. Opening attack was not going to plan, but they still managed to get it done due to their bases. Gaku, though, Navi's top performer, starting out with his queen charge in towards that town hall. And yeah, let's just see how he does this. Yesterday I asked you about the hybrid and we seen it come in a totally different fashion, so maybe we'll not try and predict too much today.
Yeah, but I think this is like a really common approach where you just try to charge the town hall. He's right now trying to drop the clan castle. We again have a common combination with rocket loons as well in there, which just are like, they're just supposed to like do some damage, and the ice golems then are supposed to like delay a smash attack, for example. And then he's going to just play the hybrid most likely on the flank of the queen charge to push her into the town hall and everything. So this is like the common approach on diamond shape bases with a hybrid attack. So let's see if Gaku is doing exactly that on this one, because take a look on the right side. Losing the Queen ability early. On the right side, that's what I want to say. The King and the Siege Barracks are going to have some great value right there, and the hybrid is exactly coming in as we were expecting it.
Well, as you were expecting it, perfect prediction there, Mitsu. You can see that hybrid pushing forward, and we mentioned this earlier, but the Lizard on the Grand Warden is great if you don't think you're going to be able to time the Headhunters inside that Warden ability, because the Lizard can then help you to heroes on the back end. Queen's stuck inside the poison of the Town Hall. And remember, she doesn't have her ability as a backup here, so she goes down with the Expo and the Monolith still standing. That's a lot of damage that the rest of his troops have to get through.
Yeah, and there's no Warden ability left anymore. Those Hog Riders and Miners have to do an incredible job of pushing through the Scatter Inferno Tower, and even there's another Bomb Tower on the back end. Royal Champion already went down, and it looks like that UG Esports are just keep doing what they have done to the other teams. They are just keep defending them, because there's only the King and the P.E.K.K.A. at this point left alive, and I mean, this is a really low percentage 2-star again, 72% so far, 74, and getting a couple of more higher percentages at this point, but below 80%, that is really uncommon for Gaku, who so far looked, I mean, incredible in this tournament. UG Esports defenses, they just keep defending.
Yeah, I was going to say, on top of even just defending, it is Gaku, who is, like you said, the top performing player of this tournament if you're taking stats in themselves and hit rate into consideration. So that is just super impressive to be able to do so. And I know a lot of the teams and even a lot of the players have their own Twitter accounts, so I definitely have a bit of a look around and follow a bunch of those, but I'll be keeping an eye on UG Esports just to see if they are sharing some of these bases. That one in particular, I'll be looking out for the link.
Yeah, I mean, we will see those bases a lot, I feel like, in the next Clan League and stuff, so that is, make sure that you're copying those bases, at least to just practice them or something. I don't know, you don't have to use them, but just make sure that if your opponents are going to use them, you are ready, because even the pros are struggling versus those spaces. But it's now back to UG Esports and for their next attack, and depending on how that looks like, they could even pressure NAVI because of their great defense. Now a 3-star will put them really good into the lead, because right now they have the lead overall percentage wise.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as to how this one goes from here, because we were questioning at the start. Obviously, you already gave, quite rightly, the applause to UG's base builders. But right out of the gates, we see that, yes, they can defend NAVI. And will they be able to follow through with that? As much as you defend, you have to be able to counter that. Starting with the Yeti Blimp on this one. So far, so good. Scattershot goes down, going to clear those other defenses. Can they get the Archer Queen alongside the Tesla? That would be the most optimal. Oh, it's the Royal Champion. Doesn't quite get it. Gets her very low in health, so she'll go down very quickly to the Queen charge.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit scared again with this compartment coming up. I mean, the Rage Tower is just so deadly for those Queen charges, because even if your Queen is raged up and the defensive expos are raged as well, you might have to invest a freeze or something, because there's just so much damage overall. And there we go, raged up defense, and you can see the Queen is struggling to keep her hit points, even though the healers are raged up. Another rage is needed to take down the defending King, who's as well raged up. And this, take a look at that. The Queen is forcing her ability just because of the Rage Tower, which is insane.
Yeah, crazy damage going in there. It just shows that if you are charging those Rage Tower areas, even having the healers raged is not enough. You've got to have those dual spells coming in. But he should be able to path the Queen nicely into that area now. Does pop the Tornado Trap, which is, you know, quite good to get it out of the way, shall we say, early on. And just waiting on the Hog Rider deployment until he is guaranteed that Town Hall is about to go down. And obviously he wants the Barbarian King to take down the enemy Queen as well, since the Hog Riders being defense targeting wouldn't have it. Oh, King decides to go on the absolute longest route to the Queen, but with the Phoenix, she will hopefully go down.
Yeah, but Now the question... Oh, the Hog Riders are in. The question now is, can the Queen survive? No, she's going down to the Headhunters and the defending Monolith. The Hog Riders are in, but... Where are those Hog Riders? Okay, there are they. Keep trying to push through, but the Hound is popping as well. And those pops are raged up, aren't they?
I think so. The Hog Riders, either way, whether they were or weren't, the Hog Riders are gone. The scatter shot is going to momentarily take down the Royal Champion, which is what you need to finish off the base. It is going to be another defense for NAVI. UG Esports not quite getting this one, and they are a little bit lower on their percentage. As you mentioned prior to this match, UG Esports typically only getting the 10 or 11 stars, but when we did look at their numbers, they were averaging into the 90s, whereas both of the first attacks have been below that. Maybe that will come back to get them, but as long as their bases continue to hold, maybe they can just sneak that 3-star as they did in the last match towards the end and grind out the victory.
Yeah, now it's back to Navi. I really want to see if maybe just it happens, okay? Everyone has having like a bad match or something, so maybe that just happened to Gaku. But if UG Esports now can like defend back to back versus Navi, like versus maybe Stars now attacking second, I think that's what he did a lot of times. Then I'm maybe convinced, okay? So far, I'm still like believing that this was maybe some lucky coincidence. Who knows? Who knows? Navi with Gaku struggling a little bit, but the next attack, let's see if that attack is going to be as well such a low percentage 2-star attack, or if it's going to be the 3-star, kinda as we are expecting from Navi. But that one, I am looking forward to that next attack.
Of course, I mean, Navi are the world champions for a reason, right? And that's where they came out of the gates winning that first golden ticket. And we have Klaus actually attacking in second. Interesting, because he's normally finishing things off for us, starting with the lightning spell to take down the Rage Tower, one of the multi-Inferno towers, and also the Archer Queen getting zapped out there as well. So really good value to kick us off.
Yeah, incredible value for him. Having to invest the 7 lightnings to make that possible, but he's doing that. And we now see as well the lock launcher. As we have talked about that earlier, this is it was a counter for those diamond shaped bases in the earlier days, and we have not seen those too often against now those diamond bases. I think Chasmac EA tried it once, didn't really work for them too well, but maybe Klaus can show that to us. The ground expo though, locking onto the Queen, it's not the greatest thing for him to happen, and the Tessa farm is looking like a big threat as well.
Yeah, quickly sending in that Royal Champion in order to try and help out. But the Archer Queen, like you said, taking a lot of damage, having to use the ability. I'm keeping an eye on the scatter shot because that could take the Queen out due to the archers. Sometimes when you press the Queen ability and the scatter shot still fires at those archers, it can go down. But he does manage to just about get that scatter. Unicorn will start to slowly repay the Queen. And as he deploys the LaLo, he can use the Archer Queen to hopefully clean up a little bit here as well.
Yeah, perfectly used Yeti in the early stages of the attack, where he took down the elephants at the top side. That building was missing, and he did that to make sure that he was able to let the first town fly across the town or trigger a possible tornado trap, and that tornado trap was right there, making sure that it's not having any value whatsoever. Even the Rage Tower is already triggered on the back end. A Loon Parade is approaching this back end, and I think the UG Esports bases, they're doing amazing, but Klaus is like, nope, I don't care if those bases have to finish amazing. I would just swag a freeze, a ton of loons and everything, and have probably more loons left alive than he started with.
I was just about to say, has he lost a balloon here? I'm seriously questioning that, looking at the huge pack. That was absolutely amazing by Klaus. And I think it really does just go back to the fact that even if you build bases against some of the players, you have to be able to test them on that level as well. And sometimes even things like the heal spell, you might try and bait a lava loon attack, but if you don't consider the different aspects of maybe a heal spell could actually counter that area, when you do have someone like Klaus that is so creative, that can really tailor the strategy and adjust it to the base, then you can just get outplayed. And it really showed there how overpowering his plan was versus that base. Beautifully executed as well, obviously.
And I feel like it's always those little details, like the Yeti at the top side to take down an air defense, like traded kinda, Yeti versus air defense. And because of that, he was able to trigger the train trap early because let's just repeat the exact same attack, but not take down the air defense. And with the loons then reaching the tunnel, getting rotated away from the tunnel, delaying things, putting them into the tunnel poison, could already change the outcome of the attack overall. So those little pieces, putting them together like plan and execution wise, that's then always the really hard task base builders and the base testers have to somehow overcome. And this attack looked beautiful from start to finish, really amazing attack. And now NAVI are putting some pressure on UG Esports because they now on their end need to at least have 1 3-star if they want to have a chance of winning this match and getting into the grand finals to face Tribe Gaming.
Absolutely, and I think one thing that is really important as well is just gaining the experience at this level in these positions. This is one thing that UG Esports have obviously put on an incredible performance, but they certainly don't have the experience of NAVI deep into tournaments like this as the pressure gets greater and greater. But who knows? Let's find out what they can do because they've beaten some top teams en route to here this weekend. Starting with the Yetis, did not rage them up, just well calculated that he could get what he wanted via just the blimp and the troops themselves. Now can nicely take out the CC troops and 37 Hog Riders. I'm excited to see whether he can get the Hogs to work on this base.
Yeah, I mean, Hog Riders, it's always the question, like, are you going to hit the spring traps or are you going to avoid the spring traps? Depending on that, you have a really good indicator of how your attack is going to go. Nice invisibility spell to really save the ability of the queen. Now the king and the queen charging into that tunnel compartment, but I feel like with that Rage Tower and the Rage Up Multi-Influence Tower, he has to worry about his queen and the ability staying in tank for long enough to make sure that the tunnel's going down.
Yeah, I have to say, I always love when people don't just default to having healers with the queen and trying to just protect her, if you will. He literally just got the unicorn on the queen using the invisibility spells to help, but she's getting drawn to the outside here as well. Itsu, I don't believe this is what was intended, and it might be very difficult to get that town hall before the Hog Riders. Maybe he has to commit a group of Hog Riders to it, as we've seen Tribe do. Maybe he tries to just pick off defenses and send the Royal Champion, but he's in a real tough spot now, and he has to think fast. There's only 1 minute 15, so he's got to decide what he's going to do, and he's actually pushing a huge amount of Hog Riders in, but he hits the tornado trap on top of that as well. Oh my gosh.
And the bad thing for him now is that the tunnel is not even activated just yet, and he has no spell to do so. Just crossing the 40% mark, this means 10% more to go to the tunnel even be activated. So he needs to save the 1 rage and the freeze to make sure that the Hog Riders, the 8 Hog Riders he has saved so far, are going to take down the tunnel. Tunnel now finally activated. There is the freeze. But he has... Wait, where are this... Like, drop the spells, please. The Hogs are just going down. Another rage. The heal is just going to go into somewhere. And he is not hitting any spells. And this is falling short for him. And that's going to be a really low percentage attack versus the space of Klaus.
Yeah, unfortunate, but I do think this is where exactly, ironically, what I was talking about at the start of that attack comes into play. As you start getting to positions in tournament with the pressure mounts, and the experience really is pivotal. I'm sure if he could have had another go at that, he would have been able to adapt and, you know, just make the outcome even better, despite it not going to plan at the start. But when you're under the pressure and you've got to think so fast, it's always difficult. I mean, at least he got the 2-star, but versus NAVI, they are a long way behind now.
Yeah, I feel like especially overall the approach, the attack itself was really baited from NAVI, because they like to do approaches like this, right? Where they blimp something and then do a hero push towards the town hall. But with all of those Tesla located there, it was really tricky to get there. You have seen all of the skeleton traps popping up around the area of the town hall, just delaying those heroes more and more. And then we have the Rage Tower really kicking in with the Inferno Tower combination and making the life really, really hard. And now we see something which we have seen on Ton of 14 quite a lot, which is the Queen Charge Dragon Rider attack. but let's just take a look at how he's going to handle this invisibility tower behind the Town Hall.
Yeah, well, he does have 4 freeze spells, so maybe that is his plan. But I always like to see, even if it looks like what you would think is more of a default army, how the players adapt that, and particularly picking one that is not necessarily in the meta. We haven't really seen a lot of Queen Charge Dragon Rider attacks. Just stripping out these outside buildings first, taking his time, and then you can notice the different openings in the walls. Just want to try and use those to his advantage. One red air bomb goes off for the healers, so now decides to pop that Coco Loon in. Just taking his time. What do you think he's got planned for this battle, Blimp? I ask you that right as the action starts kicking off as well, and he has to use that rage spell in order to help keep that queen and her ability intact.
Yeah, tough call where he's going to send that Blimp in. Maybe for the Town Hall, that's always like an option you could go for. But something, again, where I'm like really confused about is just that those pros are not going more for those surgical Electro Dragon approaches, because we have talked about that with those diamond bases. A lot of times certain defenses are really exposed, so you could really go for the town with just Electro Dragon and stuff like that. And I feel like those approaches, we have not really seen those too often in today's matches, which is kind of surprising to me. While the Town Hall, as we have said, the Blimp connecting to the Town Hall with the sneaky goblins, getting that out. And the Queen is now in the middle of the base, and we have the Dragon Riders getting pushed into for the top side, and the King funneling everything in.
Yeah, he still has a wall breaker for that Queen, but I wonder how much more he's expecting, because he lost a bunch of healers due to the Expo. So he only has 2 healers on the Queen. Dragon Riders quickly getting picked off by the defending Queen as well. He's got to start using these spells to protect them, but it's the Warden ability he will use first.
Warden ability first to protect that those Dragon Riders versus the high damage of that Monolith. The Queen is hanging on just barely. Queen ability is forced to go. Wait a second, she's not going for the wall. Instead, she's going around the outside. But those rage up expos on the back end, take a look at that. How quickly that Roy Champion is just going to melt. Wait a second, maybe the Dragon Riders can push through. It's getting closer and closer, but the Queen went down.
Yeah, he's got 15 seconds. I will be surprised. Honestly, I'm so surprised at how far these Dragon Riders have gone. It seems like he's had so many of them on like 10% health for so long. Unfortunately, not able to push through the back end of the base. Another defense from UG Esports. And obviously, you know, Klaus got that 3-star. NAVI in the lead. But defending twice now versus NAVI, they've got to try and take advantage of that. They've had low percentage hit points themselves. They still need a 3-star in this next one to take any kind of advantage of those defenses.
Yeah, but take a look at the stats below us. I mean, both teams have 3 attacks in, and we see a 10% difference. That is an insane amount, because those 10% do not mean that it's 10% in game, okay? This is the 10% of the average destruction, which is quite a bit overall. So I am not 50%. Sure, because at this point, they would need to, I don't know, like, they can't win on tie, like on star tie. They have to win on stars. And I feel like at this point they need 2, maybe 3 stars, which we have not seen from them just yet, that they are capable of that. So they would need to really step it up to have like the chance in this match, because this percentage difference is crazy. As you said it, that's 50% in game. That is a lot of buildings.
Yeah, good point. I mean, they've got to 3-star the next 2 attacks, and then they've got to continue that defensive streak. Is it possible? I guess we will find out over the next, 10-15 minutes or so. Starting with the lightning spell up top there for the Titans. And yeah, let's just find out what he does here. I always love these approaches with, I mentioned it earlier, with the Warden trying to protect the Flame Flinger. He did pop the Tesla there, and the Flame Flinger is still just out of reach, so he can get that little bit extra value. You can see he was just dropping the Barbarians in, trying to see whether there was any others in that region, because if the Tesla pops, that is one of the defenses that can end up, obviously, outranging your Flame Flinger if you haven't got it early.
I'm a little bit confused. What is the plan for the Flame Flinger? Because the Flame Flinger will never, ever go for the tunnel, right? Because it would go for the multi-inferno tower, and that will probably go for the cannon, and then it's going to be in range of the king. So I'm a little bit confused right now by how he used the flame flinger, but let's see. Maybe there's something I'm missing. The queen, though, seems like she's splitting from the main group, and that might be good then, because she is actually going to reach that town hall, so it's going down.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that was the intention, but hey, it is working beautifully right now. If the Archer Queen taking that, he had a fantastic freeze spell, and sometimes you have to adapt to what happens, right? And I think he did a great job of doing that right there. The Electro Titans, though, in the middle, under the defensive Rage Tower, taking a lot of damage. Healer's keeping them alive at the moment, so if they can get through this tough spot, who knows whether they can push to the back end of the base. But the Royal Champion going to struggle to reinforce as the Titans are at the top, and they're not really going to help absorb any of the damage for the champion.
Yeah, the Royal Champion trying her best to take down the Expo first and now keep going. But that back-end defensive Royal Champion could be a really, really big threat. And I feel like at this point he has lost most of those Titans. The Warden in the middle of the pack still trying to support. And the Royal Champion ability getting forced. And that defensive Royal Champion just too much. And that is yet again another 2-star. And NAVI really as well switched up their bases. They're not running the diamond base. They're not running the box bases right now. Instead, they're going as well totally into the diamond base section. And so far, it's doing. I mean, it's giving UG Esports a really, really tough time. With this attack, it's going to be harder and harder for them to come back.
Yeah, indeed. And if NAVI, 3-star the next attack, then that is all but guaranteed, essentially, at that stage. But what a storyline they will be building as well, because, we mentioned how it was a repeat of last year's World Championships with the semi-finals being Tribe and NAVI. But Tribe obviously won that, went to the final from the upper bracket. NAVI ended up coming through to the lower bracket. So we really are building a repeat here if NAVI are able to 3-star in the next attack.
Yeah, I mean, if NAVI is going to get the next successful attack, I don't even think they would need to 3-star. I think a 2-star with a solid percentage is already enough at this point. But if they win this match, yes, we're going to have the history repeat. At the same time, though, I think Tribe at this point are kind of hoping for NAVI to make it to the finals, because this would mean that they would already guarantee get the golden ticket, just because NAVI has already their golden ticket secured in the first qualifier.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I mean, clearly Tribe want to win the whole thing, but the golden ticket is what they're after. So they get what they want either way if NAVI win. And here we go with a recall spell. I gotta say, Kazuma is fast becoming one of my favorite players. He is just able to adjust to the bases, and I love seeing the variety that he brings. Interested to see how he uses this recall as well.
Yeah, the recall versus those diamond bases, I'm surprised that we have not seen those more often, because it's a really cool way of just like dipping in, getting that town hall out of the way, and then just doing a queen charge maybe for the eagle or somewhere different where there is less damage or less danger and threat to your queen. Nice use of the invisibility spell, re-targeting his queen. And right now he's charging with only 4 healers, so it's a little bit tricky. He has to reinvest with another healer because he knows the unicorn is going down. And with okay, queen ability force as well. That was close. He barely got away with real quick thinking. He knows the unicorn is going down, and this means that he can use another healer and still get the full capacity or recall with how the recall spell works.
Yeah, great adaptation there. It's a shame that he did lose that queen ability, because whilst your ability goes off and you reinforce and redeploy them, the ability would still be intact. Whilst the hero is in your troop bar, the ability is still getting used anyway. So it's a little bit unfortunate there. Not that he, needed it when you first deploy the queen back down, but it does mean now you can see in this area manages to get the Warden Tower down. But that is one of the defenses that, because it provides so much DPS, it can instantly take your queen down before you have time to react if you're not careful.
Yeah, it's just a lot of threat and a lot of concentration then for the player to make sure that there's nothing happening. We have seen this quite a few times, that abilities of heroes are not going through because there was just too much damage. But honestly, if he can get this hero dive in, because he is kind of playing the Town Hall 14 meta queen charge, where he's trying to queen charge the entire base with the Ground Warden, which is so fun to watch. I love those attacks. And now let's see if he can pull this off.
I mean, he's doing a great job across to the right-hand side there, with the heroes now under the Warden ability, with the King's Barbarians helping to push through as well. Hopefully the Monolith will shortly be on the hit list for these troops as the healers try and reinforce. What's he got in there? He's got a Rocket Balloon, which will nicely get the Builder Hut. And, oh, it actually missed it. But the Yetis do get to the Monolith. And under Rage, they will get even more value. Then he has the LaLo portion and the Royal Champion for this back end of the base. 20 seconds, though, Itsu. Can he pull it off?
Oh my goodness, this is going to be so close on time. With the Queen going down, the one Builder Hut is going to stay alive. You said it, the Rocket Balloon might be able to get it. But it's 8 seconds and a dream. Can't the Royal Champ be quick enough? The Warden just needs to turn around. Just hit that Builder. No way. The Builder Hut you talked about is going to turn this into 99. No shot. That attack was so beautiful with the Log Launcher opening up perfect for those heroes to get them, nuke them back into the core of the base. Beautiful attack, and the Builder Hut not going down and repairing itself is going to cost them and get them the 99% defense for UG Esports.
All he needed was one Yeti Mite to jump across and help take it out. Just, oh my gosh. But like you had mentioned prior to that attack, a 99%, I mean, that pretty much puts them out of reach in terms of percentage moving into this last attack. Let's see what UG Esports have for us. Turning the air defense invisible for the Ice Hound to move across and check for traps across a greater area of the base. The Battle Blimp flying through. What have we got here? Let's find out. Can he get it done?
Ooh, the Blizzard. Blizzard looks really good. I mean, he gets everything, right? He gets everything right there. Wait, if the Wizards are actually... Come on, Wizards. Get those Inferno Towers. This is why you're supposed to be there. There is a Spring Trap. Next. Okay, everything went down. What an incredible Blizzard right there. And it's not all about how much value he can get with those heroes.
Yeah, nice to see the Blizzard in there, actually, because... I feel like we have seen the Super Archer Blimps a lot, but sometimes the Super Wizards can just chain in those thick areas where they are trying to utilize the defensive Rage Tower, and obviously the defenses are close. Blizzard can be really good. So great identification there. Easily able to take out the Lava Hound. Now we see the Barbarian King moving in to help support the Archer Queen, slowly making his way down this area towards that Town Hall. I'm just hoping UG Esports can finish off with a 3-star here.
Yeah, that would be really cool for them, especially like for their clutch player. I mean, Harput now has gotten them into this position where they are able to fight versus NAVI with 3-starring his last attack to win that last match, and he's going all out. I mean, at this point, he knows he just needs to take the risk and trying his best for the 3-star with the Town Hall on the back end. As far as it could get, Town Hall pretty much one of the last buildings, and the LaLo coming from the opposite side.
I've got to say, I do like when you end on the Town Hall. It does bring in a different element of excitement, shall we say. But he's got that Warden ability. He's still got the Ice Hound as well, actually, Itsu, to be able to pop and get extra value. But there goes the Warden ability. They race out of the Town Hall poison towards that multi. There's still a lot of damage on the back end, but the Royal Champion seeking shield can maybe help as a celebratory use to take down Navi's Clan Castle and the Wizard Tower. Looks so good, just bouncing over every area of the base. 3 stars it is for UG Esports, and you called it beforehand. 11 stars is what they get. They have done it again versus NAVI, but unfortunately for this one, all NAVI have to do is close out with this last attack nice and safe, and they move on to the grand final.
Yeah, UG Esports, as I said, they're probably the most consistent team out of all of the teams we had in this tournament. While, for example, Clash Gems, one match they had 15 stars, next match they had 10 stars. So they were really like, I don't know, up and down with their performance. But UG Esports, it's like, yep, we got the 11 stars, we're good. Oh, we already having the 1 3-star, so you can like get the 2. It's always the 11 stars. It's so consistent, but they were just so good on defense that it was always enough to get them to this stage of the tournament. Now it's up to NAVI to get the win here if they are getting the last successful attack in, to move into the grand final, to have yet again a match versus Tribe in this tournament. This is now Swiss stage they played against each other, upper bracket final they played against each other, grand final they have met each other quite a bit, and so far Tribe was able to always edge out on top. But who knows, grand finals, we have seen that in the last year World Championship, the grand finals, that's where it all matters, because this is where you're going to get the first seed and not the matches before that.
Indeed, that is where it all matters, but Tribe would only have to win one more, like you said, from that upper bracket. They only have to win once, whereas NAVI would have to defeat Tribe twice in a row. But let's focus on this attack from Stars to just assure he can indeed get it. I mean, once he gets the 2 stars, he's got over the percentage needed. Even if it was a 50% 2-star, NAVI do win. Using the lightning spell to take out the multi-inferno there, and an expo, sending his king and queen from the top. Not necessarily the safe 2-star approach. I'm not sure whether Stars has that in him, but I am sure he will be able to commit whatever necessary to get that down hole down with the LaLo.
Yeah, but with that Rage multi-inferno around the town hall, this might be still risky to some degree, so let's see how good this opening is going to work. He gets a lot of value for now, but the lock launcher is getting open quite early. The Raged Tesla behind the Eagle are distracting his queen and getting the queen into the wrong direction, because I feel like just based on the wall breaks, he wanted to have this queen going towards the scatter shot, but now he needs to wait if this queen is going even to the right direction. No, she's going to the left.
Yeah, an interesting development here. Keep it together, Stars. Come on. Royal Champion able to clear out that side now, starting with the LaLo. And he just has to commit the LaLo heavy to this side, right? Obviously, a couple of balloons to the left there, just to guarantee that the pathing of the balloons is in towards the town hall. But like you said, with that defending raged up Inferno Tower, it is dealing a lot of damage. Has to pop the early warden ability. Tornado's there with the balloons. Are they going to get to that town hall? Down it goes. 2 stars for NAVI. I don't think he matters whether it's the 3-star. What happens? Little bit of a nervous moment there, getting that town hall though, but down it goes. And I mean, who knows? It's Stars, right? He's still got a couple of balloons. Scattershot is frozen. No way. There's a multi-inferno there. Come on, it's not possible.
I feel like as long as Stars is having only 1 archer, you're still in danger of getting 3-star. This is like how it is. But I feel like on this one, I don't think he can do it. As I said it, this should be another defense. And I mean, overall, UG Esports, they have now back-to-back defended versus top teams on 11 stars. I mean, they have on their own always only got 11 stars as well, but twice they were able to win on percentage. Versus NAVI, it's not enough on the percentage game, but I mean, overall, that is just so impressive to see that even the best teams are struggling versus those bases. I don't know whoever built those bases for UG Esports, but they have done an incredible job in this tournament, and that was just some crazy performance right there. But NAVI making it into the finals, into the grand finals, and having yet again another match versus Tribe.
Another match indeed. No real celebrations there. They just have to get ready for this next match. Will it be 1 match versus Tribe? Will it be 2? Commiserations to UG Esports again. But NAVI, winners of that one. And we could take a little bit of we'll have a quick look at the MVP, and then we'll go back to the bracket. But at this stage, Itsu, we can also take some time to congratulate Tribe. There is the match summary. You can take a look at that. We've obviously just seen it with the stars, the percentage. But Tribe now, as you alluded to, are guaranteed their golden ticket. So we can talk through that when the bracket is on. Klaus, I think it's obvious he's MVP. That was such an incredible attack with all of those balloons. I mean, he did only get the singular 3-star for NAVI. But yeah, moving back to the bracket side of things, Tribe now, golden ticket winners, Itsu.
Golden ticket winners indeed, which means we have now the final in the in the second qualifier, where we have the two only teams so far who have golden tickets for the World Championship, which is kind of funny. I mean, it's just worth showing how competitive Town Hall 15 is, and really having the best teams always finishing out on top. And this is quite exciting to then have the rematch yet again between those two teams. It's at this point, it's just like, I guess, one of the biggest rivalries we have within Clash of Clans esports scene. Tribe Gang versus Navi, always the fight for the top spot. It is really intense.
It certainly is. I mean, bringing back to your competitive days, it always used to be kind of Tribe and, well, I say Strut, but ATN back in those days. Now it's kind of developed into Tribe and Navi. But, you know, Tribe Gaming, they did have 3rd place in the World Championships a couple of years ago, 2nd place last year. What's going to happen with that trend this year? They have certainly started in this tournament, beating Navi twice in a row. And again, just to reiterate, since we're looking at the bracket, how this reset system works, Tribe Gaming have not lost a match during this weekend, meaning they have a chance to lose a match because Navi have already had that second life. They moved down to the lower bracket, so Navi would have to defeat Tribe Gaming twice in order to take first place here, whereas Tribe Gaming only have to win once. Even if they lose this first match, they get the chance of the bracket reset to then take their victory, and they already have their golden ticket, as we've mentioned. So congratulations to Tribe. Now it is $18,000 on the line for the first place, but also, Itsu, the pride of actually getting first place. And for Tribe Gaming, I would argue the confidence to say that they've beat Navi 3 times in a row in a major tournament. That is impressive in itself.
Yeah, you just said that Tribe has not lost a single game this weekend just yet, and they have actually not lost a single match overall this tournament just yet, because for making it through the qualifiers, you can't lose a single match, otherwise you're out because it's single elimination. In the Swiss stage, they went a quick 3-0, 1 versus Navi back then, and so far they're in the upper, went into the final through the upper bracket, so they have not lost a single match so far in this tournament, and now it's up to Navi if they can hand them the first loss, and maybe even second loss, depending on if Navi can get the bracket reset and even win that second match.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just to reiterate in case anyone doesn't realize, when we're saying Tribe Gaming now getting that golden ticket, obviously Navi won the first event and they already have their golden ticket. So that is why it is handed to Tribe Gaming in this case. And with that, why don't we actually take a bit of a look at Tribe Gaming's spotlight video so you guys can learn a little bit more about them.
You have had an impressive perfect hit rate throughout the entire Rush Golden Ticket tournament. Are you the best Town Hall 15 player?
As much as I like the idea of being the best player, probably, I'm personally just happy that so far I've had a pretty good run, and I will try to keep pushing it for the next weekend. But yeah, I wouldn't call myself the best player, especially among the others of the 8 remaining teams. Because in the end, it's just about the daily performance and also probably some necessary luck. And yeah, so far I had it and I'm happy about it.
Tribe Gaming is one of the most established organizations in Clash of Clans esports history. How does it feel to represent their colors?
I've been in quite a few organizations now, but it's definitely great to be now in Tribe Gaming and represent them, play for them, and always have their support.
As the new addition to the Tribe Gaming roster, to what can you credit your booming start?
I think along the confidence I've gained with all those years in the Clash of Clans business now, it's definitely helpful to play in such an amazing team, have them supporting you, and obviously also the fans, because they really push your motivation and your energy in the matches.
Over the years, you have built quite the following. Do you have anything that you'd like to say to your supporters?
I just want to say a huge thank you to all my and also the team's fans. It's so great to have you guys. You are always supporting and cheering for us, and we will try and do our best the upcoming weekend to bring it home. Fear the Tribe!
I said it yesterday, and I will say it again. I think he is definitely one of the best Town Hall 15 players, particularly that closing 3-star he did before. But we can welcome back Carbon for the next match. Before we get into that, though, let's all three of us have a little bit of a discussion of the previous match and building up towards the grand finals. Just to start out, obviously, those bases from UG Esports, we mentioned them. But what did you think about the base and how they, or the war, sorry, and how they were able to hold NAVI back so successfully? Carbon?
I was impressed, right? I've been impressed this entire tournament by UG Esports because of the low scores that they have done on defense, right? They've been getting, like Itsu said, in the very first war, it was a 10 to score war against that they put up, which was against Clash Champs, which got a perfect war. But we had then the 11, right? Just lower scores war, and then X Team Early Bird was 10 there. But yeah, it's just their defenses through the lower bracket were really, really strong to allow them to win. Yeah, the offensive side was not as high, but it's an offensive and defensive side. That's the difference. Other than the very first match against Clash Champs, their defenses were very strong, and I was really, really impressed of what they've done. So they gotta hold their heads high as they are taking home, you know, a nice little chunk of change with the prize pool. I'm sure we'll be able to bring that up because that is gonna be what they're fighting for here with Tribe Gaming and NAVI, Itsu.
Yeah, that's right. There's quite a bit of prize money with getting that far. I mean, even as an underdog, getting to this third position is nothing to be ashamed of. Impressive run for them. And as I said, that is quite a bit of prize money then on the line for them as well. I got a message that the base bidder, I want to give a quick shout out to the base bidder of UG Esports, and apparently it is Renbra who bid most of the bases for UG Esports, obviously testing the bases and everything with the players probably. And I mean, we have to give a huge shout out to that. Defending teams to 10, 11, 11, 11 stars on Town Hall 15 is impressive, especially if you take a look at the teams. NAVI, ChessMackEA, ETX Esports, X Team as well. Like all of those teams holding them back to an average below 11 stars. That is really impressive for the base bidding team.
Yeah, definitely. I think well worthy of the shout out there, Itsu. Thank you for bringing that to everybody's attention. I guess we should, though, start focusing up on that grand final because it is going to be kicking off in the next few minutes. You can see we've got a little bit of time for us all to discuss. Obviously, we've got a big storyline that we've already been alluding to, the repeat of last year's final. I mean, I don't know about you guys. You can maybe not if you don't want to, but maybe we just do a little cast a prediction here. What do you guys think across the two wars? Just to spice things up. Maybe everyone in chat can obviously take part as well. I mean, I think Tribe are in the driving seat, having the the advantage. Yes, you could say this is a repeat of last year. But I think this time they've been on another level as a team. So for me, I'd like to say Tribe Gaming is going to win the first war, win it outright. What do you think, though, Carbon?
I mean, I'm feeling the same thing because of how they were coming into here, but I could also see NAVI coming in and just swiping $8,000 from them, because that's the difference between first place and second place. First place, you take home $18,000. Second place, you take home $10,000. But Tribe know that they don't have to worry about the golden ticket, so it could be are they taking a little bit of a relaxed approach, you know? And then if Navi wins that first one, and then like Tribe's like, wait a second, there's $8,000 right here on the line difference. They need to go for that, right? I don't know. I'm with you. I'm thinking Tribe's gonna take it because most of the teams that come from the upper bracket tend to win that first match because of that momentum, and we've seen it time and time again. What about Itzy? What do you think?
I feel like Judo just put this in place so the chat can like in the end like say like they jinxed it. So just so it's possible, okay? Just so it's possible, I would go with Navi winning the first match and Tribe winning the second match, okay? So the reason behind that is I feel like Navi now played a couple of matches back to back, and that's sometimes quite to just be like in the rhythm and everything, while Tribe had to play way less matches, which overall, yes, it is an advantage when it comes down to bases, but just momentum-wise, you're kind of like cold getting into a match. Let's see if that's going to be a deciding factor, but I would just say it's going to be a bracket reset, and then Tribe Gaming having a bigger advantage of being able so far to hold bases back because they were going through the upper bracket, not having to burn as much bases as Navi. And I think then the second loadout of bases will give them the edge at the second match. Judo.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see how many bases Stefan has prepared behind the scenes for Tribe Gaming as well. But I think we should take a quick look at the preview of the teams as well, their stats prior to today. And we can obviously, I think both Tribe Gaming and Navi have super impressive stats. There's not a huge amount to say here, Carbon. Their hit rates are brilliant. Their percentages are up. One thing I will add is that Excosist, he, took one for the team yesterday. He just needed that 2-star 50% plan, and he got a 60% 2-star, whatever it was, pulling his average, the only player below the 90. But that's, again, where I think it takes a level of professionalism to be able to do that and put your hit rate aside. So I would argue all of the Tribe Gaming in the 90s if you excluded that. But likewise, pretty much the same for Navi here as well, Carbon.
Yeah, Navi is hitting at an extremely high rate. We're seeing 50% though from Klaus, but Klaus did get a very brilliant 3-star in the last match, which can play a big role in the mental game. So that could be going into this grand finals. Yes, this is the moment that we're waiting for. Yes, we know Tribe does have that golden ticket, so that pressure is off, but $8,000 is a huge amount of money that these teams are fighting for between the two. First place taking home $18,000, second place taking home $10,000. So that is like many community tournaments combined, and those community tournaments also these teams fight very hard for. So a lot is on the line, and of course, Tribe Gaming, take it on Navi, grand finals. It's going to be a treat.
And we've built such a rivalry between these teams. I feel even if you set all of that aside, both of these would be just putting every single ounce they've got into it in order to say that they did win one of the matches since we've got this epic rivalry. And wow, we actually have Klaus starting out for Navi, not always the first player. We've got one dragon. I'm interested to see how he uses that. But 37 balloons, Carbon.
Wow, that is a lot of balloons here to use in a grand final match. Here we go. Klaus kicking it off. We do have the one bowler, lightning spells, helping to remove the Inferno Tower just like that. And we've got that blimp warden ability. Balloons to try to take out the multi. There's the defensive rage. Oh, he just dodged that tornado trap. Oh, wow.
Yeah, if he'd have came in from just a slightly different angle, that could have been a different story. Town Hall still not down yet, but obviously there it goes with the security of it. The multi-inferno did go down as well, so pretty much everything he could have wanted. Maybe the Rage Tower going down, but I'm pretty sure he got what he wanted there. And like you said, a bit of a close call, because had he have, decided to symmetrical base, had he have decided to attack from the other side, this could have been totally different already.
Yeah, using that boulder to get the skip onto the army camp to help take that down. Now getting damaged by the archer towers. The queen's going to pop this hound. And there is the skeleton spell. Finds a Tesla farm right next to that Monolith. Sends the royal champion in. Wants to distract the Monolith so the king can continue his push in towards this eagle. But look at this. You can't snipe that eagle with the king because there is walls connecting all around it. So you have to either wall break or have that RC jump the wall to grab it.
Well, the RC will get the Monolith, and then where does she go from here? The skeletons will keep her distracted, but will she move up over after that? That's going to be a question. She does go in towards the eagle, so very nice job there. I love the jump spell as well, just giving the queen access into this area, but she is shortly going to go down. She doesn't even get the expo, so the expo survives. We've got the multi RC though, walks across to that region, fixes things up.
The problem is, it was a ground expo, right? So the jump spell, I felt like, didn't really do much. Like, the jump was used probably because he wanted his queen to continue her way to get to that multi. But even though it did go down, so it's kind of almost like swagging a jump. There's a freeze on the outside to the archer tower, to the air defense. The defensive rage goes off. It's ground expos, which won't matter as long as he takes out the air defense and Worcester tower. It's looking good here for Klaus against Rikiras, unless there's a bunch of red air bombs right behind where this tower. Oh, no, there's a few. Uh-oh. Hang on. He's saving on these balloons.
He gave a fist pump. I seen that.
Yeah.
He's a little bit ahead of us, but I think the realization might have hit him, like you said, that perhaps all of the red air bombs hadn't gone off yet. Gets a split of the balloons. Phoenix takes down the clan castle. 20 seconds, and he's got more than enough now to get the opening 3-star for NAVI. Klaus on his top form today. And wow, that is an interesting start because it's almost the reversal of what happened in the last matchup with Tribe and NAVI. So let's see if Tribe can respond, obviously, because they don't want to be going behind this early.
Yeah, Tribe's gonna have to answer. They're coming from the upper bracket, which means that if they lose, NAVI and Tribe will play again, and the winner of that will be crowned the official champion of this Rush of Clans Golden Edition. Tribe already's got the golden ticket, but they're going for that $18,000 first place prize as Nebrax is leading in with the E-Dragons. All right, Nebrax has used E-Dragons quite a bit at Channel 14. Like, he is an E-Drag expert. He knows exactly what he's trying to achieve. So I'm going to be curious of what he's trying to get here with these E-Drags towards this Eagle artillery. As the Eagles are down, the E-Dragons are down, the balloons are down with the Warden, and it's coming all the way on the opposite side of this town hall. And we're saving this Warden ability deeper into this base.
Yeah, and Itsu was talking about how these were a bit of a counter as well to these bases, so I really like how he used a couple of the E-Drags to funnel and try and utilize this. Oh, fantastic Warden ability to get that blimp, but all of the E-Dragons as the Eagle Artillery came down as well. There's the two clones right over the top of the Monolith. These super minions are there. It brings me back to Tribe Gaming being the team that brought super minions into the meta back in the 2021 World Championship, I think it was. But he is cutting apart this base like nothing.
Look at this. He's freezing these corners onto these heroes in the scatter shots. E-Dragon Super Minions helping take out the enemy row champion to the left. Look at that. No, she doesn't go down, but he can drop his RC over there and like one-shot her, one-shot the scatter shot as he continues to push his way through. He's got 2 invis still to utilize because he didn't use all of them for that Super Minion inside of that blimp. But the E-Dragon Super Minion blimp is very impressive here. Wow, what a start here. But he's got to get the king down. He's got a minute 20. And wait, he's still got a minute 20. There's so much time left because he started so early with these E-Drags.
That's the beauty of the dragons, but let's just say this area is not easy to get through. We've got the Rage Tower, the Expos, Multi-King. It's not easy, but this is where the King ability is vital to try and protect those troops, get through, and look at the invisibility as well. Really nice job to get both the RC and the Queen. Just look at the damage coming in on the heroes at this section. King comes back alive, but after this, there's not a lot of tanking left over, and the Archer Queen, she's still got a chunk of base left to go, Carbon. Where does she go from here? She doesn't get to those Archer Towers pretty quickly either.
his Royal Champion just died. She did not get all the value he was hoping for because he wanted that RC to run all the way around. This Queen doesn't have her Unicorn anymore. The Diggy is there with the Queen, but he's only got 24 seconds. Since that scatter shot stayed up, he won't be able to push his way to the scatter shot in time. He's got Queen ability, but oh no, that Queen ability will also, these archers will go down to the scatter shot once it fires upon him, but he's only got 10 seconds and it's gonna fall short.
Yeah, he had to use that Queen ability to get as many buildings as possible in the end. Wanted to save it for the scatter. I mean, it is a time fail, arguably. Maybe the Archer Queen would have gone down to the scatter, but so close, and the scatter shot had a tiny bit of health as well. So little that I actually thought the E-Drag lightning upon its death was actually going to take it out. But although it is not the 3-star, this is kind of what was happening in the match last time. Tribe Gaming behind at the start, not off to a great start. We've just got to hope that their bases do trip up Navi. And maybe Itsu has jinxed me by saying what he said of Tribe not having the bases ready. And I don't know, let's find out. But so far, a great start for Navi.
Yeah, good start for them, but he did have those 2 invis. Obviously, we're looking back at it, right? And we're breaking it down, analyzing it. If maybe he used the invis on the E-Drag near that Royal Champion, could have gotten then that value. It's all those small details and where you use those spells. But unfortunately, that Royal Champion didn't get the value he was hoping for. But Gaku did not lead it off. He's going in here with the Super Archers in the main push. Not inside your blimp, but inside the main smash style, going in with some Electro Titans as that Warden's kicking off with a Warden Walk.
Well, we've seen him do this a couple of times, and if you can get the Super Archers protected and in the correct area, their reach is next level. You can really get good value, but they can be difficult to do. Archer Queen moving in with all of those troops. King on the far side just to cut the funnel, and then he wants them all into the base itself. It's all about the healers here as well. I feel they're on the Titans. Let's see whether they will stick on that or whether they transition onto the Queen or something like that. The sweeper pushes them back, so a couple of the healers do transition onto the Grand Warden, it looks like. That could be troublesome here for Gaku.
Needs this log launcher to be opening these walls. There's the skeleton spell to provide that distraction. Drops the freeze on the monolith. These Super Archers, okay, they are coming back here. And the Queen's ability, though, his Queen ability was forced, but this push is continuing. He needs these Super Archers to stay alive with these healers. The scatter shot might just be locking on, taking them out, but no, the scatter goes down, and these Super Archers are still alive now.
Oh, look at them moving into the middle of the base, though. They'll be able to reach the town hall. They'll be able to fire straight through towards the multi. There's not a lot of base left here because of how much they've been able to do this. As long as he gets the multi-target Inferno with his main push, which he should since the Super Archers have the reach, Royal Champion should be able to close out with the Skeleton Spell now coming in to distract these defenses and keep the King distracted. I think he's got all of the Super Archers left alive there, doesn't he, Carmen?
He's got it.
Oh my goodness.
He's got it. Indeed. What an attack. Smashing with those Super Archers coming from the opposite side. Very early Warden ability to protect everything, and the power of the Super Archers. Look at that. Well done. And that is now back-to-back 3 stars for Navi. And Tribe's gonna have to start to find some triples to keep pace. Remember, this is the grand finals, and it's a bracket reset. If Navi wins, they will force a match 2, and then winner take all from there.
Yeah, and let's be honest, like, selfishly, us casters and probably the viewers as well, we want a bracket reset. We want to see Tribe and Navi just keep going at it and give us the action because they are so good with their attacks. It always amazes me how they're able to just adjust things to take down the bases, and the variety that we have as well. The Super Archers, not something we see a lot of, but it's certainly an attack that Gaku has kind of started perfecting and bringing time and time again. To me, it always feels risky how you just drop them all in that one spot. I'm like, if something happens to those Super Archers, but somehow, some way, he always manages to keep them alive and push through the base.
Yeah, it's so impressive. Just continuing to push. Normally, when we try to use that, what happens is they end up dying off. It's like, how in the world do they have that much health? It's so impressive.
Yeah, it just being able to adjust the plan to be able to protect them is fantastic. But as you mentioned, Tribe Gaming do have to get a 3-star and pretty quick. I mean, there'll maybe be a point in the war if this continues where they do just say, okay, let's just, focus up for the second war, right? But we're certainly not at that stage yet. We're only 2 attacks in, and Tribe can still, crush things from here. Another E-Drag attack, interestingly. So let's find out what they have planned here. Maybe a similar approach, but if so, it looks like it is going to be a similar approach. Again, that back-end Rage Tower is so deadly, but we can see 2 clones, so I'm guessing it's going to be a similar super minion clone.
Yep, and hey, they were like, hey, it worked, so let's do it again against NAVI now. So let's see if these E-Dragons, with their very early Warden ability, that Blimp's flying all the way across to go for the Town Hall, grab the Monolith, and grab everything in this section. There's the double clone. There they go, and with the Rage, and he can grab a Scatter Shot, the Town Hall, a lot of value with these super minions. And the Queen, too.
Wow,
What?
I was just about to say, look at the value he's got instantly here before, like in comparison to the last attack, that Scatter Shot and the Queen instantly down, and then the Clan Castle as well means he's not dealing with that, but noticeably, he popped the Rage Tower, he also got one of those grounded expos. So when the heroes get to that area, it's going to be so much less damage for him to deal with.
Yeah, we got E-Dragons up next to that Royal Champion now. They're going to lock onto it, try to take her down. But this is the thing that Nebrax didn't have. He didn't have his E-Dragon staying alive to continue to push through. Maybe send that RC into the Scatter and then the King to tank that Ground Expo. But that Scatter is now taking out the Warden, and this Warden is huge. If that Warden goes down, which he does, that's a lot of extra HP that he just lost potentially now for his troops.
Yeah, and notice he can now directly target the RC towards that Expo as well. After the Builder Hut is down, RC will go to the Expo, and once that's down, there's just so much less DPS in this area. Yes, we have the Multi-Inferno, but with all of those heroes and the E-Drag supporting, he's got such a better chance. Not to mention, we don't then have a defending hero and Scatter Shot on the back end, but let's, I guess, not speak too soon, because they are going through this dangerous area. Tornado Trap rotating the Royal Champion. Come on, get that bomb tower down. Queen ability still intact, but he's got a lot of defenses to get through.
The problem is that Rage Spell, the backside again, does so much damage. It is gonna come down to this Queen running around. That Diggy's in front of her. The Phoenix trying to help. The Queen's got her ability.
I mean, he's got plenty of time, right? He's got ability.
I don't know. He's got to run.
You think?
He's got to move. There's not much time with the storage. Yeah, that Queen ability will help so much, but that mortar just seems so far away. Oh, no.
Come on. He'll press it as soon as she locks onto the cannon. Come on. You can get it.
There's not enough time.
You got it, Queen. Come on. I mean,
there's no way.
He's got his hand up to the camera.
Wow.
I thought he was going to get this, I'll be honest. I thought he was going to have that Queen ability, but actually he's quite a length away as well. You called it, Carbon. But I thought that Queen ability was going to help him push through. Maybe he should have used it a little bit earlier, actually, because even if the mortar took down the archers, his Queen could have pushed through to that back end, but he still had all the archers intact. That would have helped get down the buildings faster. Who knows? Tough start here for Tribe. 2 attacks that arguably have been this close to the 3-star, and yet they find themselves 2 stars behind already.
2 stars behind. Percentage, though, take a look at that. It's a 2 building difference. Or just not 2, 6-3. About, just a few. Like, it's so close
8.
That it's 8. Oh yeah, because it's not 39. Yeah, it's a little bit more than 2 and 4. But that's the thing, is it is so close that if Tribe gets a couple 2 stars or 3 stars, Navi gets then 2 stars, they can come back. But having a 2-star lead is huge going into a match like this, and just 3 attacks on each side left. Coma going in. Oh, look at that.
Oh, the healers are on the giant.
Uh-oh. Healers, go back to that warden. The giant will die. Go back to the warden, right? Right? Yep, okay.
Oof,
They go
I
back.
thought they were going to get in range of that air defense. Ouch.
Okay, here
Sorry.
we go. With that... No, all good. Yeah, because the Flame Flinger up top. Let's see if this warden can go for that scatter shot behind this wall here.
Yeah, let's just find out what happens with this one. I was going to say before I seen the healers, attached onto the giant. You mentioned Tribe Gaming being so close. They did concede a couple of 3 stars in that last war, so maybe it's just that they concede them early on against NAVI in this one. But we see another super archer attack, this time against a totally different base design though. I'm intrigued. Once the super archers get into that central area, is he going to be able to have the funnel set up correctly whereby they will take the jump spell in towards the town hall? Interesting approach here, but the super archers so far still alive. Healers doing their job. The Titans are coming back around, so that is going to be helpful. Rocket balloons on the Archer Queen is actually good so that they didn't deal huge damage onto the super archers.
Yeah, these ice combs are going to slow him up, but that eagle is gone. The infernos are gone as well, but the scatter shot is locking onto the super archers. Needs this king to take them down because that's extra damage. Oh, he did lose a few there, but a rage now leading his way towards that tunnel, but there's the invis, and it's going to make this stuff invisible, so they're going to ignore it and go around as that king's grabbing the scatter. But what's going for this town hall?
Yeah, nothing. The Titans are going to go down. He's freezing, but the Titans are on such little health. They are going to go down. Barbarian King has the ability. He's got to just commit the freeze there. He's got the RC to maybe reinforce. Perhaps he could... Yeah, King's on the outside. He's got the... He's got to get the RC to the town hall.
Yeah, he needs
There she is. She's directly targeted it.
Yep, she's going straight for it. Unless there's a whole bunch of skellies here, she should be able to secure that town hall. But I think there was an Electro Titan that was also that went in and pulled some ground skellies in that area either way. But this World Champion will go in. We'll have to see here. It will go across, but we'll keep our eye on it. Ooh. But yeah, that king is down south. Okay, yes. He's got some spells if he's able to use them here. There it is. Okay.
Yeah.
And the town hall will be secured.
How to make us nervous. Oh my goodness. I saw that his camera went off at the same time as well. I was like, no, because I don't know about you, Carbon. Do you think his royal champion would have got the town hall if he couldn't have used the spells? She'd have had the ability, but that's a tough one to call.
I think she would have because of the ability there, and there was no skellies that she was going for it while that Expo was distracted. But Coma, very nice try there. It is going to fall short. But Tribe must be closing out with all 3 stars because Navi's going to still... Oh, man. Navi still has a handful more attacks in, and you can't expect them to be just getting 2 stars in those attacks. So that is 3 attacks now from Navi, but Tribe has 3 attacks to do, and they're looking to 3-star out. It's the grand final, so the pressure is on here. Even though they already got the gold ticket, they know that, but they're still fighting for the first place prize pool of $18,000.
For sure, they will be putting everything in to do that. And if Tribe Gaming do 3-star, let's be real, their percentage was really high. Only 8 buildings off being perfect so far. And that's exactly what Navi had there. But yeah, we're seeing this E-Drag approach yet again from Tribe. I mean... It hasn't worked out in those first 2 attacks. It has been super close. Maybe they just keep adjusting it each time and learn something from each other's attacks in order to get it to work and close out with it. I don't know. I mean, Tribe already know. Maybe we don't, right? But maybe the other bases of Navi are very similar to this as well. So they're hoping to just force this strategy through.
Maybe that could be the case, and maybe the question mark is for the other attacks before is if they sent the RC to the other complete side, would that have made the difference? As this double clone for this blimp to go for the scatter shot, the monolith, the town hall, and if he can get this value, well, let's see. These bases seem very, very similar, so that's why they're probably bringing the same attack strategy across the board.
Yeah, and one thing I've noticed straight away, in the last 2 attacks, the clone spells of the minion have been slightly off from where they deployed it in the first one to make sure they go across and get the scatter, and the hero, like you can see in this scenario, also gets the grounded expo up top there. So perhaps this is Tribe's approach. Just keep trying to adjust the plan so that they can mimic on each of the bases. Let's find out. It's working. I mean, I don't even want to say it's working so far because it looks so good, right? But even the last 2 attacks looked so good. But I will, you know, he's got the E-Drags. The King has the ability. He's also got the Warden still alive here as well. Did he have that last time?
Yeah, that's huge. No, the Chronos did not. Lost that Warden. So this Warden here is going to be so clutch for this King and the Barbarians making their way through. So he does not send the RC from the opposite side. He sends the RC from the top to join in with these heroes. And now that this Warden is here, he is helping us so much to help with his heroes. And this is looking good. Even though there was the back end range or the rage spell, this is actually gonna get it. He's got the time. Those super minions did work, and this keeps Tribe in the match, and they can potentially make a comeback. Depends on the next attack from NAVI.
It certainly does, but I mean, I love Exquisite's celebrations. He's happy about this one, and I'm really intrigued as to if the other bases are like this, because if they are, Tribe have now cracked the code. They know how to beat it. They know exactly where to put the clone spells. They know which angle to send the Royal Champion in, like you said. Perhaps that's the strategy all along. If so, they've got a good chance of the other 3 stars. If they can get one good hold versus NAVI, that might be all they need.
So my guess is maybe NAVI was like, okay, we're going to the grand finals. Maybe we run a base that's very similar across the board, and they just struggle on it. And then we have a chance of forcing match number 2. But they struggled a little bit there. As you take a look at the percentage, it's close, right? So if Tribe triple the next and NAVI falls short, then this match is now all coming down to the final set of attacks. So Tribe, because of their high percentages, are keeping them in this match right here.
They certainly are. And I mean, a 2-star, 95% would give Tribe the lead, because Tribe averaged out, you know, the 8 building difference, which is 296 attacks essentially. And that's what NAVI got in that first one, a 96%. So even a percentage that high makes them fall behind on the percentage game. But I mean, we're 3 attacks in. I'm pretty sure, you know, percentage is a factor. The teams they've got the capability of getting the 3 stars. So that's clearly why we're talking about it. But they do have to get those 3 stars at the end of the day. And I feel like with Tribe and NAVI, we almost forget that it's Town Hall 15, because they do smash those 3 stars so often. It's, you know, it is not easy, but they somehow manage to do it again and again.
Well, Kazuma's going to look to do it again with some Super Bowlers this time. We were seeing some Super Bowlers coming in from the Chasmic EA, but not across the board, across different clans. And this is the first time I'm seeing here Super Bowlers from the NAVI side. Kazuma is looking to come in with a single jump, a little Super Barbarian, so he can push his way through. But that Monolith, oh man, that Monolith does so much damage to this Queen.
A lot of damage has, well, I was just saying had protected the ability, but off it goes. Now comes the Super Bowlers, though, and he's lost a bunch of healers there already, Carbon. I think he's lost 2 healers already with the Seeking Air Mines, but I guess he is now entering the base with the Warden ability, so not the end of the world, but definitely you don't want to be losing healers at the start. Let's be real about it. Super Bowlers, though, there's a nice compact area. Can he flush this out? Because he's delaying the log launcher to get to this town hall.
Yeah, the problem, though, is that Warden is dead. The Warden got locked down by the Ground Expo, which the Ground Expo got raged up from the Rage Tower because some troops went over there by accident. So that was a huge problem. These Super Bowlers are gone. He sent the World Champion in. Judo, this town hall might not go down.
It is going to be close. He went from the log launcher to the stone slammer, then swapped to the battle drill, knowing that all of the Super Bowlers were down. Freezes that Town Hall. Royal Champion's on it. He's got her ability. Healers are on that Royal Champion. He has managed to get the Town Hall. Great job holding it together. But there's so much of this base left. This is nowhere close to percentage. So if Tribe Gaming are able to 3-star the next attack, they take the lead with just one attack remaining. This is such a huge defense for them right now.
This is a big defense for Tribe Gaming. Nebrex holding strong here, and unfortunately, it was unfortunate luck for Kazuma. Ground Expo forcing the Warden ability. The Monolith forcing the Queen ability. The defensive rage really did numbers to him. And this is 69, 70. Yeah, like you said, the percentage is going to bring them down. So that with a 3-star from Tribe, the war is completely turned around. And this one is going to be coming down to the final set of attacks.
Well, we keep saying it, don't we? A 3-star from Tribe is all they need, but oh man, the pressure continues to mount. However, I just keep going back to that theory. I can't wait to see this next base. Is it pretty much the same one that Navi is running? That same style? Have Tribe cracked the code now of how to do it? Oh man, things are just building up, getting even more exciting. And we have that storyline again of this rivalry between the teams. It is so good to see it all come together. And maybe Tribe do get the advantage on this one, because they have to feel last time in the World Championship finals, the grand finals, how, you know, they were in the upper bracket. It didn't pay off for them. They certainly don't want a repeat of that scenario.
No, you definitely don't want that. You want to close it out right now. You do not want to have Navi given another chance in the kind of bracket reset to try to force it and try to win. But Tribe, here we go. The moment of truth. Is it another E-Dragon attack? No! Riqueras is like, no. I am not bringing the E-Dragons. I am bringing a Blizzard LaLo. All right, Riqueras, here we go. Is it going to be super minions in there, or is it going to be super... If he lands on a bomb tower, super minions most likely, which is looking like that's where he wants to land, to be honest.
Yeah, it's looking like that. He did freeze the sweeper initially to allow the... Oh, it's actually super wizards. Okay, a bit of a blizzard attack here. One of them got sprung by a spring trap, but he's so far managing to continue going through here, trying to get that scatter shot. That would be pretty huge. Down it goes.
He used rocket loons to take out the bomb tower so it didn't kill his super whiz. That was genius what Riqueras was doing there, so that he could then clear this section and then send his heroes for this town hall. Oh, watch out. Keep an eye on that ground expo next to the wizard tower in the builder huts. That ground expo must not lock onto his queen. If it does, he's got a big problem. So he's got a couple giants to try to distract and protect this queen as she eventually makes her way there. That's the key thing he's focused on. Rockloads go for the Tesla. Okay, ooh, ground expo onto the Yeti Mites, but doesn't lock onto his queen. There's the giant. Oh, perfectly timed there.
Yeah, just thinking about what Itsu said in that last war as well. He used the Yeti up top towards the air defense, but then it went down. It wasn't able to get a little bit deeper into the base to test for that tornado. So maybe the tornado trap will still be up there by the town hall. That would definitely be a nuisance. But if his queen can get through and get rid of that, he won't have to deal with it with his balloons. King diving in towards the eagle compartment at the bottom, supported with headhunters, and the Archer Queen ability is used onto that town hall. It will momentarily go down, and we're closing in on the 1 minute mark, Carbon. This is go time for the LaLo.
It is. He's got to start moving. That Royal Champion going to make her way towards that multi. The LaLo's coming in with the Warden, the Hound, the Balloons. Maybe sends a few headhunters in to go snipe that Queen, but he's saving onto the Warden Bill. He's going to get pushed back by a sweeper. Freezes that. Warden Bill goes off. Freezes the multi. Freezes the Queen. Everything's happening at the same time with the defensive range going off as well.
There is the Warden ability to capture as many of those balloons as possible over this raged up area. He's still got the, well, he's used the freeze spells now actually in that area to make sure that he can push through it with the Royal Champion. Monolith will fall and the balloons can hopefully get through these builder hoods. There is the red air bombs. Rakiras is celebrating. They have taken the lead despite being 2 stars behind. Tribe Gaming now 1 attack away from winning the tournament and the $18,000 first place prize pool.
But that was such a very smart use of the rocket loon to take off the bomb tower, to allow the blizzard to land exactly where he needed to do to get that value with the scatter shot. And the Giants were perfectly used so that the Queen can step in to go get that town hall. Because if the Expo locked down that Queen, he would have had the pop Queen ability early. He would have had to use some phrases, and it could have been a completely different attack because of that small detail.
Oh, for sure. That was just incredible, and great for you to point that out as well for everyone at home. Maybe, you know, maybe if you really do want to land your Blizzard or Super Archers or something in this one area, perhaps there is a workaround you can come up with to actually allow that. But a fantastic job by Rakiras, and it just shows he really needed those freeze spells for the raged up area as well. The damage that can be had in those, you know, raged up spell tower areas is really amazing. He had to commit so much to it. But here we go. I mean, Tribe Gaming, they can 3-star and win it based on percentage. But obviously, if this defends, that gives them a little bit more of an advantage due to the percentage difference in itself, because it's quite significant now.
Yeah, we had the ward ability now for this blimp, but I'm questioning, did he have 7 lightning? Because if he did, then he could have potentially taken out the eagle. That's like 0 health there. It's barely up as this blimp makes it to that town hall. We have the sneakies that are going to come out and secure it as the warden and the ability. Oh, he has to use a freeze now onto that multi because that's what he definitely needs to take down.
Oh, it does not fall. The town hall is down, but the clan castle troops are spread all over the place as well, popping off those balloons to the left-hand side. And you can see that eagle artillery just slowly, you can hear the battle builder just chipping away, repairing it. It definitely makes you think, could he have got away and used an extra lightning? But so, I am not going to begin to try and question stars. I'm sure he needs those free spells.
So I looked back, and he took 6 lightning spells, which is not enough to take out that eagle. And so he didn't have enough. He took the earthquake, so he needed, I think he needed like 1 more. I think you need 7, to be honest. I might be wrong, but like, would that have been worth the investment to take out an eagle with just 1 more spell, maybe? I mean, I potentially could see that, but either way, here we go. As the king is going to the top side, Queen's gonna follow him up there. The giant of the Archtower Wizard behind. Then they're going to make to the defense or that rage spell that is right next to that eagle in that multi-target inferno.
We have seen how dangerous these areas are, and I really like the use of the ice golems actually to try and freeze up these defenses as they are raged up. You can see the first one pops, gets fantastic value. The second one will momentarily do the same. He's still got the queen ability, which he can pop here, but the royal champion going to start taking damage since the barbarian king is down, and there's a lot of base left over. I mean, it is stars. He's got the LaLo moving in, and 2 dragon riders, interestingly enough, that maybe he can get towards that grounded expo on the back end. I'm not sure what he's going to be using those for specifically. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah, he still can make his way through that one baby dragon that's right there just dying off. That clutched up the multi-target inferno. That was such a clutch baby dragon. Is now a dragon rider is coming in to move with these balloons towards this Monolith. But the question is, does he have enough time? Oh, we got actually another dragon rider to the left side trying to take out that wizard tower. 24 seconds. Time might not be on his side here.
The Monolith firing away at those balloons. I just can't see him getting up towards that, to be honest, as we're closing in on the last 15 seconds. Minions trying to get through those storages. What is that elixir storage left in health? He's got a lot of them there. 5 seconds though. 3, 2, 1. He's not looking confident. It's a 99%.
Oh, no.
Oh my goodness. So the 3 stars clearly still gives it to Tribe Gaming, but I believe they are what is that? I think it's about
need
20 something percent in the lead.
Yeah. They need a 76% 2-star to get that. And wow, if my math's right, because there was the other attacks that were a lower percentage, but wow, star is so close yet so far. That 1 star right there would put all the pressure on Yo-Yo, who clutched it up in the last match for them to get to this point. But we're going to have to see what he can do. 2-star, 76%, I believe, gets it done. Or you 3 stars, obviously a lockup right there. He's going for the 3s. Here we go with the final attack as he is in. Yo-Yo's coming in, not with an E-Dragon, but with a Queen Charge LaLo.
He used to be nicknamed LaLo23, didn't he? So what better way to close out this matchup? We see the Tesla farm popped and located to the bottom area of the base. I'm pretty sure he could have suspected it to be in that location, but always nice to know that it is there. Queen with the early rage spell to make sure she is topped up, has full health, ready for this dangerous area at the bottom. And I think this is going to be pivotal how he deals with that. Obviously, if he can charge the Queen in to get the town hall, his LaLo can then just work on the percentage carbon.
Yeah, that rage goes off, so that Queen under firepower from the King, from the double. Oh, no, that King raged up. Oh, what a timing there. But he forces the Queen ability. The Expos are a big pain. Where does the Queen go after that? She stays away from walking into the town hall. She's continuing her way to the bottom.
Oh, no. I thought he might have turned the Queen invisible to keep the ability, to be honest, but I mean, perhaps he can use that. He's got to cut off the funnel at the opposite side here to keep the Queen around, but she's very low in health. The Lava Hound does pop. He's got the Battle Blimp. He could pop that in towards the Town Hall to maybe secure it, but remember, he does have to get that 76%. Like you said, Tornado goes off. Queen is low in health. Get ready with that Rage Spell, Yo-Yo. Surely he's going to Rage the Queen here, Carbon. He's not. He does it. Oh my god, he got it just in time.
How does that Queen stay alive? No way. She doesn't even have ability. He's got some freezes. He needs to freeze the Town Hall in the sweeper. He does just that. The Blimp's coming across. The LaLo's going to the top side. Queen's on the Town Hall. He still has the Royal Champion to send around. That Queen is saving the Town Hall, taking it down for that 2nd star, and he needs a 76% to lock it up.
10 more percentage points. He doesn't need the Royal Champion for the Town Hall. What? He had that all day long with the Queen. Royal Champion from the left-hand side can start with that percentage. Just stretching out, ready to celebrate, I feel. He's got the freeze spell. Just needs the few more percentages. 76. He's not celebrating yet because he wants to get as much as possible. Freeze can be used for the Royal Champion. Can he finish this off, Carbon? Surely not. He's got the Monolith in the center, the multi-target Inferno, but he's got a balloon and the minion. 20 seconds. Either way, we know that he's got the percentage needed for the victory. Tribe Gaming going undefeated in the entire tournament through the initial stages, the Swiss and the playoffs. What a dominating performance, and truly deserving of the golden ticket and $18,000 for first place.
Tribe Gaming and takes the victory in Rush of Clans Golden Edition. The champions not only taking home first place, $18,000, but also a golden ticket. There they are, celebrating the victory. Well done to them. Undefeated, like you said, Judo, and an impressive performance. Not only defeating NAVI once, but then defeating them.
Oh my goodness. I can't even begin to comprehend what we just witnessed. Such a turnaround in this matchup, to be 2 stars behind, hold it together, really again just solidifies how strong they are as a team. The 3 stars for Akires gives him the MVP of that matchup. And man, I'm going to hand it back across to you so I can catch my breath.
Oh, wow. What a performance indeed from Tribe Gaming. Many people were counting them out. They were like, oh no, NAVI will make the comeback. They will force a bracket reset and then take it. But no, Tribe going with the victory against X Team Early Bird, then against Clash Champs, and then NAVI again, really proving they deserve that golden ticket. They deserve the $18,000 and first place. What a performance right there, Judo.
Absolutely incredible. They truly, truly deserve that. And to think that our grand final there, both teams have the golden ticket. So the next event, which we will be telling you about momentarily, is going to be an interesting one. But I feel like, Itsu, we've got to get your perspective on that grand final. What were you thinking watching that?
I mean, that was just, it was incredible. Back and forth. And those are always the most amazing matches to watch, when it's really so close between the teams. The one team is taking the lead, then it's like getting pulled back again, and like there's always this on your seat moment, which you guys like highlighted perfectly, I feel, in the cast. So that was a match to watch, and you guys did amazing. So I could not really wait to see the last attack, to see who's going to clutch it out in the end, Carbon.
Yeah, and it was Yo-Yo getting enough to get that victory. And we saw E-Dragons with the Super Minion cloned. E-Dragons again. You know, they were using the attack, slowly chipping their way closer to figuring out the NAVI bases. And then we saw the 3 stars coming in, and that's enough. They got the victory. Congratulations again to Tribe. So that means we will now be seeing NAVI, and we will be seeing Tribe Gaming in the World Championships later this year. What a performance both these teams have done. It's also very impressive that NAVI goes from winning the first gold ticket and then coming runners up in the second one, and then winning the World's warm-up. It's just what they can do at Town Hall 15 is mind-blowing here, Judo.
For sure, and the way they can just adapt to whatever the meta is, it's fantastic. I mean, you've got to remember, they have been in, I think probably, no, I guess Tribe is as well, but I was going to say they have been in every World Championship final since it started, right? Like, they have always been there. Oh, sorry, Itsu. Gosh.
Yep, I just noticed.
That was not intended.
Thank you for that.
Oh, no.
Thank you for that.
But anyways, yeah, they have been there from the, from the off. So I think consistency really does come down to it. I'm going red now. Sorry, but yeah, let's take a look at the top 8 teams. Let's get us off the screen and move on. Every one of these teams had a prizing. Strut and X Team Early Bird did get the $2,000 just for qualifying into this stage, which is phenomenal in itself. But looking at the rest of the teams, we've got to give every single one of them a great shout out for their performance, Itsu.
Yeah, that's right. And overall, just like now taking a look at which team so far made it to the gold, like earned the golden ticket for this year 2023, it's like the first seed got the first golden ticket from last year. The second seed got the second golden ticket from last year. I think this is, I think ET Esports quite like where this is heading, because they would be up next in theory. So, I mean, that's going to be interesting to see who is then getting this next golden ticket, because I think that's where we're heading next, topic-wise, right, Carbon?
Yeah, that is indeed. Will Tribe and NAVI be back in for the next one? I mean, you'll have to stay tuned to see what happens, because we got plenty more to be seeing in the Clash of Clans esports scene for the rest of this year. I cannot wait. I enjoyed the very first one, the Geisel Cup. I completely enjoyed this one, the Rush of Clans Golden Edition as well. And we have more as well after this, so stay tuned to the very end. You'll see just what we're talking about. But is there any final words from the two of you that you guys want to say before we close off the show here? Judo, you first?
Yeah, I mean, I'd just like to say it's been a pleasure to be back casting with both of you. It's always a fantastic experience. I hope that all of the viewers have enjoyed all of the wars. I'm not sure how they couldn't have. And obviously, thank you to the, production and Supercell, that all of the hard work that goes on in the background. And I also look forward to seeing who can meme me the best based on what we just did there. I'm sure there'll be plenty out later on Twitter, but how about yourself, Itsu?
Yeah, I mean, overall it was an amazing event, and I always like to take a look at like more the stats and how different metas are evolving, because this is where I feel like what I enjoy a lot about like esports and stuff. And just looking at this single event itself, just seeing the meta evolve with, in the end, Tribe even holding back a strategy to the finals, so like bringing this as a surprise where they combined the Electro Dragons with the Supermaniac Blimp as a surprise strategy no one's really expecting. So just seeing how the meta evolves as well, offense and defense wise, that's always super fascinating to me to watch, and was a pleasure as always to class with you guys, and looking forward to see where we're heading next with the Clash esports scene.
Absolutely. And again, it's a pleasure casting with you guys. Thank you so much to Supercell, the production, to the players, and all of you watching at home. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the Swiss stage, the qualifiers, the playoffs here, and the golden ticket, because there's more coming for the rest of this year. Make sure you guys are following the Clash of Clans social medias, the Clash of Clans esports, so you guys can stay up to date of all the different tournaments and the different things that you could do to try to participate and qualify and maybe play on a stage just like this to prove if you have what it takes at Town Hall 15 and trying to get a golden ticket. So that's going to wrap it up for us today. But before we close, we're going to end it with a little sneak peek of the next golden ticket coming up very soon.
Last year, the Clash of Clans community made Clash Masters bigger than ever. Over 200 teams stepped onto the battlefield. Over 700 wars were fought. 86 perfect wars were secured, but only one golden ticket.
Wow, look at that area!
Coming straight from Clash Masters, we have MS Esports!
So, shall we do it again? 2023 Clash Masters is back. $50,000 prize pool and a golden ticket to the 2023 Clash of Clans World Championship hangs in the balance. Do you have what it takes to be a Clash Master? Clash Masters Gold returns this summer.